Chapter 32, Osculant. Osculant, A with diaresis skylant, pertaining to a close embrace or a long kiss, loosely adhering or joined, embracing, intermediate in characteristics between two similar or related taxonomic groups. From Latin osculat, kissed, from the verb osculare, from osculum, little mouth or kiss. The second night inquiry settles in under a sudden downpour of warm rain, heavy enough to drench to the bone in seconds. Kurama stands by the wide window in the main room, watching the forest that surrounds the house tremble and shudder under the onslaught, even as leaves and branches reach upward for more. Moss collects water, then releases it in thick streams as it reaches saturation, and the air smells of green things and wet earth and gentle darkness. The children are in bed, all exhausted from a day of training disguised as play. Yujido is good at making things seem fun, and Kurama's glad she was willing to help, or his patience might have run out a lot earlier than it did. Naruto has a predictably short attention span, and maybe it's one of the things he was purposefully forgetting, or maybe it's just that the first time he slept through most of Naruto's early childhood, but it's a pain. Still, Kurama thinks with a faint smirk. He can't wait to see some of the faces in Konoha when Naruto answers an attack not with Minato's Rasengan, but with Kushina's chakra chains. It's a strange relief, being here in Kuri, and one Kurama hadn't expected. He's been running since the moment he landed in this time, flat out and as fast as he can, always with a goal just out of reach. And the overarching goals are still looming, waiting, but for the first time in almost a month Kurama has nowhere to go and nowhere he should be. He's in between things, anticipating word from Konoha, Jiraiya's decision about Akatsuki. He could leave, head towards Moon Country and the Akatsuki base, but Jiraiya wants more information. Wants to help, which Kurama likely should have expected, but didn't. As it stands, training the kids, or more aptly training Naruto and Gaara, since F and Yujido only need practice and are otherwise appropriately terrifying, is the only thing Kurama needs to do, and the knowledge is at once freeing and strange. For the first time, he has a chance to think without the world crashing down on top of him. Space to consider, even if only vaguely, a future where he isn't a fugitive on the run from every single one of the cage. And he thinks today might have been a decent marker of that. Not quiet, not peaceful, because Naruto and F are both Hellions and Sh doesn't help, and trying to teach small children incredibly destructive jutsus is just asking for collateral damage, but it was good. Happy. Kurama closes his eyes on the rainy world and pictures Naruto. He's Naruto, warm and kind and worn around the edges, but all the brighter for it. Smiling, because when wasn't he, with his hand on Kurama's shoulder and an arm around his back, pulling him back to his feet. For Kurama, here and now, it's easy to smile in the face of that. Maybe there's a flicker of grief to go along with the image, but even more there's contentment, joy. It's amazing the difference a decent goodbye and a few weeks to come to terms with things can make. He's always going to miss Naruto, the man who was his first friend, but Naruto made him stronger, made him kinder. Made him better, and Kurama can accept that, embrace it, and move forward using what Naruto gave him. Now there's a pretty picture, Zabuza says from behind him, and Kurama opens his eyes and turns, raising a brow at the smirking man. Zabuza shakes his head a little, stepping up beside him, and his eyes linger on Kurama's face. Or should I say you're a pretty picture? Naruto always got annoyed and embarrassed in equal measure when Sasuke called him pretty, because he thought it was a word for a girl no matter how many times Sakura tried to beat the notion out of him. Kurama just snorts, he's only male because he chose to be, because that's what fits when he looks at himself, and in the face of that words like pretty aren't enough to raise a stink over. How's Haku's back? He asks, not able to hide a grin. Thankfully, Zabuza isn't able to, either, or just doesn't want to. Well, he's not going to volunteer as a target again anytime soon, but for being doped by almost 100 clones, he's fine. I think your blonde brat is fixing to become his slave for a week in compensation, though. That sounds very much like something Naruto would do. Kurama chuckles, brushing his hair back from his face, and watches Zabuza's eyes follow the motion. Interesting. He lets his hand linger, smoothing the red strands into place, and then slides it down, letting the wide sleeve of his shirt drop back to cover his skin. It's curious how fascinating it is to invoke a reaction just with movement. Just with presence, and to be able to make Zabuza's eyes darken, his pupils dilating, when Kurama turns his head and smirks at him. Kurama has seen it all, witnessed it with Midori and Kushina and Naruto, with those around them, but firsthand is different. This is his heart kicking up a notch, his breathing becoming a little deeper. This is a faint flush of heat beneath his skin, but prickling awareness and the undeniable knowledge of something shared when his eyes meet Zabruza's. Zabruza lets out a low sound, almost like a hiss, and steps forward. One roughly calloused hand cups Kurama's cheek, thumb dragging across his cheekbone, and Kurama inhales sharply as the awareness redoubles. Zabruza smells like the rain on dry earth, edged with metal and the scent of old blood from cubic ridge. Maybe a human would dislike it, but to Kurama it smells like power and fury and a prelude to a storm, and he can't help but lean closer, breathing it in with a low, rumbling growl. "Fuck," Zabruza says with utmost sincerity. "You're definitely going to kill me, firecracker." The nickname isn't quite enough to kill what's between them, but Kurama still pulls back slightly, leveling a glare at Zabruza's grin. "What?" "Well, you didn't like red," Zabruza defends himself, though his grin doesn't abate in the slightest. "And firecracker is supposed to be better. Fireworks always were my favorite part of winter." Zabruza laughs at the look on Kurama's face and leans in again, his free hand coming up with carefully telegraphed intent to settle on Kurama's waist, and Kurama lets in. Takes a step forward, leans in, because is not simply following Zabruza's lead in this. He reaches up, touches short, soft black hair falling in messy spikes, and slides his hand around to cup the back of Zabruza's head. There's clear intent in Zabruza's eyes as he ducks his head, shifting closer until they are almost entirely aligned, chests brushing when they breathe. "Does that say I passed out last night count as buying you a drink?" he asks, low and amused. There's an edge of sharpened teeth in his smile, and if Kurama weren't a predator himself he might not appreciate it as much as he does. "Does it look like I care?" Kurama retorts, and it startles a laugh out of the other man, rough around the edges but with a thread of warmth in it as well. "You're something else, Kurama," Zabruza says, and for just a moment his eyes are serious as his fingers curl tighter on Kurama's hip. "Fuck, you let loose against Yagura, and it was the sexiest thing I've ever seen. All that power and a pretty, deadly redhead right in the middle of it, ready to kill." To the rest of the world, Zabruza's taste is probably slightly questionable. Kurama just snorts. "You really want that spa, don't you, shark face?" Zabruza grins unrepentantly. "Fuck yes. Can't promise it wouldn't end with us fucking on the training ground, though." He pauses for a second, eyes studying Kurama's face again, and then leans down across the handful of inches that separate them. Kurama remembers this, mostly from repeated exposure even if he wasn't actually the one doing it, and doesn't fumble as Zabruza presses their mouths together, soft and coaxing. It's easy to answer, to meet him evenly. Sharp teeth scrape his lip, followed by a soft tongue, and firm lips move over his, drawing Kurama forward. It's a building touch of heat, a trickle of want that grows bigger, brighter with every pass. Remembering to breathe is hard, wanting to is even harder, and a few scattered breaths are all Kurama can manage as Zabruza's hand shifts from his hip to glide up the line of his spine. He arches into the touch like a cat, a sound of appreciation slipping out without thought, and Zabruza makes a noise of amusement. That's enough of that, Kurama decides, and steps forward, nudging the other man back. Zabruza goes, but stubbornly doesn't stop the kiss, not that Kurama is complaining. He opens his mouth, letting it deepen, and in the moment Zabruza is distracted gives him one hard push. Zabruza yelps, staggering back, and the backs of his knees hit the edge of the couch, making him fall. He sits down hard on the cushions, pulling Kurama down with him, and Kurama is laughing when he lands in the swordsman's lap. "Didn't think you'd mind a change of location," he says, grinning, and Zabruza grins back. "Not in the least," he promises, tracing his fingers up Kurama's bent legs from ankle to thigh, then curling his fingers over the muscle and squeezing lightly. Kurama likes kissing, he decides judiciously, and leans in to take another one, even though Zabruza seems distracted by his legs. Zabruza gives it readily, open-mouthed and messy, and uses his grip to pull Kurama a little higher on his thighs. It's easy to feel that he's half-hard, which is just as interesting as the little hungry noises Zabruza keeps making into his mouth, and Kurama wants. It's not a type he's used to, not something he's ever felt for himself before, but it's still avarice with a hot, grasping edge, curiosity underpinned by something that's very nearly I can wreck you without any of the bloody connotations Kurama is familiar with. Maybe it's not quite selfless, but it's meant to be shared, and he wants to. He wants to a lot. "You up for a good time, Kurama?" Zabruza asks, and it's low and rough like velvet scraping the wrong way over Kurama's skin, making him shiver. I think I could be convinced, Kurama answers, and like this is the one who has to lean down, one hand on Zabruza's shoulder to brace himself, the other sliding down Zabruza's chest, tracing the contours of muscles he's only ever seen close-up on Sasuke, which is not a thought he wants to be having right now. Better to focus on Zabruza under him, even if the man is unfortunately still wearing a shirt. Apparently this version, unlike the one Naruto faced on the bridge, does actually believe in them. Kurama wouldn't have thought to protest this fact until just now, but it's becoming apparent that it's very much an injustice. Zabruza breaks the kiss to Moma. I've got a perfectly good bed about 20 feet away. You good to relocate? Kurama doesn't see why he wouldn't be. He pulls back a little, raising a brow at Zabruza, and the swordsman clearly sees the implied question. He chuckles, squeezing Kurama's thigh again and letting his hand drift higher, skimming over the inseam of his pants. You don't strike me as the one-night type, princess. Just making sure. Fuck you, Kurama answers, because that's always a good response to go with. I'm just curious. You're interesting. And so your answer is to get me in bed. But Zabruza just sounds amused. When Kurama growls, he laughs, leaning up to kiss him again. That at least is mollifying, and Kurama allows it. Hey, I feel the same. You dangerous and sexy, might as well take advantage. So long as you know this isn't going further. Wouldn't want to step on your feelings, princess. Fuck you, piranha breath. Kurama pulls back to bare his teeth at him. It's definitely not a smile, though Zabruza's eyes go dark and intent at the expression anyway. Not my thing, Zabruza counters, and both hands come up to grip Kurama's hips, pulling him in. He arches up, rubbing them together, and Kurama can't fight the moan that bubbles up in his chest. Rather finish like this, dirty up all that soft skin as we get each other off. Kurama fights to keep his eyes from closing against a renewed flood of want, and lets himself fall forward, catching himself on Zabruza's shoulders and pressing his mouth to the pale skin of his throat in a line of greedy, open-mouthed kisses. You said something about a bed. I'll take that as a yes. Zabruza sucks in a breath, then hooks one arm under Kurama's thighs, grunts, hang on, and shoves to his feet, taking Kurama with him. Muscles used to swinging his massive sword bunch and shift, and Kurama wants to taste them. He'd rather not get dropped, though, so he hooks his arms around Zabruza's neck, curls a leg around his waist, and asks mockingly, what? No cavemen grunting as you drag me back to your bed. I'm disappointed. Not for long, you won't be, Zabruza retorts, kicking the door to his bedroom closed behind him. Kurama, remembering a vast number of times when Naruto and Sasuke were interrupted mid-deed, manages to lean over and flick the lock before Zabruza crosses the room and dumps him gracelessly on the mattress. Smooth, he complains as he bounces. Zabruza huffs, even though his grin hasn't faded, and strips off his shirt. Quit whining and get your pants off. It's so ridiculous that Kurama has to laugh. And when Zabruza drops down on top of him, he's laughing too, which somehow makes everything that follows that much better. A pardon? Shisui splutters, waving the Hokage scroll in disbelief. He up and steals Jinchuriki from every Meta village and they're giving him a pardon. In light of previously undiscovered information, Kakashi reads, taking the scroll back, and he can't say he's overpleased about it, either. For that matter, he kind of wants to break something. However, the message is signed by not just one Kage, but 3, and there's not much room to argue with that. He skims the rest of the message, carefully filing away the notice to be on the lookout for Killer Bee, and skips down to their amended orders. We're to head for Kuri to rendezvous with the Sannin Jiraiya and give Kurama his invitation to return to Konoha. The Hokage mentions a hostile terrorist group and a high level of danger. How unusual, tense comments as dry as dust. Danger. On an A&BU mission. I never signed up for this. Shisui laughs, then, of course, presses the back of his hand to his forehead and pretends to swoon. Oh no, danger. Tense, save me, I'm overcome. Ten starts to catch him as he collapses dramatically, then pulls up short at the last moment and lets Shisui hit the floor like a sack of bricks as he turns to Kakashi and asks, faintly incredulous, the Hokage does remember that we've been trying to capture Kurama, doesn't he? Are we really the best ones to deliver a message? From where he's lying in a heap, Shisui opens his eyes and glares at the mock-hidden user. Fucking hate you, you little bastard. With all the impressive maturity of his 17 years, Tens rolls his eyes so hard they are in danger of falling out of his head and points out, "I'm only an inch shorter than you are." "Yes, but you're very small and petty on the inside," Shisui retorts, "and everyone knows that it's what's inside that counts." From where he's perched on the windowsill, Itachi shakes his head a little, looking long-suffering, and cuts in before the bickering can devolve any further. "A merchant ship from an island off the coast of Water Country docked yesterday. They should be able to give us passage." When Kakashi raises a brow at him, he smiles faintly. "People here don't like them. They were complaining to Genma." "Ah yes, village tamer Genma." Kakashi still stubbornly refuses to wonder why the people of Whirlpool Country like Genma so much better than him. He doesn't care. Good. Tens, make arrangements. Itachi, notify Genma's squad. Shisui, see if you can restock supplies. Why does he get to talk to the captain? Shisui complains, because of course he does. I'm a people person. Kakashi trades glances with Itachi, sharing a moment of perfect understanding in their aggravation. Itachi rubs the bridge of his nose, carefully picking through his words, and then says, "Shisui, you can be intimidating." Tens coughs to hide a laugh. "I would have said that you're an overbearingly friendly assassin with a tendency to make people run screaming, but apparently your cousin is nicer than I am." "Like that's a surprise," Shisui retorts, climbing to his feet. "Just wait, jerk. I'm going to buy you nothing but oily food. Well-packed fish, oil soup, oily water." Tens turns faintly green. "You are not, or I'll dye all of your flak jackets pink. Pink is a very fetching color. I think it goes well with my eyes. Then I'll tell your mother about that time in Tani with the..." Shisui blanches and throws his hands up in surrender. "No, no, no. We are not telling anyone about that, you little snitch. You promised." The arch of one very unimpressed brow clearly conveys Tenz's opinion of that accusation. "We are shinobi. Underhanded tactics are more than just acceptable, they are encouraged. If you don't want me to have blackmail material, don't do things that I can blackmail you with." Kakashi kind of wants to know what happened, but then again, he also really doesn't. Deciding it's time to step in, he pointedly clears his throat, and when 3 pairs of eyes snap to him automatically, he asks mildly, "Do I need to repeat myself? I could have sworn I gave you your orders already." Shisui vanishes in a whirl of wind, and Itachi promptly slides out the window, Tens following him in a blur of long brown hair and distinct chagrin. Kakashi wouldn't say he's relieved to see them go, but... well, he's a little relieved to see them go. They've been in close quarters for 2 weeks now, and while there is nothing on some A and B missions, it's still trying. Not Itachi, because Itachi is a good, sweet, polite child, for all that is also kind of scary and a little creepy. But Tens and Shisui, when combined, make Kakashi long for the institution of gags as corporal punishment. He sighs and drags a hand through his hair, then glances back down at the Hokage message. The section on Akatsuki stands out, and he reads it again, trying to gather as much as he can from Sarutobi's brief mention. A group in pursuit of the Jinchuriki, comprised of S-rank missing men, can't be a good thing. It's almost enough to make Kakashi's head hurt, because Kurama just became a tentative ally, but now instead of having to worry about him snatching Naruto, there's another enemy out there, and they are not just one grumpy shinobi with a strange reluctance to kill Konoha Nen. In light of his pardon, though, that part is at least easier to understand. If Kurama wants to return to Konoha, as this would imply, he certainly wouldn't do anything to make it harder. And this is the threat that worried Risha, that manages to be deadly even to Jinchuriki. This is Kurama's drive, what kept him running after Kakashi's actions drove him out of Konoha. Maybe, if Kakashi hadn't overreacted, Kurama would have left Naruto, gone to warn the other Jinchuriki without taking them along with him. But Kakashi showed him that regular shinobi couldn't be trusted, that there was no allowance in them for anything beyond threat. So Kurama had taken Naruto, under the belief that he could protect him better, and all of this can be laid at Kakashi's feet. His fault, like most things. He is to breathe through the guilt, the sudden roil in his stomach, and he hates that it makes such sense. Bringing Kurama and Naruto back to Konoha, maybe that can fix part of it, but it won't help him atone for the rest of his actions. Of course, if there's one thing Kakashi is practiced at, it's atonement. He'll just have to try. "Captain," a quiet voice asks, and Kakashi looks up to find Itachi in the doorway, looking fatally worried. He musters up a smile, eye crinkling, and is glad his mask and hataye cover the tells that would reveal it as a lie. "Yes?" Itachi pads forward, steps utterly silent, and then hesitates. He looks towards the window, out over the quiet night dark streets, and says softly, "If I wanted to leave ANBU, would you support my dismissal?" Kakashi blinks in surprise and takes another look at the 11-year-old. He's nervous, wary. Kakashi can see it in the tenseness of his posture, the tight line of his shoulders. And it's no wonder, given the subject, Itachi is the pride of his clan, its genius heir. He's the youngest ANBU captain and a prodigy in every way. Except that of all the shinobi in Konoha, Kakashi knows intimately how Itachi must be feeling, pushed so hard from the time he was a small child, always expected to do better than everyone else by virtue of a genius that never extends quite far enough. There's too much for intelligence alone to cover in their positions, too many shades of emotion and motive and humanity for a talent at jutsus and an eye for tactics to account for. Genius shinobi, Kakashi has come to realize, is just about the furthest thing from perfect human as is logically possible. Of course, he says, meeting Itachi's wary gaze and watches relief bloom in dark eyes. "If you want, I'll recommend you be removed from ANBU and evaluated in village after this mission." Itachi turns his face away, hiding his expression. "My father will protest." "Your father hasn't been an active shinobi since the end of the Third Shinobi War," Kakashi counters. "And the villagers are at peace right now. There's no need for so many high-ranking shinobi in combat positions. And given your service record already, you've earned an in-village posting. I don't think the Hokage will argue, or Shikaka, and they're the only ones whose votes matter." Itachi doesn't argue, even though it's clear he doesn't quite believe it will work out so easily. Kakashi has his doubts as well, even if he won't voice them, but he also realizes that a recommendation to remove someone from the active duty roster, coming from him, will carry more weight with the Hokage than most. When Kakashi of all people says he sees danger of a burnout, Tsurutobi tends to listen. "Thank you," the boy says instead, and Kakashi hums, accepting the gratitude without forcing himself to touch on messy emotions by responding verbally. "You found Genma's squad?" he asks. Clearly just as grateful for the change of subject, Itachi nods. They are leaving now to meet up with the closest tracking tains in Wave, and then they'll head back towards Konoha. Genma said to wish you good luck. That's no surprise, given Genma's personality, but it still makes Kakashi smile a bit. He glances around their room, assesses the neatly packed bags, and decides to leave everything as it is. Depending on when the Shiktakuri departs, they might be pulling out in a hurry. "I'll settle our bill with the innkeeper so we are ready to leave." Clear the room. Apparently very familiar with Shisui's habit of leaving kunai in odd places, Itachi rolls his eyes a little and starts checking under futons and behind pillows. Kakashi snorts when he finds the first one, pinning the edge of a sheet to the floorboards, and starts trying to pry it up without further damaging the wood. He leaves the boy to it, picking up his wallet and heading out the door. At least the frenetic edge to their journey is gone, he thinks, sidestepping a couple coming up the stairs. That will make everything easier, hopefully. The hard part is going to be keeping Kurama from gutting them on sight, or just taking his Jinchuriki and running again. Maybe they can arrange for a fruit basket. Or a card. Someone has to make a greeting card for this kind of situation, right? Something like, "I'm sorry for chasing you across 7 countries and trying to brainwash you. Let's be friends now that I don't think you're trying to take over the world with human weapons." Yeah, no. That's not going to work. Kakashi rubs at his visible eye with something close to despair and tries not to think of all the myriad ways this little jaunt could end very, very badly. Chapter 33, Clemency. Clemency clans to show forbearance, compassion, or forgiveness in judging or punishing, leniency, mercy. Late Middle English, from Latin clementia, from clemens, clement, clement. Kurama wakes up more slowly and more comfortably than he has since bolting from Konoha with Naruto in his arms. He's sprawled out on the thick mattress, warm and well-rested, with a pleasant drowsy lassitude that seeped all the way down to his bones. A heavy arm is draped across his back, fingers curled lightly against his side, and he smiles a little to himself, shifting and stretching lazily. Sunlight is slanting in through the bedroom window, unusual for Kuri but gloriously warm, and if he listens he can hear Naruto and F laughing beyond the door. He feels unexpectedly good. It's not just the sex, though that was very interesting, and Kurama can see why Naruto and Sasuke did it so much. It's also the release of tension, the lack of urge to pack up and run before the hunters get to him. Even if they do come, 8 out 9 Jinchuriki know him, know Naruto. Naruto has connections with others like him. There's little risk of him becoming that depressed, lonely, unhappy child again. Yujita, Rishi, Han, Yudakada, even Yugura, they'll all prevent it. Just knowing that makes everything that came before worthwhile. Without bothering to be subtle about it, Kurama picks up Zabuza's arm and drops it to the side, then rolls over and swings his legs out of bed. Zabuza grumbles audibly, snacking a pillow and pulling it over his head in clear protest of getting up, and Kurama snorts. Lazy lebat, he challenges. It's not what you said last night, the swordsman counters, unmoving. Bring me coffee. Fuck no. Get it yourself. Kurama dodges the sword of his hand with a low laugh, stooping to find the clothes they toss to the side. Since his pack is still in the room he's been sharing with the kids, he pulls them on, drags a hand through his hair to get the worst of the tangles out, and slips out the door. Morning, Kurama and I. Naruto says brightly from where he's sprawled on his stomach, drawing colorful pictures on what looks like seal paper. F is sitting next to him, clearly supervising. Did you switch rooms? Just for last night, Kurama tells him, crouching down to ruffle his hair and offering F a smile. Sleep well, kid. Yeah. Yujito and I had told us a story about a princess with really long hair. Everybody kept climbing it, though, and I said I would punch them for it. She got mad at me, but Gaara liked it so she got better. For all of Yujito's sensibility, she's secretly very much a fan of fairy tales and princesses. Kurama chuckles, rising to his feet. I'm sure she was just annoyed. Don't worry about it. Naruto beams at him. I'm not. She said tonight she'd tell us a more exciting story if we didn't like princesses and stuff. Hopefully Yujito will remember that most of her audience is under 10 and therefore not quite up to hearing about bloody historical battles. Sounds good, is all Kurama says, though. He tugs lightly on a lock of FS green hair, then heads for the bathroom to take a quick shower and get some fresh clothes. 10 minutes later, when he wanders into the kitchen, it's to find Yugura and Mai arguing at the table, talking right over the top of an aggravated Jiraiya, Han lurking near the doorway with his head ducked down to keep from hitting the ceiling, and Wusha folding omelets. Yudakada is filling bowls with rice, Fuji planted hopefully between his feet and Momiji lying on the floor 2 inches behind his heels. Begging's terrible for your image, Kurama tells the foxes, amused. You don't look like fearsome fox summons, you look like hungry rats. Fuji sniffs pointedly, not deigning to respond, but her brother lets out a yipping laugh and rises, shrinking as he goes. He leaps up, claws catching on Kurama's tunic, and Kurama boosts him the rest of the way onto his shoulder. The silver fox curls around his neck, draping his tails over Kurama's shoulder, and wrinkles his nose. You smell like swordsman, he complains. I showered, Kurama retorts. He glances at Rishi and Yudakada, but Yudakada just smiles and offers him a cup of tea. Why don't you sit down, the boy asks. We are almost done here. Hardly about to turn down hot food that's been prepared for him, without having to hunt it himself, Kurama removes himself from the kitchen, heading for the table. Mai and Yugura are getting louder, but mostly just insulting each other now, so he can't tell what sparked the argument. He's just about to ask Jiraiya, since from the look on his face he's been present for the whole thing, when he rounds the corner of the table and pulls up short, staring at the creature sitting on the chair cushion. A pug, short and squat, with a blue vest and a Konoha hatayate. Lazy eyes flicker to Kurama, then widen sharply, just as Kurama's narrow. Oh, hey. Jiraiya says cheerfully, clearly happy for a distraction from the two bickering Kurinen. I actually found us some reliable backup for when we head for the mountain's graveyard. I've known Hatake since he was a brat, and if he picked the squad. Fuck you, no, Kurama says promptly, and feels Momiji shift on his shoulder, the prick of sharp claws digging in preparation. Really, no. I'm not letting the damned freak squad within 10 miles of Naruto. Try again. Jiraiya's face does something weird, though Kurama doesn't care enough to identify that expression. Freak squad, he repeats, sounding dubious. Kurama crosses his arms over his chest, glaring at Pakken. Yes, the freak squad. They've been on my goddamn tail since I grabbed Naruto from Konoha, and they're a pain in the ass. I am not working with 2.5 Uchiha and a baby Mokid user. My point exactly, Yugura snaps, though it's directed at my rather than Jiraiya. Kuri just got out of an Uchiha's grasp. I'm not inviting another one in. You can't leave them camped outside the gate, you infantile brat. My snaps back. Kuri is already in a precarious enough position thanks to all the backlash against our bloodlines and you going insane for the last 6 years. Konoha is the strongest hidden village. You can't insult them like that. There are currently 9 Jinchuriki in Kuri, so reassess. We are holding all the power at the moment, you old maid harpy. And if you even threaten to use it, the state of our international relations will never recover. Pissing off every other country at the same time is not a good idea, even for a prepubescent little jerkwad like you. So that's what the argument was about. Can you stop shouting? Kurama snaps, and it's only partially accidental when his control wavers, the full force of his chakra crashing over them for just an instant. It shuts them both up immediately, though, so Kurama counts it as a win. He glowers at the two, then turns back to Pakken, who doesn't look nearly as impressed as he should. You. What the hell does Kakashi think he's doing coming here? Pakken arches his brows in a gesture he must have picked up from his summoner. Boss thinks he's doing what the Hokage ordered him to. He's got a message for you from the 3 caves currently in Konoha. You're gonna want to read it. With a high-pitched snarl, Momiji launches himself from Kurama's shoulders, landing on the edge of the table and peering over to bare his pointy teeth at the park. Kurama-sama has better things to do than listen to you, he snarls. Or your bastard of a summoner. Rolling his eyes, Kurama sets his tea down and scoops the fox up, cradling him in his arms as a low, continuous growl rumbles through the Reynard and his 5 tails bristle angrily. He turns his glare on Jiraiya and snaps, Kakashi attacked me when I tried to hug Naruto. I'm not inclined to give him a chance to drag the kid back to Konoha against his will. Jiraiya raises his hand in a placating gesture. Look, if the Hokage sent him with a message, it's important. And if we are going to throw ourselves headlong at Akatsuki the way I know you're planning, we are going to need all the backup we can get. Kakashi is one of Konoha's best. Give him a chance. Kurama really doesn't feel inclined to, since 3 of the last 4 times they've been within 100 yards of each other they've come to blows. And the remaining time doesn't even count, since Fuji was in the middle of getting them the hell away from their pursuers. But he's forgotten, he supposes, that Kakashi has a claim on Naruto too. That he does now and will in the future, and that is one of the precious people that is Naruto sent him back to save. Without Kakashi, the first time around, Naruto might never have been a shinobi, certainly wouldn't have been the same kind of shinobi. If he wants to take the logical angle, too, there's always the fact that as far as backup goes, he could do a hell of a lot worse than the Freak Squad, given Akatsuki's current members. Itachi is more than capable of facing Orochimaru, Tans will probably do decently against Kasame, Shisui is a wild card but probably strong in his own right, and Kakashi is just about the best person to face Obada, since they share an eye. Pain will, of course, be a pain in the ass, pun fully intended, but with Jiraiya around maybe they can manage to beat some sense into him. That leaves Sazori and Kakuzu, and Kurama feels fairly confident in his chances, even fighting both of them together. Now that his chakra is completely his own again, it won't be anything he can't handle. Fine, he says shortly and doesn't look at Jiraiya. He keeps his eyes on Momiji as he scratches behind the Reynard's ears, earning a gravel rough purr for his efforts. But I'm meeting them at the gate, and if they even think about causing trouble, I'm kicking them out on their asses faster than you can say gone. I'll come with you, Yugura agrees immediately, rising to his feet and snatching up his staff. Mai, you can sit on Momocha, I don't care. On that note, Mai says with a lioness smile, rounding on Kurama. You should be aware that I'm judging you for your taste, Uzumaki. Also, is he as good in bed as Amiyuri says he is? I never fucking slept with Amiyuri, Zabuza grunts, leaning around Kurama to steal his Kulente. If she says otherwise, she's lying. Mai sighs dramatically. I'll get a straight answer one of these days, Momocha. Not by asking Kurama you want. He smirks at Kurama, who raises an unimpressed eyebrow in return. Something happening, firecracker. Keep calling me that and the only thing that's happening is you getting your face introduced to my foot, Kurama retorts. Kopin in Kakashi is at the gates. Yugura and I were going to go let him in. Interest sparks in Zabuza's eyes, a hell of a lot more violent than the kind he showed last night. Kano has Kopin in. Always wanted to see how I do against that Sharingan of his. Want some company? Not particularly, Yugura says, Einhen. Are you going to pick a fight? Me? Zabuza gives him a bullshit grin, showing off his foul teeth. Never. I'll be an angel, Mizuki-sama. Yugura's expression says he doesn't buy it for a moment, but he still inclines his head. Very well. Pakken, was it? Which gate are they waiting at? Eastern tip of the city, Mizuki-sama, the park says, more or less politely, and leaps down to follow them as they head for the door. Kurama lets the other two men slide past him, then detours into the main room. I'm going out for a sec, kid, he says, crouching down next to Naruto again. You good to stay here with everyone else? Naruto pauses, halfway through a drawing of what is probably meant to be F with butterfly wings, and looks up, expression shifting to fate worry. You're gonna be okay, Kurama and I. Yeah. Kurama smiles at him. I just have to meet someone really quickly, but I'll be back as soon as I can. I'll keep an eye on him, Kurama and I. F offers cheerfully. Yujiro said she was going to wake Gaara up, too, so we can all play together again, right, Naru-chan? Right. Naruto cheers. If you come back before we are done, you can be on my team, Kurama and I. Kurama chuckles and leans in, kissing his forehead briefly before he rises to his feet. Well, with a promise like that, I'll have to, won't I? Both kids wave, and Kurama waves back, then heads for where Zabuza is leaning against the door. Shame the brats of you by the sword and curlies, the swordsman says idly, though his grin is anything but. You might be more interesting if they didn't. Right, Kurama says, completely unimpressed. And the reason you're hovering here totally isn't because Haku just walked into the kitchen. You tell him goodbye like a good mother bear. Fuck you, Zabuza spits, one hand snapping towards his sword. Kurama grins back, showing teeth, and... If you two are done posturing about which one is the better mother, Yugura says, clearly annoyed, we have a team of shinobi to meet. Zabuza gives him a short, sharp glare, then turns on his heel and stalks past. Watch yourself, he growls. That hat still looks tempting. If anything, Yugura's expression gets even less impressed as he turns to follow the swordsman. I invite you to try, Momocha. You didn't have a chance against me when I was brainwashed and only able to access a fraction of Isobu's power. You haven't a hope as I am now. Zabuza mutters something that might be we'll see about that, but he hardly says it loud enough to count. The only reason Kurama catches it is because he is fox ears. He's not overly smart, is he? Momiji mutters, wriggling out of Kurama's arms and climbing up onto his shoulder again. Kurama snorts. Has a tendency to think with his damn sword, from what I've seen. That earns him happy chatter from the Reynard. Pun intended. Pun definitely intended. Grinning, Kurama picks up his pace a little, falling into step with Yugura as they head out of the forest and into the village proper. He glances down at the Jinchuriki for a moment, then asks cautiously, "There going to be problems with you letting all of us stay here?" Yugura hums, inclining his head to a group of shinobi as they burr. The best thing about being both a cage and a Jinchuriki is that no one is certain which position supersedes the other, he says, and there's a hint of humor in his voice and the curve of his lips. In this case, I'll let them assume it's my ties as a Jinchuriki that are making me host you, and if they raise a fuss, I'll throw a fit and wreck whatever room we are in. Kurama supposes that a Jinchuriki losing their temper is something the rest of the world tries to avoid whenever possible, and thinking of the other cage's potential reaction makes him laugh. That's one method of getting your way, he says. I think I approve. I'm glad. Yugura is smiling, just a little. Especially since Mai keeps telling me to be careful. She doesn't understand. Only a Jinchuriki would. Kurama can't argue with that, not really. Even monsters like Zabuza can't quite understand the constant fear and hatred directed at a human container and the bijou inside of them, or the abuse they suffer in the name of strengthening their village. For all that he endured, Naruto was actually one of the lucky ones. It's going to be different now, though. Kurama won't let any of them go back to the way things were, even if he has to wreck a village or two to see to it. And once they see just how willing he is to do that, he thinks the cage will get the picture quickly enough. It can only be for their own benefit, after all. Kakashi isn't a man who feels fear in the face of anything but losing those dear to him. He can count the number of times something besides loss has truly scared him on one hand and a finger's left over. And this? Well, this isn't exactly adding to that, which probably proves a couple of Genma's more pointed accusations about Olik Jounan idiocy correct. Still, even knowing what he does, it's hard for Kakashi to look at the short, grumpy redhead stalking through Kuri's gates and feel anything but vague amusement, edged with a faint pang of nostalgia for when Kushina wore that particular look. It usually ended with Monado getting beaten over the head, sometimes with him just flat out getting his ass kicked, and Kakashi always got a healthy amount of glee out of it. Here and no, it doesn't feel all that different, which is a little disconcerting, even with the addition of an even shorter boy carrying a hook-ended staff and the tall, looming figure of one of the 7 swordsmen, blade slung over his shoulder. Oh, thank goodness, Pakken mutters, trotting up to him and sitting down at his feet. Message delivered, boss. Thanks, Kakashi says, giving him a crinkle-eyed smile, though he keeps Kurama in his peripheral vision just in case the redhead starts swinging. That's all I needed, Pakken. The pug huffs but vanishes in a puff of smoke, and Kakashi turns his attention to Kurama. Surprisingly, the man is hanging back, and the blond boy is approaching at a brisk pace. It's only when Kakashi gets a good look at the stitch-like scar on his left cheek and his pale purple eyes that he recognizes the Mizukichi and forces himself to bow politely. Damn it, but if Kurama has Ibura as an ally and Kuri is currently entertaining 9 Jinchuriki including their cage, it's no wonder the others coughed up a pardon so quickly. Hate Kakashi, Ibura says, cool and assessing. What business do you have in Kiridikyo? Political posturing is Kakashi's least favorite thing ever. Still, he forces his tone to politeness and slowly withdraws the Hokage message from his flak jacket pocket. Mizukichi-sama, the Hokage, Keiskage, and Reikage sent a request that you attend an upcoming cage summit that's to be hosted in Konoha. I was also asked to rendezvous with the Sannin Jiraiya and give Uzumaki Kurama a pardon for all actions taken. The Hokage invites him to return to Konoha if he wishes to, along with any who might want to accompany him. Grey-blonde brows rise sharply, and Ibura turns, casting a speaking look at Kurama. Kurama blinks back, uncrossing his arms from his chest, and takes a step forward. Already, he asks. They pardon me. No more chasing us across the damned country. Kakashi tips one shoulder in a shrug. I'd assume that's why they sent us to deliver the message, he says mildly. Proof of goodwill. Will you accept? Kurama shoots him a scathing look as he all but snatches the scroll from Kakashi's fingertips. A quick scan of the words makes him grin, showing that bare edge of sharp teeth, and then he re-rolls it. Perfect, he says with some satisfaction. Going to be an asshole again when I try to hug my nephew, Hatake. It takes effort not to wince, though Kakashi supposes he deserves that. Because of that, he meets Kurama's angry red gaze as evenly as he's able and says, I misunderstood. I'm sorry. One blink, then another, and the ender abates, muffled behind surprise. Looking away, Kurama reaches up to touch the silver fox perched on his shoulder and says gruffly, understandable. But next time you try to take Naruto from me, I'll feed your intestines, got it? Compared to the threat he made to eat them back when Kakashi's squad first captured him, that's a marked improvement as far as levels of violence go, so Kakashi takes it as the peace offering it's probably, maybe, intended to be. Of course, he says, and doesn't waver in the face of Kurama's clear suspicion. Ibura clears his throat, and when Kakashi turns to look at him, he says, I'm going to have to ask that the Uchiha in your party keep their Sharingan deactivated while in Kuri. I assume yours is in a constant state of activation, since it's not natural. Kakashi tries his best not to stiffen, and ignores the way Shisui, Tense, and Itachi are trading glances behind him. For a moment all he can see is Kurinin closing and under a full moon, Rin with a ghastly smile and his hand through her chest, the first moment of his Mangekyo activating as she died. He clenches his hands into fists and forces himself not to look down, even if he sees blood on them, like he knows he will. There isn't anything he can do about it right now. It's hardly something new for him, either. He should be used to it by now. You're correct, he manages to get out, though the words feel like they are strangling him. If those are your conditions for entering, Mizukichi-sama, my team will follow them as long as there's no direct threat to their safety. Agreed, then. Yugura turns on his heel, waving one of the guards closer. Secure rooms for the Konoha delegation, preferably close to where the Sannin Jiraiya is staying. Then locate Ao and tell him to arrange a guard to accompany me to the summit. I would prefer to have at least one of the swordsmen with me. The kunoichi salutes, then vanishes in a whirl of mist, leaving her partner to eye Kakashi's squad warily as they approach. Kakashi does his best to look non-threatening, short of pulling out his isha. He can just imagine the Hokage's reaction to him doing so in front of another cage, and while Sarutobi is generally accommodating of his habits, that would be pushing things a little too far. It's a definite regret, though Kakashi is practically suffering withdrawals right now. A sharp, leave-it, shark face brings Kakashi's attention back to his surroundings, and he glances over to see Kurama has waylaid the swordsman and is giving him a narrow look. I seem to recall you used the term angel barely 10 minutes ago. Ready to prove yourself a liar? The big man huffs. You gonna step in instead, firecracker? You know exactly what I want. Then he leers. At Kurama. Kakashi is very confused right now. You also said if we sparred would end up fucking on the training ground, Kurama says flatly, and Tans makes a quiet sound like he's dying. It's not happening, Zabuza. Curiosity satisfied. I wasn't good enough to tempt you into another time. Zabuza grins at him. Better let me try again and see if I can do better the second time around. No flirting, Yugura cuts in, sounding aggrieved. The other night was bad enough. If I want violent soppiness, I'll talk to Mai. Kurama, do you intend to go after Akatsuki before or after you return to Konoha? Distracted, Kurama turns away, leaving Kakashi to eye Zabuza a little disbelievingly. Because that's Momocha Zabuza, demon of the hidden mist, and Kurama can't have been in Kuri more than a handful of days. Just how fast does he move? Still, it's a question to ask later. He keeps most of his attention on Kurama as the redhead answers, before. The approach is easier from here. I'll take a ship to Frost Country, then another to Moon Country, and head straight for the mountain's graveyard. With any luck they won't see me coming. Us, Yugura corrects, and then, catching the expression that flickers over Kurama's face, adds, not me, I'm the Mizukage and have a village on the edge of civil war to rebuild. But that's why the Toad Sage is bringing these four in, isn't it? And somehow I don't see Risha or Han allowing you to leave them behind. Kurama's expression turns mulish, and he stalks after Yugura as the Mizukage heads back into the village. No fucking way am I taking Jinchuriki to face down Akatsuki. How stupid do you think I am? I'm not piranha breath over there. Hey, Zabuza protests, though he sounds closer to amused than insulted. Kurama waves a dismissive hand at him. Oh, shut up. Your sword's more reasonable than you are, and that's a bad sign. You weren't complaining about my sword last night. Keep bringing that up and you won't have one at all. Either of them. Kakashi resists the urge to look heavenward. Allies. Yeah. This partnership is going to go splendidly. He's so excited. Sir. Gods, is it too early to retire? Maybe Itachi has the right idea. Chapter 34, Deprehend. Deprehend DP are H&D, to catch, to take unwary by surprise, to seize, as a person committing an unlawful act, to catch, to apprehend, to detect, to discover, to find out. From Latin deprehendere, from de plus prehendere, to lay hold of, seize. Kakashi can remember the Naruto from Konoha, the lonely little boy who tried too hard to be happy and only counted the Hokage as a friend. He can remember the Naruto from Whirlpool, grinning at him from the back of the flying fox. What he can't remember is this Naruto laughing freely, running across the wet grass with two other children, arms outstretched. Can't remember happiness, or such pure joy, or that free smile with no shadows in his eyes. Minado's eyes in the sun, warm and blue and so full of life and wonder. Kushina, too, hidden away in the angle of his grin, the merry mischief on his face. It feels like a blow to the chest, like a kunai driven into his gut. Kakashi comes to a sharp stop, one hand catching the edge of the gate to steady him, and can't do anything but stare. Kurama pushes past him with a huff, but doesn't pause. I'm back, kid, he calls. Did you brats catch another geezer? Just the same one, Nia Yujida says, a cat-pleased smile on her face as she rounds the corner of the building and comes to a halt. Hot on her heels, Naruto comes flying back into sight, looking fit to burst with glee. Kurama-nai, Kurama-nai. Can you play with us now? Kakashi expects Kurama to wave him off, to offer a the adults need to talk excuse. Instead, Kurama crouches down, letting Naruto barrel right into him, and scoops the boy off his feet, tossing him over his shoulder like a sack of rice. I guess I could, he says, pretending reluctance, though Kakashi can see how he's fighting a smile and losing. Oof. Something small and red collides with his leg, and he grabs the tiny creature by the back of its shirt and hauls it up, settling it on his hip. Another small child, Kakashi is horrified to see, and takes a prudent step back lest he be called on to babysit or hold one or something. Kurama doesn't even glance at him. Hey, Gaara, he says, warm and a good bit softer than the voice he used with Naruto. Staying out of trouble. The Keisuke brat, the one Baki called dangerous and unstable and prone to violent outbursts, gives Kurama a sweet, shy smile and curls his arms around the man's neck, laying his head on Kurama's shoulder. We played tag. It was fun, he says, muffled and barely translatable. Yeah. Naruto chimes in, happily hanging upside down. Rishi got distracted by FS glittery stuff and a branch knocked him down, and then Han started laughing at him, and they decided to wrestle. Well, Rishi decided to wrestle. Han was laughing so hard he didn't seem to notice. So the two oldest Jinchuriki really did make it here, as the cage thought. Kakashi would be surprised, except that's just how his luck seems to go. All he can really hope for is that Rishi won't want to continue their fight, or hold on to any grudges. He doesn't have the mental fortitude to deal with more than one Jinchuriki at a time out for his blood, and Kurama is dangerous enough on his own. And the house is still standing. Color me astonished. Kurama tickles Naruto's bare feet, making the boy giggle and squirm, and then hitches him up a little higher and heads for the backyard. Astonished? What color is that? Naruto sounds confused and is trying to crane his head around to look at his uncle. Either he hasn't noticed Kakashi and is 10 yet, or he just doesn't care, and Kakashi isn't sure which option stings more. He has no right to Naruto's attention, not really, but he looks an awful lot like all the best parts of Minato and Kushina. So terrifyingly much like all the things Kakashi has allowed to slip from between his fingers and shatter on the ground. It's just a silly saying, Neru-chan, another voice chimes in, and a fourth child, this one with green hair, leaps lightly off the roof, lands, and immediately launches herself at Kurama's back, just managing not to completely squish Naruto. Kurama grunts theatrically, staggering forward, and Yujido grabs the arm that's supporting Gaara like she's going to keep him on his feet. Something wicked sparks in Kurama's grin, making Yujido's eyes widen, and with an exaggerated cry he tips over. Kakashi can recognize a controlled fall when he sees one, but the kids hanging off of the redhead all shriek in gleeful terror as Kurama topples to the ground and rolls to pin all four of them with his weight. Kurama-nai, the green-haired girl, complains loudly, trying to whittle out from under his right shoulder. No fair. Naruto agrees, voice muffled by the curve of Kurama's back. You're heavy. Kakashi notes that of all of them, Gaara looks the least troubled. Then again, he's tucked under Kurama's left arm, still in pretty much the same position with his arms around Kurama's neck, and it seems like he'd be more than happy to stay there. Yeah, Kakashi is thinking Baki may have missed one or two things about the kid's personality. Are you calling me fat? Kurama shoots back, letting a little more of his weight rest on them to a chorus of exaggerated groans. Are you brats? Closing the gate behind their group, Zabuza laughs. I can say with certainty you're not, he says, clearly amused, and takes a few faux casual steps forward. But if you want help pinning them down. Yujido squeaks and twists harder, apparently not a fan of this idea. As she staggers to her feet, she gives Zabuza a look that borders on actual evil, says to Kurama, the geezer's probably trying to yell for you, Kurama-nai. You should come rescue him again, and stalks back around the side of the house. Kurama rolls his eyes, accepting the hand Zabuza offers and letting the swordsman tuck him to his feet. He sidesteps Zabuza's cheerful grope of his ass, sweeps the other man's feet out from under him, and scoops up the two 6-year-olds as Zabuza yelps and goes down. You know, anyone else would think you were joking, he calls after Yujido as the green-haired girl scrambles onto his back again. Madatabi says you should know better by now, the blonde calls back, and Kakashi can hear something like muffled swearing under the words. Yeah. Kurama hitches Gaara up, boosts Naruto over his shoulder again, and follows, muttering about cats under his breath. Well, Shisui says at length, sliding up to stand at Kakashi's elbow. I think we can strike off manipulating them to earn their loyalty from the list of Kurama's misdeeds. I wouldn't even let Sasuke climb all over me like that. Sasuke would be more likely to go for a grunt shot, Itachi reminds him pointedly. And you would be more likely to pull his hair. His eyes are softer, though, somehow. Touched with something Kakashi can't quite place. He wonders if the spark has anything to do with Itachi's desire to leave A and B, but doesn't ask. Sasuke's a brat, Shisui complains, and Kakashi can't believe he doesn't choke on the hypocrisy of that statement. Apparently, neither contends, because he coughs pointedly. When Shisui glares at him, he just gives a creepy, bland smile in return, and says, "What was that, Shisui? I couldn't hear you over the sound of your childishness." Shisui sticks his tongue out at him and flips him off, and Tens beams back, giving him gowl eyes that send a shiver down even Kakashi's spine. It is, Kakashi thinks, a rather neat summary of the entirety of their interactions. Children. Don't make the captain send you to your rooms, the 11-year-old in the group says mildly, and Kakashi kind of wants to put his face in his hands. His team, why? Zabuza, of course, laughs at them as he pushes to his feet. You siblings, or are you just fucking, he asks, and snickers at the twin horrified looks that suddenly snap in his direction. Hey, I'm not judging. Some people get off on that. Like Mayan. If you finish that sentence, I will tell Amiri that you implied Kunoichi are naturally weaker. Or my, Yugura says from behind them, as mild as a summer sky, and Zabuza instantly snaps his mouth shut. It makes Kakashi think of Anko's reaction to that statement, and he winces. If my or Amiri's reaction is anything similar, he understands completely. Don't say shit like that, Zabuza growls, picking up his sword and slinging it over his shoulder again. Terum could be. Yugura rolls his eyes. If she hasn't left, he says dismissively, she's probably wherever she is, throwing herself at the poor man. I am not. The main door flies open, and an auburn-haired woman in a blue dress stalks down the steps. Keep your slander to yourself, shrimp. And Ao is here, if you can tear yourself away from your new hero long enough to meet with him. I'm not hero-worshipping Kurama, you hearty. Yugura retorts, eyes narrowing. My looks like he just handed her a gift. I never mentioned Kurama, did I? She asks gleefully. Funny that your mind should jump right to him, Yugura. I hope you get left at the altar, Yugura hisses, and die all alone with 10 cats. The Kunoichi screeches in fury, lunging like she's going to strangle him, and Kakashi rapidly decides it's time to relocate. He ducks flailing limbs and double times it after Kurama. Zabuza, who apparently has the same idea, keeps pace. Fucking swear I miss him being brainwashed, the swordsman mutters, casting a worry eye behind them. I could handle Terum being sad and resigned about killing her best friend. This shit is what's terrible. Kakashi can't say he disagrees. Though, now that he thinks about it, and he would kindly like his brain to stop, actually, there are definitely parallels between Mai and Yugura's interactions and Tan's and Shisui's, no matter how much he wishes he could UNC them. Still, friendship. They are good friends. He doesn't care unless they get in an actual fight and seriously disrupt the team. Kakashi's head may be firmly in the sand, but that's okay. He likes it there. Just around the corner, the muffled swearing Kakashi's been hearing resolves itself into less muffled swearing, coming from a white-wrapped bundle that's roughly the size and shape of the toad sage. Kurama is beside the riddling prisoner, crouched down with the 4 kids around him and a dark-haired teenager next to him, and he looks amused. Kakashi doesn't really want to know, but he drifts in that direction anyway, because the only other option is the porch. Han and Rishi are sitting on the porch. And they are watching him. Like hawks. Going to do, string him up somewhere. Kurama is asking when he gets close enough to hear, and where Kakashi has heard most parental figures in this kind of situation sound aggrieved or annoyed, Kurama sounds faintly proud and very much like he's swallowing laughter. Zabuza's not going to approve. Doesn't fit his decor. You mean Haku won't approve, Yujido corrects, and there's a stubborn tilt to her chin. Do we have to let him go, the green-haired girl, Taki's Jinchuriki, Kakashi is sure, and he remembers the bite marks on the dead Jounin they found with a healthy amount of respect for her scrappiness, chimes in. He hurt Yujito, and he tried to apologize for it. Yujito says it like it's the worst thing that could happen in the aftermath. Kitten, sweetheart, he probably thought it was the right thing. I'm a kunoichi, the blonde girl snaps and then looks horrified that she did. She ducks her head, hands fisting at her sides, and adds in a much quieter tone, Kurama, I'm a kunoichi, and I almost lost a fair fight between us. I don't want him to say sorry for that. But he keeps trying and he won't stop. With a faint sigh, Kurama hooks an arm around Yujito's shoulders and pulls her into a hug. I know, kitten, he says, warm and faintly amused. Have you tried telling him that? Yujito rolls her eyes at him, but shakes her head and steps back, and Kurama lets her go. She looks at the tacky girl, who is apparently her partner in crime in this matter, and gets a carefree smile that has an edge of teeth to it as an answer. Fine, she allows. We'll let him out. Gara-chan, can you stop coating the wraps with your sand? The little red-headed boy, still clinging to Kurama's shirt, nods seriously and turns his attention on the wriggling bundle. Almost invisible particles slide off, pooling on the ground, and all at once the cloth tears. Jiraiya rips his way through the bindings with murder in his expression, but when his gaze settles on Kurama he pulls up short. Your little brats, he starts. Kurama ignores him completely. Your control's gotten a lot better, he tells Gara. Good job. Gara buries his face in Kurama's side, hiding his pleased flush, and mumbles something that might be a thank you. Kurama just chuckles and ruffles his hair, then looks at Naruto, who's crouching next to him. You helped too, he asks. Yep. Naruto says cheerfully. Yujito-ne said I could be the distraction, so I made a big bunch of chains and made the geezer think they were gonna grab him, but then effed him with the sparkly stuff and Yujito-ne wrapped him up. We are the best team ever. You definitely are, Kurama agrees, tweaking his nose, but Kakashi can hardly hear him over the sound of his heartbeat. Chakra chains. Like Kushina's adamantine chains. He'd known they were an Uzumaki clan secret, and only possible for those with the largest reserves of chakra, but he hadn't quite made the connection, he supposes. Hadn't looked at Kurama and thought Uzumaki and had it mean all the things he should. But now, standing with Naruto, knowing the Jetsu well enough to teach it. Kakashi looks at Kurama and for the first time, he really sees Kushina's brother. It's there in his face, the curve of his cheek, the shape of his eyes, the angle of his grin. Naruto shares it too, now that he can compare them side by side. Here and now, he can say with absolute certainty that there's no way that they are unrelated. Oh, he thinks, and doesn't quite know where to go from there. Kurama. Yugura calls, and the redhead glances up. Kakashi looks back towards the porch, where the Mizukage has joined Rishi and Han, and you at the blue-haired man with an eye patch cries, pointing at Shisui. You. Kakashi raises a brow at his subordinate. Shisui looks absolutely blank for about 7 seconds, and then his eyes widen. The old guy. With the Byakugan. I'm not old, the Jounin barks. What do you think you're doing in Korea? If you're going to control our Mizukage again. Yugura raises a hand. Ayo, he says simply, and the man stops short. Pulling himself up, he turns and bows to the Yondain. My apologies, Mizukage-sama, but the last time I encountered him he laid a genjutsu on 2 of my team and would have killed us if we didn't retreat. And knowing what we do about the man who controlled you, having an Uchiha here. Kakashi's brain jumps from that to the Hokage's mention in his letter of Yugura being freed from a genjutsu, and from there to his request that the Uchiha keep their Sharingan deactivated. And it makes a horrifying amount of sense, given what the Sharingan is supposed to be able to do to Bija. But it also doesn't, because the last time an Uchiha was declared a missing nin was Madara. Ayo, that's enough, Yugura says evenly. Close your mouth. Kurama, can we discuss your plans for a moment? Kurama looks at the kids gathered around him and sighs. Sure, he calls back, then pushes to his feet. Gaara lets go of him with clear reluctance, immediately moving back to Naruto's side, and the tacky girl pouts a little. I thought you were going to play with us, she protests, though it's half-hearted at best. In a few minutes, Kurama promises. Just need to hash out a few details. Kakashi, you'll probably want to listen in. Your team, too. Kakashi can't help but wonder how much of that is true and how much is to keep them away from Naruto and safely under Kurama's eye. He's not going to protest, though, because Jiraiya is nodding and pulling himself to his feet. "About time you got here," the Toad Sage says. "I've been keeping these brats entertained for an hour now, and we've got more important things to deal with." "These brats have kicked your ass twice now," Kurama retorts. He waits for Kakashi and his team to follow Jiraiya towards the house before bringing up the rear. "You just afraid they'll bruise your ego to the point it can't recover?" "My ego can recover from anything," Jiraiya says with pride. "Speaking of which, that lovely redhead is going to learn you're the one who's been spying on the bathhouses if you make so much as a pass at her." "I hear she reacts like Tsunade," Kurama finishes for him, baring his teeth in what might be a grin. Then he pauses, glancing back at the silent teenager still standing with the other children. The boy just smiles. "Go ahead," he urges. "Saikan and I have agreed that it's best we stay here with the younger Jinchuriki while you go after Akatsuki. I may as well stay with them now, too." "The fact that Saikan is sensible is a gift from the sage," Kurama says dryly. "You definitely got lucky there, Yudakada." There's a pause as the boy's eyes lose focus, and then he smiles and answers, "Saiken says you're his favorite, so he's happy to help." "Well, he's my favorite, too." Kurama waves a hand as he turns back, narrowing his eyes faintly when he catches Kakashi watching. Kakashi promptly offers up his best bullshit smile and waves cheerfully. "Coming, Kurama?" he asked brightly. The redhead rolls his eyes, but as he makes to pass Kakashi, his steps falter. He takes a breath, looks away, and then says gruffly, "You overreacted." "So did I. I just couldn't let you take him from me." Then, as if that's all the emotionality he can stand for the day, he books it towards the porch. Kakashi stares after him, caught completely off guard, and tries to reconcile the bitter, angry man he first met, always on a hair trigger and grieving so clearly that it leached into everything he did, with this man, who apologizes sincerely and laughs with the kids he's picked up and is able to make jokes that aren't parked on both sides. Oh, he thinks again, but can't manage anything else. Because the Kurama he met on his mission was a broken, shattered thing, shards just barely held together by willpower and stubbornness. To see him come so far in a few short weeks, to see him healed, and not just superficially. It's not that it means anything, really, because Kakashi is fine and is told everyone who has ever asked exactly that. But it's interesting, intellectually, to see someone who's lost everything build something new in its place. Kakashi takes a breath, wishes he hadn't buried his Isha at the bottom of his weapons pouch, or that he could somehow get to his A&B mask, and follows Kurama inside. This road trip isn't turning out quite the way we expected. With a roar of pure fury, the woman who was previously after him, but now only seems to want to help, throws herself at the blue-haired woman who is wrapped up in paper that won't tear. The blue-haired woman dodges, ducks the massive black dot that comes flying in from the other side, and retreats in a hurry from a swarm of rattling insects that land on B's paper cocoon and start draining the chakra from it. "Got it, Shibi," the Konoha Kunoichi shouts, grinning like this is the most fun she's ever had. "Affirmative," the hooded shinobi off to the side says. He doesn't go after his partner as she launches herself into the surrounding forest, following the other Kunoichi. Instead, he turns his attention to B, calling his insects back into the gourd on his back and reaching out to rip off the first layer of paper. From deeper into the woods, there's a dog's deep snarl, a woman's angry shout, and the heavy thunder of a tree falling. Shibi glances that way, but still doesn't move. "Thanks for the save, man," B manages as soon as his mouth is uncovered. "Not called to be caught when you're on the lan." The other shinobi is unmoved by the brilliance of his rap. "The Hokage and Reikage sent my team to retrieve you. It would be best if you returned to Konoha with us immediately." "No can do." B protests. "Got a Jinchuriki reunion to get to, Yahoo. There is an organization of S-rank missing Nin after you," another man, sliding out of the shadows. He is one arm clutched to his chest, clearly broken, and is walking with a limp. The hooded shinobi immediately abandons B, hurrying over to loop an arm around the long-haired man's waist. The newcomer accepts it gratefully, leaning heavily on his partner, and asks, "Soon?" In the distance, another tree falls with a booming crash, and the hooded man says dryly, "Guess." The other shinobi snorts and looks up at B. His eyes are eerily pale, almost colorless, and B realizes with a start that he's a Hyuga. You will come back with us, the Hyuga says, flat and certain. I may hate your brother with every fiber of my being, but I won't fail a mission appointed by the Hokage himself. You don't gotta hate he might talk tough but is a sunshiny ray, be tries, and yes, it's a slight exaggeration, but that's what artistic license is for. The hooded shinobi winces and the Hyuga's mouth thins into an angry line. He is responsible for the death of my twin, he snaps. He had my daughter kidnapped and my brother killed, all for our eyes. I have every right to hate him. Shibi, we need to move. Eagle's squad is down to 2 members. Of all the Hyuga to send after him, he silently curses his brother's luck because it's certainly not his and reaches for his own partner. Gaiki answers readily, feeding him chakra until it falls over him like a shroud and he twists his body, loosening up. You go deal with the paper chick, me and Gaiki have 6 other asses to kick. The Hyuga snarls something that really doesn't suit a clan head, or at least not the ones B has met, but when he takes a step towards B the other Konoha shinobi pulls him back. We can't run, Hayashi, Shibi says firmly. They will chase us and we will lose what advantage we have. Hayashi takes a breath, closes his eyes and then opens them again. They all have exactly the same chakra signature, he tells B. I assume there's some way for them to share line of sight, given the way they move. Be careful. They killed 3 A and BU in a handful of minutes, and they seem entirely prepared to face a Jinchuriki. Thanks to you, we got it now, B says, offering him a salute. We'll beat M up and take a burr. The Hyuga nods, grits his teeth, and pulls himself upright. We'll come for you as soon as Tsun's opponent is dealt with. Hold them off until then. Without waiting for an answer, he steps away from Shibi, still limping fatally, and hurries into the trees. Shibi gives B one last nod before he follows swiftly. There's movement in the darkness behind him, and B turns sharply to face the man standing beside the wide trunk. Orange hair, heavy piercings, ringed purple eyes, it's the man who first attacked him out of nowhere. Got a name other than Fool? Attacking B-Sama's just not cool. B says accusingly. The man doesn't move beyond a faint tip of his head. I'm going to create a new world, he says, and his gaze doesn't waver from B's. And for that, I need you. Or rather, the tailed beast inside of you. One man here means the other 5 have to be close by. B hopes they didn't go after the Konoha Tain, but judging by the fact that the attacker is here and the A and BU Tain is nowhere to be found, the odds of them leaving bystanders alive isn't good. And, given the way Ujida's teachers were killed, almost like an afterthought. You're the ones that attacked little Ujida, B realizes. That's just not cool, yeah. The man remains unmoved. The Nibi escaped me, but it doesn't matter. I'll be taking you. There's a click, a hiss, and B spins just in time to see 3 rockets come flying from the trees, headed straight for him. He ducks to the side, leaps back and away, and they strike the ground where he was standing, exploding with a thunderous boom and filling the air with smoke and rubble. B lands further back, bracing himself, and feeds even more of Gaiki's chakra into the clerk. He's completely confident in his own powers, but 6 against 1 isn't exactly good odds, even for a Jinchuriki. The smoke whirls, shifts, and parts. The 5 strange shinobi step through, perfectly in sync, and B remembers Hayashi's warning about shared sight. He steps back, then sets his feet and holds his ground. The pale, transparent chakra surrounding him bleeds red-black, covering him completely, and the first man, he smiles. Ah, he says, and walks forward, taking his place with the other 5. Now that's the power we seek. A tip of his head, a flick of his hand, and he orders, go. They move as one, swift and eerily silent, and B only has time to bring up his fists before the first one is closing in. Chapter 35, Succiduous. Succiduous succidous, falling, in the process of falling, ready to fall, tottering. From Latin succiduous, from succidary, to fall under, dot. Dan, Tsun says breathlessly, slumped over against Kurama. The Nindod is breathing heavily, sides heaving, and Tsun presses a hand against her own ribs, wincing a little at the thick tackiness of blood. Her uniform is in tatters from the origami weapons the other kunoichi used, but at least she's standing, if only mostly under her own power. The same can't be said for Hayashi, unfortunately. Between the broken arm and the ankle that's probably fractured, he's on the ground, looking grim even as he struggles to rise. Shibi isn't in any hurry to help him, busy trussing up their opponent with as much ninja wire as the three of them have on them. Judging by the reproving looks he's shooting both her and Hayasha, he doesn't approve of them still being even close to on their feet. Not that they have a choice, Tsu knows. The sound of the fight off to the left is still loud and frantic, a constant reminder that their mission isn't even approaching finished yet. Another choked sound of pain escapes her idiot teammate, and Tsu's temper snaps. Damn it, Hyuga. Sit the hell down, fix your fucking ankle if you haven't forgotten every bit of medical ninjutsu you used to know, and then try being a stubborn bastard. Hayashi glares at her, face unnaturally pale with pain, but sinks back down to the ground. We're running out of time, he gets out through clenched teeth. Yeah, well, we'll have more of it if he can actually stand, Tsu fires back, then knots her fingers in Kurama's thick fur and pushes herself upright. She watches narrowly as Hayasha mutters something unpleasant under his breath, but slides a green glowing hand over his arm and nods in satisfaction as the visible lines of pain in his face start to ease. The idiot might feel as if he's wasting chakra better spent on his Byakudan, but is good enough at taijutsu even after years of lazing around as Klein had that is more useful moving. She takes a step, testing, and is pleased when it doesn't wobble. First step in getting back into the fight is to actually get to the fight, and she's got a decent chance now. Shubi. Can we leave her? Not that they really have a choice. The three of them are too battered to drag the enemy kunoichi along right now, so they'll have to head out either way. Yes, Shibi answers succinctly, one of the things she loves him for. Between her closed tenketsu points, blood loss, and the kikaichi currently feeding off her, she will not get far even if she wakes. Tsu's missed working as a team the last few years. She grins, fierce and wild, and knows her teeth are red with blood, but also that these two men, of all those in the village, will never care. Good. Stay with Hayashi in case there are more of them where she came from. I'll go after the Jinchuriki. Don't be foolish. Hayasha snaps, looking like he wants to jump to his feet and grab her. Take Shibi with you, I'll be fine. I can see. Not if you're concentrating on something else, Tsu cuts in sharply. I'm the distraction, you're the main attack, so get back on your damn feet and focus on figuring out how to take those 6 bastards down. Tactics aren't her strong suit, but Hayasha lives and breathes subtlety, and no one but a Nara can beat Shibi when it comes to strategy. Between the two of them, they won't let her get killed, and someone has to stall the rest of the attackers long enough to come up with something. I've got Kurama. We'll make do until you're back on your feet. So stop arguing and start planning. Very well, Shibi says shortly, stepping away from the captured kunoichi and crouching at Hayashi's side. He looks at the other man for a moment, and even with his eyes and most of his face hidden, Hayashi apparently understands his intention. There's a brief pause before the Hyuga inclines his head, and a moment later his Byakudan activates. Tsu opens her mouth to protest, because if he's watching his surroundings instead of his already crappy healing, he's definitely not going to be walking anytime soon, and Hayashi cuts her off with a sharp sound. Go, soon. I'll watch for any patterns in their movements. This is not negotiable. That tone says it really isn't. Look at you, regrowing that spine. Thought those harpy elders of yours stole it, Tsu says, viciously amused, and laughs when he glares at her. It's been a hell of a long time since she saw him in his German uniform instead of his fancy robes, and longer since she saw that spark of life and fury in his eyes. Not since his Asha died, she thinks, and even if they lose this fight she'll be grateful for that at least. Lifting a hand in upset farewell, she lets go of Kurama, dares her legs to buckle and her head to spin, and when she manages to stay on her feet decides that's good enough. She takes off running, a touch of chakra letting her keep pace with Kurama as he bounds ahead, and they both aim for the ruckus that says Killer Bee still fighting. A single leap out of the trees and into the battleground leaves them in the midst of utter chaos. A towering gate like a face with teeth stands off to one side, guarded by a beat man. Another, made of metal and undaunted by the partially transformed Jinchuriki in the center of the ring, fires a barrage of rockets, then spins out of the way of a stabbing tentacle. In his place, the man who spoke when the group first appears steps in, and the octopus-like tentacle crashes heavily to the ground. At the same moment, the only woman snaps out a summoning, and a massive lizard rises behind her, then disappears. Camouflage, Tsu realizes, because she can still smell the thing. But the Jinchuriki clearly can't, because he doesn't seem to notice it sliding around behind him. That's enough of an opening, Tsume decides. She jerks a pair of kunai with flashbang tags from her weapons pouch and hurls herself forward, Kurama perfectly in step. With a roar, she hurls them, and the detonation shakes the battlefield. Light bursts, painfully searing, but Tsume keeps her eyes shut tight. She hasn't needed her eyes to fight in years, not when her nose and ears are more than good enough. In an instant she has the location of the man with the rockets, still blinded by the flash. A high leap, a surge of chakra in her own body and mirrored in the familiar form beside her, and Tsume launches into the fan-passing fan technique. She and Kurama slam into the red-headed man, tearing through metal and flesh before they leap away again to land off to the side. A twist, a flip over the lunge of the lone woman, and she lands on all fours, then spins and jumps. Kurama catches her, just as he always does, and she uses his wide back as a springboard to hurl herself headlong at the first man as the light fades. She almost makes it. The tag goes dark, and Tsume opens her eyes to find the man with the AME Hatae braced in front of her, hand outstretched. It feels like falling off a mountain and landing flat on her back, like gravity has suddenly doubled or condensed. Tsume cries out as she slams into the ground, hard enough to knock every bit of air from her lungs as her voice cuts off with a hollow gasp. Her fingers claw at the dirt, trying to get enough leverage for her to rise, but she can't. The pressure is too much, too steady. With a snarl like a furious bear, Kurama leaps for the bastard's throat. The redhead dodges as if he's got eyes in the back of his head, but the weight on Tsume's chest vanishes. She doesn't give them time to recover, but immediately rolls to all fours and launches herself at one of the other men. He dodges as well, slips out of the path of her attack and the 3 kunai she hurls when he turns his back, and a moment later jumps away from the lash of a tentacle. All these clowns got shared line of sight, throw another tag, and make it bright, the Jinchuriki shouts, blocking what looks like a reflected jutsu with one power clock down. Well, that's simple enough to understand. Shared line of sight won't do much good if they can't see at all. With a vicious grin, Tsume grabs for another flash bomb, then shouts, Kurama. Her partner leaps back from where he's harrying the AME shinobi at the same moment as the tag leaves her hand. There's a brush of fur, a rush of movement as one of the enemy lunges, but the burst of brilliance covers it. Tsume throws herself sideways, then forward, and under the cover of the light hears a familiar hum. She laughs even as she twists into another fan-passing fan, feeling Kurama mirror her, and this time she aims for the long-haired redhead who's held himself back. He's next to the corpse of the first one she killed, about to pick his fallen teammate up, but Tsume hits him before he can. There's no scream, even though she feels flesh tear beneath the force of the blow, blood splattering her clothes, and something strikes her hard, that condensed gravity slamming her back into the trunk of a tree and then right through it, and she hits the ground so hard that blackness swims behind her eyes. Killer Bee shouts, but she doesn't bother trying to make the words out, too busy trying to relearn how to breathe. A shadow falls over her, and a deep, cold voice says, interference will not be tolerated. Fuck you, asshole, Tsume growls, glaring up at him as she tries to pull herself to her knees. Kurama is doing the same, but his foreleg keeps buckling under him, and Tsume doesn't feel all that hot herself. Those will be your last words, the man says, infuriatingly emotionless, and raises his hand. Tsume braces herself as best she can for another crushing wave, and a swarm of inky black drops over the AME shinobi like a thick, moving veil. He tries to leap back, to move, but his movements have suddenly become slow, jerking. A hand finds Tsume's elbow and hauls her to her feet, and she does her best not to simply collapse on Shibi's shoulder. Could fucking kiss you, Shibi, she manages, dizzy with relief. Shibi flashes faintly under the cover of his hood, the way he always does, and she can't help but laugh as 2 more of the red-headed attackers go flying, swept off their feet by Bei. There's a summons in the trees, she shouts to him. Watch your back. 45 degrees to your left, Hayasha warns, getting an under Kurama's broad barrel and hauling the ninja to his feet as well. Tsume would coo, because look at that, the pretty jerk really does care, stick up his ass and all, but she's too busy trying to catch her breath. It's reaching for you, move. Something shimmers, jerks, lists. The chameleon wavers into view, large black shapes attached to its cold body that are rapidly growing. Tsume hasn't seen Shibi use his Kadaichi since the Third War, had even thought he didn't host them anymore given the dangers, but she's never been so glad to see a handful of bugs in her life. Plan, she demands, trying to take a step away from her human crutch. It's a futile effort because her knees immediately buckle and her vision swims so suddenly that she almost crashes to the ground again. Hayashi catches her on one side, Shibi on the other, and they haul her back up to mostly upright, but unless either one of them is hiding an entire case of soldier pills, she's not going anywhere anytime soon. We are working on it, Hayashi snaps. Had we not had to come rescue you from your own recklessness? The mouth-like door that's been standing forgotten gapes open, and the woman hurls the bodies of her two fallen teammates in. Fuck, Tsun says, because she doesn't need Hayashi's eyes to see that that's a bad thing. Before she can make it so much as a step, though, Hayashi and Shibi haul her back, leaping out of the way of a burst of smoke and chakra. A massive dog with multiple heads snarls, snapping its teeth after them, only to crash into a wall of stone. Hayashi calls up with a shout. The fact that he's resorting to elemental techniques instead of his much-vaunted and ever-fussy gentle fist style tells Tsun just how screwed they really are. Shibi, we could really use a few more of those Kadite right about now, she snaps as the summons growls, shaking chips of stone out of its fur, and advances on them again. We are lucky I had those 4, Shibi says bluntly. Had I not been tending to them when the Hokage called, I wouldn't have been carrying any. It's Hayashi who curses at that, not her, though Tsun would definitely like her. She hears a creak of metal, smells a rush of smoke, and jerks her head around in time to see the mouthgate gape open again. The 2 formerly dead shinobi step out of it, perfectly unharmed, and she snarls, "Oh, that's just not fucking fair." Hayashi doesn't look thrilled, either. Some sort of resurrection technique. Splendid. And odds are they'll defend that gate at all costs. Shibi hurls himself sideways, bowling both of them right off their feet, and directs their graceless tumble behind a large tree as a massive bird with a drill-like beak crashes down where they were just a moment ago. It stabs at them, ready to swallow them whole, but even as the beak descends, Hayashi leaps to his feet and whirls out in front of them, his 8 trigrams revolving heaven sending the creature crashing to the side. A deep bellow of pain snaps Tsun's attention back to the Jinchuriki they're supposed to be retrieving, and she staggers to her feet, even though she has to lean heavily on the tree to get there. They are distracting us, she spits. Hayashi, Shibi, ow. Because plain distraction worked so well before, Hayashi scoffs, but the lines of his face are deep with worry. If we can't get to the main battlefield because of these summons, they'll be free to concentrate their attacks on Killer Bay. Eagle's squad is dead, Shibi says quietly. And the Raikid's guards. Retreat? It sticks in Tsun's craw, even just the thought of surrendering like that. No, she says fiercely, and Kurama growls his agreement, staggering over to brace himself against her hip. She wavers for a moment, then steadies and glances down at her partner. He stares back, single eye equally determined, and soon feels her lips pull back from her teeth in an expression that's equal parts snarl and grin. Fuck no. Konoha shinobi don't run. Not while there's still a chance of winning. Shibi and Hayashi trade brief glances, and then Shibi nods. Hayashi inclines his head, calls up another Dotonjutsu to intercept the bird summons' next strike, and orders, "Go. We'll cover you." Tsun laughs, swinging a leg over Kuramari's back and pulling herself astride the massive nindog. "Let's go make friends, boy," she cheers, grabbing another handful of flash bombs. She tosses them to Shibi even as his Kikite rise to surround him, and orders, "Show em who they should really be afraid of, bug boy." Shibi flashes again, and she can tell he's rolling his eyes behind his sunglasses, but he simply nods. Tsun claps him on the shoulder, bites down on the handle of a kunai, and fans 3 more out in each hand. A heel against his flank has Kuramari spinning, and he snarls as he bolts straight for the dog summons. There's a heavy limp in each stride, and it would be enough to throw off Tsun's aim even if her vision wasn't wavering, but this target is too big to miss. She bellows a war cry and hurls her kunai with all the force she can muster, then flashes through hand seals and sends a wave of fire after the blades. It's widespread and weak, not enough to do more than set the leaves to smoking, but it still makes the summons jerk back to protect its eyes. With a shout, Tsun grabs Kuramari's ruff, and the Nindog leaps through the vanishing wall of flame, skidding sideways under the swipe of massive jaws. Behind them, Shibi bolts for the main battle, faster than she's seen him move in a long time, and Tsun launches an exploding tag at the summons before it can notice or move to intercept. The explosion makes it stagger, even though it doesn't fall, and Tsun growls in aggravation as Kuramari spins around for another pass. She wishes, just for a moment, that she had a pack like Hannah to harry the monster and distract it, but she shuts the thought away as soon as it occurs. If wishes were kunai, she wouldn't ever need to visit the weapon store. Humans are at a disadvantage against summons unless they've got summons of their own, and those kinds of contracts don't exactly grow on trees. They're a legacy, and one the Inuzuka have always turned up their noses at. They've already got their Nindot partners, after all, what do they need with any others? Tsune's kind of starting to regret that attitude now. She tries another jutsu, Kaiden again, as Kurama swerves under the beast's belly. It tries to grab them, and Tsune slams the wall of fire directly into its face. It lurches, and Tsune leaps hard, channeling just about the last of her energy into one more fan-passing fang as Kurama does the same. They blow the damn thing right off its oversized paws, send it crashing back into the trees to topple them, and a chakra signature goes out. No. Tsune snarls, whirling, and nearly collapses herself. Kurama catches her just in time, shaky but standing, and she uses him to brace herself as she claws upright again. No, 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 you fucking assholes. The massive snake-tailed chameleon, resummoned and now entirely untouched by Shibi's technique, rises above the trees, barbed tongue wrapped tightly around the limp form of the Reikage brother, his body pierced through with black chakra rods. His Bijou form has vanished, and his face is slack, eyes closed. Tsune can't even tell of his breathing. We have what we came for, the redhead with the Hatayate says, still utterly motionless. It's like he's dead, Tsune thinks viciously, even as her strength gives out and she collapses to her knees. The wound in her side is bleeding less heavily than before, but she's been a shinobi long enough to know that's not a good sign. She's lost too much blood, and her chakra reserves are already almost gone. Shouldn't have gone all out against the paper bitch, she thinks, had swimming, and her fist clenches in Kurama's fur. She didn't have a choice. The woman would have killed her as she hadn't. Behind them, the dark summons vanishes in a whirl of smoke, and she hears hurried footsteps. Hayasha grabs her, hauling her up onto his back and locking an arm beneath her thighs. She traps a cry behind gritted teeth as pain lances through her, but a moment later Shibi is beside them, ashen-faced and staggering a little. They leap together, Kurama right behind them, and the trees blow before Tsune's eyes. She grimaces, but slaps at her weapon's pouch, pulling out her last handful of flash bombs. On 3, she says grimly. 1, Hayasha murmurs immediately, casting a glance over his shoulder. 2, Shibi adds and urges them left. 3. Tsune snarls and throws them with all the force she can muster. The bombs scatter in a wide arc and detonate like a supernova. At the same moment, Hayasha changes direction, redoubling their pace, and leaps for the trees. A hurried Dotenjutsu swallows their footsteps as they take to the branches, Kurama outpacing them from below. Tsune would worry, but he knows how not to leave a trail. And besides, there's darkness eating away at the edges of her vision, swallowing her sight, and pain like acid burning up her side. Hayasha, she manages, pressing her forehead to his shoulder. He lets out a low, harsh breath. Another mile, soon, he promises. You too pig-headed to give up before then. She laughs, even though it hurts. Of course I am. Fuck. Why am I always the one who ends up bleeding? You are a frontline fighter, while the majority of the time we are support, Shibi says, as literal and practical as ever. If you did not enjoy playing distraction quite so much, can't let you two have all the fun, Tsune chuckles, then winces and presses a hand to her side. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Learn to dodge, Hayasha says, and Tsune knows it's supposed to sound unsympathetic, but he just manages worried. MMPH, Tsune waves her blood-coated hand at him. I did. She was aiming for my kidneys. Learn to dodge better. Oh, fuck you, pretty boy, at least I can take a hit. It's no wonder you ran your lover off with a temper like yours, Tsune, stop moving, you're injured. The flare of pain from kneeing him in the ribs is totally worth it. Kurama is just opening his mouth to call Jiraiya an utter idiot for even thinking that subtlety will get them into the Akatsuki base when something inside of him lurches. He staggers, grabbing onto the edge of the table, and is less than a second to brace himself before there's a sensation like a vast hand grabbing his chakra. He's dragged down into darkness, deep and drowning thick, and for one terrible moment all he can think of is the Sharingan, control, the theft of everything that is him. The fall slows, eases. Light sparks far below, and Kurama drifts down towards it, blind panic easing as he realizes that he recognizes this scene. A fire with trees around it, a clearing in a vast wood where he first came to be, and he lands lightly off to the side, crouching on the soft, bare earth for a moment to get his bearings. There's only one other presence here, incredibly familiar, and he straightens slowly, eyes on his younger brother. "Gaiki," he says evenly, crossing his arms over his chest. "That was a hell of a greeting. What the fuck do you want?" The Yushi only chuckles tiredly. "It really is you," he says, something like amazement in his voice as he drags himself closer, looking down at Kurama with interested eyes. "I kept thinking I was making a mistake, but you're in a human body. How did you manage that?" Kurama bares his teeth at Gaiki because the words still spark a twinge in his chest. "Not entirely by choice." "Gaiki, what do you want?" "No greetings for a sibling you haven't seen in centuries." Gaiki asks, but his eyes are serious. He hesitates for a moment and then says, "I need your help." Fuck. Kurama has a bad feeling about this. "If you want me to get you out of that idiot Kumo stuffed you into," he starts, somewhere between aggressive and worry, because if this is about what he thinks it is, things have just headed downhill like an avalanche, and getting them back under control will be practically impossible. Gaiki growls low in his throat. "B is my Jinchuriki," he warns. "Watch your mouth, Kurama." Another hesitation, and then he sighs, inclining his head. "But yes, this is about Bei. B is supposed to be safe in Kuma, but Kurama remembers all too well his penchant for running off on his own. 3 guesses what happened, and the first 2 don't count." "Akatsuki," he growls, letting his arms fall to his sides and curling his hands into fists. His claws dig into his palms, but not enough for him to care. Akatsuki grabbed him. "Fuck. You know about them." Gaiki studies him for a moment. 6 redheads with purple eyes, each with a different ability. The 6 parts of pain, Kurama confirms, and jerks around to pace a short strip between the fire and the trees. "Sage, he was supposed to stay in Kuma. And you couldn't tell me this." Gaiki snaps. "He was coming to meet you and the others." Kurama can't think. There's too much, clouded with panic and edged with bitter fury. Akatsuki has Bei, which means that they are taking him somewhere to extract Gaiki. He's the first Bijou they've managed to capture, so there's a possibility they need to take him back to the Jedmaz itself to extract and seal him. If that's right, there's a chance to save him. A small one, maybe, but it's still a chance. Naruto loved Bei like a brother last time. He's one of Naruto's precious people. There's no way Kurama can let him die. He spins on his heel, raking his hair out of his face, and demands, "Can you tell what's happening to him right now?" Gaiki grumbles at his tone, but turns his head for a moment as if listening. After a beat, he says, "They have him contained with chakra rods, but they're moving, if slowly." Right, because Pain is Nagado, and Nagado is paralyzed, reliant on his walker. That's another advantage they have, and if Kurama can just get to the Jedmaz in time, everything might work out. "Tell me if anything changes." "Tell me immediately," he orders, then hurls himself out of their mental world and into the midst of chaos. Everyone is shouting. Yagura, Risha, and Han all seem to be on the same side, standing in front of Kurama, who's on his knees. On the other side of the table, Jiraiya is shouting right back, and Kakashi is standing off to the side, watching the confrontation with careful assessment. When Kurama shifts, his gaze snaps over and down, watching as Kurama shots to his feet. It's easy to decide to leave the others to their bickering. Kurama turns on his heel and stalks towards his room, snatching up his bag and the one set of clothes he'd managed to unpack. He stuffs them back in, then spins, and almost runs into Kakashi standing in the doorway. Kakashi takes one look at his face and says, "Something's gone wrong." It's not a question, so Kurama doesn't bother answering. "Get your team," he says succinctly. "Our timetable just got a hell of a lot tighter." Akatsuki's moving. Chapter 36, Absconditus. Absconditus, absconditus, hidden, entirely concealed from sight. From Latin, perfect passive participle of abscond. "Please tell me there's at least some semblance of a plan," Kakashi says, and his voice is mild, but Kurama can hear the tension underlying it. He offers a sharp snort, not looking up from packing away the pile of rations and protein bars Zabuza is mounting on the table between them. "Sure. Get to Moon Country, attack the base to distract everyone inside, then slip in, find the Jedmaz and break it so it can't be used or repaired. I like it, Zabuza offers with a cheerfully malicious grin. Get in a hit for me, okay, Red. Back to that. Kurama asked sourly, accepting another canteen and giving the swordsman a narrow look. When Zabuza's grin doesn't falter, simply gains more teeth, he rolls his eyes and adds, if we can make it before Pain gets back, we won't have to face his paths or Conan. The main ones to worry about will be Kasame or Akaimaru and Tobi, but we should be able to manage. From where he's standing braced in the doorway, arms folded over his chest, Jiraiya makes a quiet sound. You mean Nagata? Kurama huffs. He's Pain right now, old man. If you don't keep that in mind, he's going to crush your skull. Again, he almost says, but stops himself just in time. That one little word will open up way too many questions he doesn't have the time or energy for right now. Risha doesn't appear to be paying attention to the conversation, eyes on Kurama's task as he refills packs and quickly sets them aside. You've got enough for all of us in there, right? He asks, tone daring Kurama to answer with anything but a confirmation. Fuck. This isn't a fight Kurama wants to have right now, though it looks like he's not going to get much of a choice. He ties the last flap closed, then straightens and ignores the way Zabuza's expression brightens at the prospect of a scuffle. Asshole. You and Han aren't coming. None of the Jinchuriki are. You going, Han counters, and when Kurama turns to glare at him he raises his hands in surrender. An observation. Kurama growls, low and warning. You can take your observation and stick it up your. Well. That got very hostile very fast, Shisui says cheerfully, though his posture is deceptively easy and his dark eyes are flickering between the four Jinchuriki warily. Personally, I kind of want the walk-in weapons of mass destruction with us if we are going to be facing down 7 S-rank missing nen. Just a thought. And no offense intended, I swear. Please don't eat me. Tens rolls his eyes and mutters something that sounds suspiciously like, your mother always says your mouth is going to get you killed, idiot. Kakashi very clearly pretends not to hear either of them. From where he's leaning against the edge of the counter, Yugura snorts. Kurama is right, he says, and when Mai, standing at his elbow, opens her mouth to make a comment, he narrows his eyes at her and adds pointedly, it's logical. This Akatsuki has specialized in containing and extracting Bija. The reason you're going is to rescue a Jinchuriki. Kurama's presence is required because he has the most knowledge of the members and their hideout, and he understands the mechanics behind the extraction process. The rest of us would be liabilities. If Akatsuki managed to detain us, we would become hostages at best, or more bodies in need of rescue. Thank you, Kurama says pointedly, though Risha looks like he's about to break something, possibly Igura's head. Look, I'm fucking overjoyed that you want to stick your necks out for B, but this is not the time. They've already got Gaiki. For you, Risha snaps, folding his arms over his chest. Kurama blinks, caught off guard, and looks at the shorter man, who glares right back at him. Damn it, Kurama, B's decent enough, but is a Kumonin first and foremost. He's never tried to help the rest of us. You've never done anything else. If you're going somewhere dangerous, I'm coming. We're coming, Han corrects, and at the sight of whatever expression is taking over Kurama's face, it feels somewhere between incredulous, furious, and embarrassed. He smiles just a little. Kurama. When Kakuzu almost caught me, I was by myself. Your presence saved me. If we go together, none of us will have to fight alone. And I can keep the village safe, Yugura adds, watching the other two Jinchuriki thoughtfully. The children will have the 7 swordsmen as their guards, and Yudakada will remain with them at all times. Han and Rishia's absence won't put them in danger. His last convincing argument thoroughly counted, Kurama closes his mouth and scowls. This isn't how it's supposed to go. Naruto is the one who inspires loyalty, who pulls people in and gives them a reason to fight. Kurama is a beast of malice and wrath, trapped in a fragile mortal body with little idea how to actually be mortal, and this shouldn't be happening. He's trying to keep them out of danger, why can't they see that? But one glance at Rishia's stubborn expression and Han's implacable one, and Kurama knows that this isn't an argument he's going to win. Damn it. Fine, he says shortly, then rounds on Zabuza with his best glare. You keep Naruto and the rest of them safe, or I'll get you slowly with a fishhook. Zabuza stares at him for a long moment, expression almost startlingly unreadable, and then snorts. He takes a step forward, catches Kurama's chin between his fingers, and tilts his head up for a long, careful kiss. Kurama leans into it, partially despite himself, but Zabuza doesn't deepen it, and Kurama doesn't try either. Their only points of contact are their mouths and the very tips of Zabuza's fingers against his skin, dry and calloused. Zabuza's tongue touches his, twines, and then retreats. He gentles it even further, easing back, drifting apart, and Kurama's breath catches short and hot in his throat as they pull apart entirely. It feels like a goodbye. Watch yourself, Kurama, Zabuza says seriously, and doesn't add anything else to make light of things, to turn the phrase into a jerk. Kurama lets out a breath that shakes a little. He's not good at farewells, he's finding out. You too, Zabuza. That gets him a smile, at least, sharp-edged but sincere. Now that you know who's in your posse, go tell those kids of yours that they are stuck with us for a bit. Me and Hark'll keep an eye on them. A handful of days ago, Kurama wouldn't have been able to take him at his word. He would have hesitated, doubted, tried to work around it until only Jinchuriki were involved. But if nothing else, Kurama thinks that Zabuza won't outright betray them. Won't betray him, and in the shinobi world that has to count for something. Maybe it's strange that of all the humans he's met, he's putting his trust in Zabuza, but Zabuza has his own code of honor, and it's one Kurama can understand. That's enough for now. He doesn't say thank you, because Zabuza isn't the type to appreciate it. Instead, he just offers a gruff, silent nod and steps away, heading for the back door. The sound of the kids playing is clear, happy and bright, and Kurama lingers for a moment before he pushes outside, just listening. Naruto is loudest, followed by F, and he can make out Gaara's quiet giggle, as if he's still wary of making too much noise. Kurama never planned to snatch them all out of their lives, never intended for any of this to happen, but he's definitely glad he did. None of them deserved to stay where they were, and taking them away is just about the best thing Kurama could have done. Even if it wasn't in his original plan, that was more like a guideline anyway, and besides, he thinks his Naruto would fully approve of what he's done so far. Unlike this Naruto now, who likely won't have much approval at all after Kurama tells him he's leaving. With that cheerful thought in mind, Kurama steels himself and pushes the door open, stepping out onto the porch and then hopping down onto the grass. A green-haired blur flies past him, followed by a blonde blur, and he reaches out and snatches Naruto right off the ground. The little boy squeals gleefully, latching onto his shoulder, and demands, "Are you gonna play with us now, Kurama and I?" He promised to do that, hadn't he? Kurama winces, guilt curling in his stomach. He remembers from the first time around just how many promises people have broken to Naruto, and he doesn't want to be added to that list. But there's no choice at the moment. He doesn't have a lot of time left, and every minute they delay is a minute closer to the mountain's graveyard pain gets with him. "Sorry, kid," he says regretfully, dropping to sit with his legs crossed. Something's come up. Naruto promptly wriggles down into his lap, and Gaara sits down beside his knee, looking up at him with wide, solemn aquamarine eyes. A shared look with Naruto, laughter dying away, and the little redhead asks, "Kurama and I, are we leaving again?" F sits down across from them with a light thump, dragging Yujiro along with her. Her smile is bright and happy, but her eyes are watchful, assessing more than worry. "We haven't unpacked much," she volunteers cheerfully. "Yujiro and I will help pack everything, so we call all be ready in a minute or two." Kurama looks between them, gauging, and then down at Naruto. Blue eyes stare back at him, and he sighs and drops his head to rest his cheek on spiky hair. Fuck. He doesn't want to leave them here. He sure as hell doesn't want to take them, but if only there was some kind of happy medium. "Not this time, brats," he says, and his voice comes out rougher than he intends. Gaara leans into him, and he can't fight a smile, reaching out to ruffle bright red hair. "Remember that mission I told you about? The one I have to do alone? That's happening right now. The last Jinchuriki is in danger, and I need to go save him. Like you saved us." Naruto asks and smiles. "You can do it, Kurama and I. You're the best. You can save everyone." Just for an instant, Kurama can't move, drowning in blood and bodies falling and the empty thud of Naruto's corpse hitting the earth at Kaguya's feet. His grip tightens on Naruto convulsively, and he has to breathe carefully to keep it from coming out as a sob. Maybe this time, he says, just barely able to get it out through the heaviness in his throat. Not before, but now, maybe. You will, Gaara tells him, absolutely unwavering in his faith. Then he pauses, starting to frown. Before he can say anything, though, it's Naruto who asks, "You're gonna come back, right, Kurama? We don't have to stay here forever, do we?" Kurama glances down, and hell. He's wearing that smile again, the one from Konoha that doesn't even come close to reaching his eyes no matter how bright it looks. With a huff he wraps his arms around Naruto, clutches him almost painfully tight to his chest, and for a moment all he can think of is being back in the woods right after he'd fled the village, Naruto on his lap and looking up at him, worried about him. Thinks about seeing his first real smile, rather than that fake, forced one. Even with everything that came after, that was the moment he started healing, he thinks. That was it. I don't even want to leave in the first place, he promises, looking up and catching orange-gold eyes, then aquamarine, then black. He holds each gaze in turn, trying to show them just how sincere he is. I swear, I'm going to finish as fast as possible and then haul my ass back here so fast all of Kuri and Kumo will be able to see the dust clouds. So you guys will stay here and stay safe for me, right? Yudakada and I will protect them, Yujiro says seriously, twisting her fingers together in her lap. She casts half a glance behind her, where Yudakada is standing just far enough away to give them the illusion of privacy, and he inclines his head in silent agreement. Is somebody going to help you, Kurama? Naruto demands, tugging on the front of his shirt. Shinobi have partners and teams, right? Who's gonna be your team? It's so much a Naruto thing to worry about that Kurama can't help but smile. Rishi and Hen are coming with me, and so is the geezer. In unison, all four of the brats pull a face. A suspiciously familiar face, given that Kurama is seeing it mirrored on four different bodies. He laughs, helpless not to, and viciously ruffles Naruto's hair, then Gaara's. Yujiro goes skulling back to get out of range, and F ducks to the side, only to be caught by the back of her shirt and dragged into a hair-scuffing of her own, with extra force for the attempted dodge. Laughing, she tries to whittle away, and eventually Kurama takes pity and lets her go. Rats, he tells them all, and pretends it isn't entirely fun. I'll have the whole freak squad, too, so don't worry about me. Just keep an eye on each other, okay? Okay, Kurama and F agrees cheerfully, scraping her hair back into some semblance of order. There's a pause as all four of them trade glances, and Kurama narrows his eyes warily. F beams at him, bounces to her feet, and crows, Jinchuriki pile, as she launches herself right at his face. At the same moment, Gaara latches onto his arm like a monkey, and Naruto slams all of his body weight into his chest. Kurama yelps, tottering dangerously, and with a war cry, Yujiro tackles him from the side, and Kurama goes down, buried under squirming children. Munity, he calls, trying in vain not to laugh. You little rats, I'm going to string you up by your toes, get off. Nope. Naruto tells him gleefully, flopping out across his chest. Kurama rolls his eyes, tries to work an arm loose from under either Gaara or F, and fails entirely. He lets his head thump back into the grass, putting on his best aggrieved expression, and demands, "What the hell did I ever do to deserve the four of you? Goddamn brats." Something fantastic, F tells him, grinning. We're your reward, Kurama and Aren't you happy? She's expecting him to make a joke, grumble, brush it off. But Kurama just looks at them for a second, at Yujiro on his legs and Naruto on his chest, F on his left arm and Gaara on his right, and just can't do it. It's Naruto's fault. All that sappy sentiment must have rubbed off on him, and now Kurama's suffering for it. With a burst of effort, he manages to raise his arms, tips Yujiro forward onto his chest, and wraps all four of them in a tight hug. Yeah, he says gruffly. I am. Thanks to you guys. He pretends very firmly that he doesn't hear any sniffles as he extracts himself and sits up, tumbling children off him to either side. They don't try to grab him when he stands up, though it looks like Naruto at least wants to. Kurama hesitates, but he knows that if he lingers any longer he won't want to go at all, and he can't let me die. With a soft sigh, he shakes his head, leans down to kiss Naruto's forehead, and gives Gaara a one-armed hug. F gets her hair ruffled again, and he tugs gently on Yujiro's braid as he pushes to his feet, stepping away. Be good, he tells them, and then heads back for the house, his steps as steady and firm as he can make them. It probably shouldn't be a surprise that Kakashi is loitering on the porch, watching the interactions and not doing much to hide it. He crinkles his eye as Kurama comes up the low steps, wiggling his fingers in offhand greeting, and Kurama heaves a sigh that is both exasperated and slightly exaggerated. "Are you always creepy?" he complains. That makes Kakashi's eye crinkle even more, hidden smile widening, or he's faking it. Kurama honestly can't tell. Ma, he protests mildly. "Kurama, don't be mean." Kurama scoffs loudly and pointedly. "Are you a shinobi or a hothouse flower? Deal with it. I'm sure you deserve it anyway." His irritation isn't quite enough to strangle the feeling in his chest, and he glances back one more time, watching the 4 children and 1 teenager. Naruto sees him looking and waves with a bright smile. It's another of the ones that don't reach his eyes, but honestly, Kurama doesn't feel all that much like smiling right now either. Still, he forces a small one, lifts a hand, and steals one more glance before he heads back into the house. There are eyes prickling on the back of his neck, a wan gaze, but Kurama doesn't look back. Yagura is waiting by the door of the kitchen, arms folded across his chest and fingers tapping with what's either nervousness or impatience. "Ayo will take you to Frost Country," he says, tipping his head towards where the blue-haired Jounin is waiting. "I've also sent a request for the closest fishing village on the far side of the country to ready another boat so you can get to Moon Country. They'll wait to bring you back as well." Kurama refuses to contemplate a scenario in which that won't be necessary. "Thank you," he answers, inclining his head to Ayo, who nods back. Another glance around the small house, taking in the sight of Kakashi's team hovering by the door, Hanensha waiting patiently. Jiraiya leaning back against the wall with his arms folded, all of them clearly ready to go, and he breathes out. He opens his mouth, ready to chivvy everyone out the door, and claws sink into the fabric of his pants as a small, furry body launches itself up. A paw on his arm, a jump, and Momiji scrambles onto his shoulder, curling around his neck. Fuji, looking distinctly unhappy, leaps up to the windowsill and crouches there, hunkered down with her ears flat to her skull. "Be careful, Kurama-sama," she orders. After a pointed pause, she sniffs and adds, "And he too, Momiji." "I suppose." Momiji gives a high, gargling snarl. "Thanks, little sister. Don't fall in a ditch without me here to watch your tails." Because Fuji is a dignified summons with the power of almost 300 years of life, she makes a face at him in response and flips her tails. Kurama looks between them, meets 2 pairs of stubborn eyes, and gives up with a disgusted huff. Apparently he has absolutely no say in who's coming along on this disaster of a mission. Fucking fine. Can we just hurry up and go? He doesn't brush his fingers down Fuji's back as he heads for the door. He doesn't. Nor does he put up a hand to brace Momiji as he takes a long leap off the front porch and lands on the other side of the gate. "Another adventure?" Momiji asks with good humor, tails curving over Kurama's chest and claws digging lightly into his shoulder as he resettles himself. "Something like that," Kurama agrees, listening to the nearly inaudible scuff of shinobi sandals behind him. The gate swings open, but he doesn't look back, strides quick but steady as he heads back towards the main part of the village. The fox huffs, dropping his chin to rest on Kurama's shoulder. "We'll be back soon enough," he says, because he's a lot more observant than is good for Kurama's peace of mind. "They will," Kurama tells himself, and pretends he doesn't feel the roll of trepidation in his gut. Sazori is sulking again. Orochimaru would be amused, but mostly he's just bored. Bored out of his damn mind, because Pain has no tolerance for any sort of experimentation unless it directly benefits Akatsuki, and Kasame is more than happy to enforce Pain's rules even when the leader isn't present. "Don't draw attention to us," Pain keeps saying, but Orochimaru is very close to washing his hands of this whole business. This isn't the life he wanted, becoming a missing nin. Perhaps Jiraiya always filled his head with too much of the nonsense literature he loved so much, but Orochimaru hadn't thought the whole ordeal would be dull. It's enough to make him miss his lads back in Konoha, bright and clean and built to his every specification. Dan's was good for that at least. Of course, thought of Dan's is more than enough to sour Orochimaru's mood. He tosses aside the treatise on cellular manipulation that has been attempting to occupy his attention with "the author is a fool and his beliefs are obviously deeply flawed, but at least it's entertaining for Orochimaru to mock him in his head, since he no longer has an audience who appreciates such things," and rises to his feet. The underground base is cool, but Orochimaru finds the cloud-covered road appallingly tacky and leaves it where it lies as he stalks out of his room. Pain is elsewhere, and Conan with him, a mission which is frustrating in that they didn't deign to offer it to anyone else. Sasori is, of course, holed up in his room, brooding over his puppets, and Kakuzu is sulking just as much over the recent loss of all 4 of his hearts and the distraction of 2 more in short order. Kasame is of no interest unless he can be goaded into a fight, and odds are he can't be right now since he's occupied playing leader. That leaves Madara to entertain him, and Orochimaru has a strong enough sense of self-preservation that he's not about to go poking that particular sleeping dragon. No matter how many doubts Orochimaru is nurturing regarding the man's real identity, he's still dangerous and has proved it quite thoroughly. Even Dance fears him, and it makes something vicious and satisfied curl in Orochimaru's soul. Dance's fear is something to be cultivated at every opportunity, after all. Orochimaru doesn't like people holding more power than him, especially when they are holding that power over him. For that alone he'd gladly remove Dance from play permanently, if at all possible. He paces restlessly through the halls, debating with himself whether it's worth aggravating Sasori into starting a fight, so that Pain won't be able to blame him for the resulting chaos. Likely it's a foolish idea. Sasori is a cunning, clever little bastard, though hardly as clever as Orochimaru himself, but then, Orochimaru grew up listening to foolish ideas and going along with them anyway. Perhaps Jiraiya has rubbed off on him more than he had thought, because now simply knowing it's foolhardy isn't quite enough to make him stop. Another thought, niggling and irritating, is whether it's worthwhile remaining with Akatsuki at this point. They are all irritating, the other members, and Pain's disdain for Orochimaru in particular is clear. Orochimaru is aware that it's likely because he once suggested Jiraiya kill the brat and his 2 friends, but can he be blamed? The world would certainly be a lighter place if Pain and his dreams of world domination were gone from it. Orochimaru has no interest in a peaceful world, no desire to rule mankind. All he wants is power, and not even political power at that. Personal power, what he can learn himself and use and hoard, growing his base of knowledge until he surpasses everyone who's come before. And maybe, just possibly, once he knows everything worth learning, he'll know the secret behind reincarnation as well. His hands curl into fists, hidden behind the drape of his sleeves. Kakuzu had laughed at him when he heard Orochimaru mention it, offhand and out of context, to Sasori. Sasori had looked derisively amused, and that fight Orochimaru had truly started, blatantly and without regret. He refuses to be looked down upon by anyone, but especially little brats who should understand his position better than anyone. He had thought to find kindred spirits here, once. But just as he was never a true part of Konoha, so too is he an outsider here, driven by lust for knowledge rather than a grudge against humanity. It aggravates him to no end, the thought of Jiraiya's smugness, or Sarutobi's, should they learn. Let them laugh. Let them feel he's proved right all their suspicions and misgivings. Orochimaru will outlive them all, and prosper just for the sake of spiting them. He is nothing if not a petty bastard, after all, in that at least Jiraiya was absolutely correct. They are discouraged from leaving the base, but as comfortable as Orochimaru is dwelling underground, he also craves sunlight and warmth. Easy enough, then, to slip out one of the side passages and onto the slope of the closest mountain. The winter's teeth is far north, and Orochimaru curses quietly at the lingering winter, all too ready for spring. Maybe, once spring comes, he'll strike out on his own. It's not as if any of those here can stop him, after all. Madara and Pain may outclass him where sheer power is concerned, but Orochimaru is a snake, more than capable of twisting in a grasp and striking out with poison fangs. Perhaps he'll conveniently forget to take along the logs of his spy network and let Sasori believe he's stolen it, only to turn it against Akatsuki as a whole. Yes, Orochimaru rather likes that idea. The weak winter sun is barely enough to warm his face when he turns to it, but Orochimaru makes do, settling himself on an outcropping of stone and trying to soak up as much as he can. Soon Pain will return, and with him will come his many rules, his iron-fisted control. If it weren't for his fascinating Rinnegan, Orochimaru might have tried to kill him long ago. It's equal odds whether its powers or its rarity has kept Orochimaru from striking until now. Both are equally likely, and he can't otherwise decide which his motivation to remain draws from. It is, he supposes, enough of a research opportunity just observing the Rinnegan in use, even if he can't directly conduct his tests and trials. Perhaps, if he manipulates things with enough subtlety, he can arrange Something rustles in the bushes and Orochimaru stills, eyes flickering carefully over his surroundings. He rises silently to his feet, prudently braced so that he can move in any direction at a moment's notice, and takes a step forward. There's no response, so he takes another and then another, slipping around the edge of the rocks and towards a stand of windnull trees. Another rustle, and the branches of a shrub tremble faintly. Orochimaru narrows his eyes. No shinobi worth their registration number would allow such a tell, which banishes the vague thought of it being Kabuto, come to give an urgent report. Not Pain, either. He's far from subtle in that walker of his. A thought, does Pain know of Danz's involvement with the ambush that left him crippled? And if he does, is he aware that Madara has been in contact with Danz, if irregularly? Perhaps a good way to test the limits of the Rinnegan without interfering directly, and the resulting chaos would certainly be interesting to watch. Warily, he searches the darkness, checking for any movement or inconsistencies in the patterns of shadow. There. Off to one side, tucked back and only half visible, even to Orochimaru's eyes. Darker than the shadows, black enough to be distinct but still blurred at the edges, it's a familiar sort of shape, offset by wary and entirely unusual violet eyes. Orochimaru crouches down, and from this angle the fox is clearer. Large, much larger than he would expect from a fox at the end of winter, so high in the mountains, and that's almost curious enough to make Orochimaru call a snake, catch the beast and see if there's anything else unusual about it beyond its eyes and size. He says instead, regarding the fox with interest. Feeling bold, are we? Triangular is prick up, then swivel, and the fox twists around. It stares off to the side, then turns sharply and disappears into the brush with the flash of a white-tipped tail. Orochimaru turns as well, looking in the direction of whatever spooked the creature, and spots a familiar head of ash-gray hair moving up the incline. Kabuto, as if summoned. There's a reason Orochimaru is fond of the boy. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto says in faint surprise when he reaches the outcropping where Orochimaru has resumed his seat. I expected to find you inside. The wildlife seems to be better company than my supposed allies, Orochimaru says, offering him a smirk. News, then. My team has a few days off, Kabuto confirms. I've thought to deliver this news in person. There's been a cage summit called regarding the threat of Akatsuki. So much for not drawing attention, Orochimaru thinks, wickedly amused. Pain will be so displeased. Tell me everything, he orders, and Kabuto gives him a sly smile. Of course, Orochimaru-sama. Chapter 37, Reptant. Reptant reptant, of an animal moving stealthily, moving with a creeping or crawling action. From New Latin reptant rectans, present participle of rpta, to creep. The forest around the mountain's graveyard is silent, still, and entirely devoid of life. Kurama was expecting creepy, given that this is Madara's personal lurking spot. He honestly wasn't expecting this much creepy, though. There's nothing moving here, Momiji says quietly, padding along at Kurama's side with his tails all bristling and his ears pressed flat against his skull. Kurama can see a hint of bad teeth, but doesn't say anything. He's pretty sure his own are showing, too. Not even carrion birds. Thank you so much for being a ray of goddamn sunshine, Shisui mutters, following close behind with Sharingan activated and ready. Knowing those eyes are directed at his back is not helping, Kurama thinks sourly, but is not about to tell the kid to put away one of the few weapons that can match Obito just because it's making him twitchy. Momiji huffs and pointedly flicks his tails, smacking Shisui in the face. The Uchiha yelps, not expecting it, and stumbles backward. Tense catches him with a roll of his eyes, shoving the younger boy back to his feet. Can't you at least pretend to be a skilled shinobi, he complains quietly. Keep crashing around and everyone will know we are here. I'll give you pretend, you little. Can it? Kurama growls and the words resonate in his throat, deeper than he intends them to be. There's a sharp click as two mouths snap shut, but Kurama can't spare the brain space to be grateful for the renewed silence. His nose is strummed tight, all but twitching, and he just wants to move. No more sneaking, no more planning, no more time away from Naruto wasted with caution instead of actually doing something, because this is it. This is what his Naruto sent him back for. He's almost done. Kurama has no idea how to feel about that. The thought of accomplishing the task Naruto said him should be a relief, should be a happy thing, but once that's finished, what next? There will be no driving force, no best friend's dying wish, no guiding hand. Just a life without any purpose but the one Kurama himself decides to give it. It's been a hell of a long time since Kurama chose his own path. It's not that the idea scares him, it's just strange. Of course, they've still got a lot to do before that becomes an option, Kurama knows, turning his attention back to the landscape. Massive bones, from creatures as big as or bigger than his Bija form, are scattered across the valley, and Kurama can vaguely remember Kabuto leading Naruto to a handful of secret entrances to Madara's base in the cleanup after the 4-4. Hidden under the bones, mostly, and given the way Shisui is shying away from them, finding that out is just going to make his day. Kurama is totally definitely 100% not being petty about Shisui almost using his Sharingan on him. Even if it's slightly conceivable that he could find one of the other entrances. Impressive, Kakashi murmurs from next to his left elbow, casting one assessing glance back at his now silent Tane. Can you teach me to do that? The tone of his voice and the slant of his eye says amused, while the line of his shoulders and the careful, calculating sweep of his gaze both say worry. Kurama snorts a little, touching a hand to his throat and the human vocal cords that shouldn't be able to produce such a sound. How the hell he even manages, he's got no clue, but chakra and willpower are pretty much the go-to explanation in the shinobi world. I don't think it'd work for you, he answers. Just set your dots on them or something. For a moment Kakashi actually looks goddamned wistful. Then again, Kurama can understand it, 2 days with this team and is about ready to dropkick them off something high. Hell, he was ready to do that halfway through the first debate about which shinobi division would win in a fight, factoring in blackmail and underhanded shinobi styles of winning. They kept it up until Risha decided to make them drop it with force, but Kurama now knows more about the personal lives of all the Jounin and Tokubetsu Jounin than he ever wanted to. Too noisy is Kakashi's regretful verdict after a long moment of consideration. He casts a look ahead of them, towards the looming bones of something big with a lot of teeth, and asks quietly, have the others found anything? Kurama huffs, annoyed. We're not radios, he snaps. It doesn't work like that. But I'm sure if Han and Risha find anything, they'll let me know. Kurama, it was just a question. One eye crinkles in a smile that's only about 50% likely to be genuine, and Kurama snorts, looking away. Bastard. The kid's going to be fine, he says gruffly, speeding his steps a little. He's a scary little bastard, and he's got 2 Jinchuriki and the perverted sage with him. Worry about us more, we're not just playing distraction. It's probably too much to hope for that Akatsuki will split their forces evenly, leaving half in the base and half out trying to capture Han and Risha. Kurama really doesn't want to hope the Menders all go after the other Tane, even if it would make his job a hell of a lot easier, because there's no way even 2 Jinchuriki, the Toad Sage, and Itachi can stand against them for long. The kid might be a genius, but he's only 11, and he doesn't even have his Manjakya yet. Annoyingly, Kakashi keeps pace with him, even though the length and speed of his steps doesn't appear to change. He hums lightly, studying the bones ahead of them, and then raises his voice slightly to say, Shisui, why don't you jump to the top of? No. Shisui hisses back, looking for all the world like a cat who's just had his first stroked in the wrong direction as he bristles. Those are giant bones, Captain. Do you want to offend the spirit of something that big? With that many teeth? Tense sighs, pressing a hand over his face. You are superstitious at the strangest moments, he complains, then glances between Kakashi and Kurama. I can. No need. Kurama cuts him off. We are not going over them, we are going under them. Oh, fantastic, Shisui grumbles, giving a theatrical shiver even as he eyes the skeleton warily. Don't mind us, giant flesh-eating monster, we are just going to dig up your resting place. Kurama growls again, letting it rumble through the eerily still air in clear threat, and adds pointedly, stop talking. It only partly works this time, but Shisui's follow-up grumbles are quiet enough that only Kurama's hearing lets him pick them out. Someday that will not be terrifying, and I will forget that you once threatened to eat my corpse, and then, Uzumaki, it will be on. Kakashi muffles a cough that's definitely a laugh, and Kurama glares at him. Bastard. Momiji snickers, too, and bounds ahead, nose close to the ground. He circles a section of ribcage that's mostly standing, leaping lightly over a bit of spine that's easily twice as tall as Kurama, and then reappears on the far side. Over here, he calls. This part smells like people. He's right, Kakashi agrees, and the tenseness slides out of his body. It's the exact opposite of relaxation, though this is a veteran shinobi's redness, the ability to move in any direction the moment it becomes necessary. A few quick steps of him in front of Kurama, following a set trail, and he joins Momiji, crouching beside the weather-worn vertebrae to inspect the ground. Kurama doesn't need to scent the air to know that several people have passed here recently, probably Obada and Kasame, since they are the ones who would need it. Zetsu has other ways to get around, and this is one of the more obscure entrances, so Pain and Conan likely used a different one. I hope you're not feeling squeamish, he tells Shisui with no little amusement, eyeing the way the bone is half buried in the ground. Makes a convenient tunnel, don't you think? The way Shisui blatches is the most entertaining thing Kurama has seen since the last time the kids trussed Jiraiya up. Tens is staring at Shisui a little disbelievingly. I see you got a man, he says, as though he's been personally betrayed. With a stiletto heel. Why is this a problem? Shisui makes a face at him. These are bones, he protests. I didn't kill them, and they're a hell of a lot bigger than me, and I really don't want to spend my afterlife explaining to a giant monster why I desecrated its bones, okay? You'll be fine. I'm sure they won't eat you more than once, Kurama says without sympathy, stepping up to the edge of the tunnel made by the center of the vertebrae. Momiji slides past him in a brush of fur, shrinking down to the size of a regular fox, and disappears into the darkness. Since he's clearly gone to scout, Kurama stays put, is trained for any sound beyond the faint click of nails on bone and then the pad of paws on packed earth. Who are they likely to leave inside when Han and Risha start up? Kakashi asks, almost too softly to hear. Kurama glances at him, then back to the darkness of the tunnel. Toby, he says, and, well, not telling Kakashi that Toby is actually his not-dead best friend turned insane puppet out to conquer the world seemed sensible back in Korea, but right now that decision is looking a whole lot more questionable. Still, this Kakashi isn't the one who's already been exposed to Tame 7 and gone through a lot of adjustments. This is the version still reeling from Rin and Minado's deaths, broken to the point where he avoids Naruto completely. Kurama can't predict how he'll react to knowledge like that. And the odds of them unmasking Obado during a hit-and-run attack are fairly low. A shiver of foreboding slides down Kurama's spine, and he closes his eyes and curses silently to himself. Sage take it all. He just jinxed them, didn't he? The clatter of claws draws his attention back, and he straightens as Momiji trots back out of the darkness, once more full-sized. No one I can see, he reports. And there aren't any voices, I think, but the tunnel branches off, so sound carries strangely. Fantastic, that's exactly what Kurama wanted to hear. He swallows a sigh, shoving his hair out of his face, and checks the position of the sun. They still have about half an hour before Han and Risha start up their distraction, so he sinks down to sit on his heels, trying not to tense up. He can't sense B's chakra anywhere, and Gaiki hasn't tried to contact him again, so he's assuming they're not here. Either that or they've already started the ritual and Gaiki can't reach him because he's been stuffed into a statue and B is dead. Kurama runs a hand over his face and orders himself to stop thinking. With a quiet hum, Kakashi sinks down next to him. Just Toby, he asks, and it takes Kurama a second to remember the earlier question. Zetsu too, probably, he admits. Maybe Kasame as well. Kakuzu almost beat Hen by himself already, and Orochimaru will probably go along just because it amuses Hen. If they think it's just the two Jinchuriki and don't see Itachi or Jiraiya, they might think it's an easy win for them. Easy, Tens repeats, pained. Two Jinchuriki. Shisui makes a noise of agreement, entirely disbelieving, and Kurama just shrugs. This is what Akatsuki is for, he says. Hunting and capturing Jinchuriki is pretty much their thing. Pain is the best at it, but the others aren't exactly terrible. You seem weirdly calm, Shisui points out, eyeing him a bit warily. I was expecting more growling and breaking things. Kurama glares at him. What I want to break, he says slowly and clearly, is that goddamn statue at the end of the tunnel. Your head takes close second, though. Shisui scowls right back, opening his mouth to respond, but before he can tense slaps a hand over it. No, the older teenager says firmly. He's bigger than you, and your mother asked me not to let you pick fights with people like that if at all possible. With a grunt of effort, Shisui peels Ten's hand of his face and glares. You need to stop collaborating with my mother, he hisses. That is not fair, you bastard. And I'm like 10 centimeters taller than him, so it doesn't count. Yes, but he has about 10 times as much chakra and has already kicked your ass twice, Ten points out with a ghoulish smile, for reasonable and entirely too cheerful at the memory. That makes him bigger than you. Oh, be still my heart, Kurama says dryly. Just what I've always wanted, a brat defending my honor. Ten's huffs, clearly offended, but Kakashi snorts softly. You'd better get used to it, he says dryly, eye crinkling in a smile that Kurama suspects is, for once, entirely genuine. Now you've got 4 to do it, at least. Kurama rolls his eyes, but can't quite suppress the faint smile that comes along with it. He misses the kids, and even though he'd expected to, it's surprising. He spent so long with only Naruto precious to him, and now that number has expanded so sharply that it's all but left him reeling. I'll leave it to the other Jinchuriki in the future, then, Ten says, crossing his arms over his chest. A pause, and with a wince he adds, Momocha, too, as if it physically hurts to say. It would be more offensive if Kurama weren't so amused. He snorts loudly. Kid, if my honor ever were in danger, Zabuza's the one you'd have to defend it from. Momiji snickers, hunkering down next to Kurama's thigh. Not the right mate to settle down with, is his opinion, probably at least a little for the way the word makes Ten's grimace. A press of a cold nose against Kurama's knee, and he adds judiciously, he made you happy for a little while, though. Can we change the subject? Kurama complains, burying his fingers in the white-tipped black fur that makes Momiji look a little like he's covered in frost. I'm not taking relationship advice from someone who hasn't even thought about it for himself yet. Momiji huffs, black is pressing flat to his skull, and chitters a quiet warning. Just because I only have 5 tails so far. Fox summons aren't born with multiple tails. Shisui interrupts curiously, eyes on the Reynard. I thought it was just a thing, like hair color. Kurama and Momiji both shoot him disbelieving looks. Like hair color? Kurama repeats incredulously. Foxes gain tails with age and power. It's a sign of status. And technically I'm just a kitsune right now, Momiji adds, ignoring the way Kakashi's and narrows slightly at the turn. Kurama-sama didn't summon me, or my sister either. We decided to help him on our own. I was wondering about that, Kakashi says mildly, though his gaze is sharp. That first fight, you were just as surprised to see the fox as we were. Foxes, Kurama corrects shortly, looking away, though he doesn't stop stroking Momiji's fur. There was a little red fox, too, he's the one that led Fuji to me in the first place. Considered it payback, since I'd helped him out of some thorns. There's a moment of silence, and when Kurama glances up, a little confused, 2.5 sets of eyes are staring at him with visible disbelief. What, he demands gradually. With a low groan, Shisui buries his face in his hands. We've been chasing a fairy tale hero, he complains. Oh my god, is that even a thing that happens? You rescue a helpless little creature, and it repays you in your hour of need. Should I go around putting birds back in their nests and helping snakes across rivers? Kurama rolls his eyes, entirely unimpressed with the theatrics. Go ahead, he says dryly. It's not like the only special animals are the ones that talk like humans. Chakra isn't unique to shinobi, there's natural chakra in everything, and animals have a lot of it. Fairy tale hero, Shisui repeats, and even Tenz is shaking his head in disbelief. That's it, I give up. We never had a hope of catching you, did we? Momiji gargles an eerie fox laugh, licks Kurama's hand, and pushes to his feet. You never did, he agrees, adds, I'll go watch the path back, and then stretches long and low and bounds away, vanishing into a thicket of bushes. Kurama snorts, watching his silver tail disappear, and a flicker of chakra, dark and subtle, approaching fast. Kurama reacts without thinking, hurling himself forward into Kakashi and knocking him right into the bone tunnel as he snarls, move. For all his joking, Shisui is still a shinobi good enough to make A and BU when barely into his teens. Green chakra flares, leaves whirl, and suddenly he and Tenz are high up, crouched on a protruding red bone. In the same moment, thick vines burst through the ground, grasping like tentacles, only to find nothing. Zetsu, Kurama growls, rising back to his feet. His fingers curl like claws, nails ready to rip and tear, and he can feel a snarl rumbling up through his chest. Another flicker of green, and too fast to follow Shisui is suddenly beside them, chakra starting to gather like a thundercloud edged with fire. Go, he orders, settling himself squarely in the center of the tunnel. We'll hold him here, just finish quickly. Kurama freezes, torn, because below them is the Jedmaz, but it's Zetsu rising from the ground like a twisted Venus flytrap, already grinning. What's this, he mocks, and it grates along Kurama's nose like a sawed-off blade against bone. A little nest of vermin gathering on our doorstep. How unfortunate. This is Zetsu, the manifestation of Kaguya's will, her desire to destroy given form. Kurama doesn't think he's ever wanted anything as much as he wants to throw himself right at the construct and tear Zetsu into tiny pieces. Before he can move, though, a strong hand grabs his wrist. Kakashi turns and dives deeper into the tunnel, dragging Kurama after him, and the earth rumbles. A Dodenjutsu that's heavy with Tanzetsu chakra rises to block the path after them, and an instant later they hit a branching tunnel. Which way? Kakashi demands, and without hesitating Kurama takes the left one, leading down. He snarls, pointless, ineffective, undirected, and swears to himself that if Tanz and Shisui leave any bits of Zetsu behind, he's going to crush those pieces into paste and set them on fire. Before he can get far, though, Kakashi uses the grip on his wrist to pull him to a halt and then around so that they are face to face. The others, he asks, and this isn't the slightly distant, light-hearted man who plays tricks on his subordinates and reads porn in public. This is the Jounin shinobi with more A and B missions under his belt than most people twice his age. When Kurama snarls at him in frustration, he growls right back, and Kurama is so startled that he stops trying to pull away, blinking at the man. Kakashi takes a breath, centering himself, and then repeats, the others. We can't barge in there when we don't know whether the entirety of Akatsuki is waiting for us. That's unfortunately true. Kurama grinds his teeth, fighting down the urge to just throw a bachdama down the tunnel and see how much of a distraction that proves, and closes his eyes, leaning back to brace his shoulders against the wall. The world wavers, sliding towards the blackness of the Biju's shared mental plane, but Kurama doesn't dive all the way and lingers on the borders so that he's just close enough to feel the crackle and snap of sun's lava raging like a tide beneath the moon. They are fighting, definitely. Well, someone is out there with them, he says, opening his eyes and pushing away. That enough? For a brief second, Kakashi looks like he's going to argue before he finally inclines his head. I don't see a better option, he agrees, still wary, and casts a look down the tunnel they are in. Where will this come out? Kurama doesn't want to talk, he wants to bolt back to the surface and sink his claws into Zetsu. He wants to kill Zetsu, destroy him utterly and completely, break Kaguya's will because she killed Naruto. This is a piece of the woman who murdered his best friend. A deep breath, another, and Kurama forces himself not to move, not to run. He stays where he is through sheer force of will and tries to think back to when his Naruto followed Kabuto down here, wary and braced for treachery, to clear out the remainders of Madara's hideout. The lads, he says, fairly certain that is correct. Beneath the main area where the Jedmaz is. There's a wall of creepy stolen Sharingan in tanks, he almost says, but that's not right. Not yet. Those were the eyes that Obito stole after the massacre, and here and now, the massacre is nothing but a dark possibility born of Danzetsu whispers. Yes? Kakashi prompts, eye narrowing vaguely. Suspicion, and not a suspicion that the truth will help. A door, Kurama finishes, and it's not a lie, even if it's not what he was originally going to say. Hidden in the wall. It should take us up to the main level. I don't know where Toby will be, or if he'll be waiting, but if he is, that's probably where he'll try to ambush us. Kakashi makes a non-committal but vaguely unhappy noise, not that Kurama blames him. No shinobi likes walking into an ambush, especially when they know it's coming. It's against every trained instinct they have not to avoid it, turn it around on the ambusher. Unfortunately, Kurama doesn't know of any other ways to get to the Jedmaz short of blasting a hole in the floor. His memory's decent, but it's not as if he'd thought to memorize the layout of this place last time he was here. There had been no reason to, as far as he knew. He'd never have to set foot in it again after they cleared it out, and even if he did, Naruto was there as well, and it was his responsibility to pay attention anyway. Clearly, Kurama needs to stop making assumptions where anything about Naruto is concerned. Let me go first, he orders, pressing past Kakashi in the narrow tunnel. At least he's had experience fighting Obito as Toby before. Whatever Kakashi remembers of the cheerful Chunin who died is so outdated as to be laughable and of no use. Not that he even knows he knows anything, and Kurama's going to stop that train of thought right there. If you insist, Kakashi agrees, mildly amused, but there's a spark of something that crosses his face too fast for Kurama to name it. He'd waste more brain power trying to figure it out, but 4 square inches of uncovered skin doesn't exactly give him a lot to go on. Besides, there's a dart of light from the end of the tunnel, catching on the wall ahead of them, and when Kurama rounds the curve of the passageway he can see and feel malice out of nowhere, a surge of it thick and heavy enough to choke on, full of rage exquisitely contained, hatred directed at everyone and everything but somehow undiluted, and dimmed for the vastness it encompasses. The sudden, heady surge of power is almost enough to make Kurama stutter, and he has to catch hold of the wall and breathe through the rush. Like a drug, like a shot of adrenaline straight to his heart, and there's only one person in all the world that it could possibly be. Oh. Oh. Oh my, intruders in the labs, a light voice cries, complete with the sound of flailing arms and flapping cloth. Oh, I have to alert an Akatsuki member. You might be here to steal stuff. Oh yeah. Kurama had forgotten about the acting like a moron bit. It's really fucking annoying. It's also a little disconcerting, because the fury and malice don't abate at all, and Kurama has to practically wade through the force of it as he pushes ahead, stalking out the mouth of the tunnel to the side of a familiar masked figure. Not the orange mask from when Obito infiltrated his own organization, but also not the white Sharingan pattern mask from the war. Purple, instead, with a smooth white spiral curving out and away from the single eye hole. Akatsuki robes, though, and that's enough to have the growl building in Kurama's chest again. Toady, he snarls, so low and sharp it almost hurts his throat. Obito freezes, long sleeves flapping over his hands, and tilts his head. Toady, he repeats, sounding bewildered. Oh, are you talking about me? Is that my code name? You gave me a code name. I'm so flattered. Fuck. Apparently he's not using that name yet, and that's going to be a fun one to explain when they get out of here. Get out of my way and I won't tear you to bits, he threatens, hoping that will be distraction enough. Ooh-wah. Scary. Obito cries, flailing his arms again, and really, Kurama is getting a damned headache trying to deal with the disassociation between how he's acting and how he's feeling. It's creepy. Please don't hurt me. I'm just an errand boy around here. Kakashi slides up to Kurama's side when I trained on Obito. This is the one who's an idiot, he asks. Kurama, I think we can take him. I said he acts like an idiot, Kurama retorts, because really, with Obito that's definitely a distinction that should be made. He takes a step forward, every muscle ready to move, and adds, get out of the way, or I'm going to make you. Naruto might have been of the opinion that Obito's death redeemed every last one of his actions in life, might have said he died a hero, but honestly, Kurama doesn't give a damn. Right now, Obito is the biggest threat to little Naruto, to all the Jinchuriki. He's the one who's going to be responsible for Madara coming back, for Kaguya breaking free, and Kurama isn't about to let that happen. Not in this lifetime. Never, ever again. Obito skitters back a few steps, then stops and braces himself. But Kasame-senpai will be mad at me if I let you through, he bleats. Kasame-senpai is scary. I can't let you go, sorry. Well, it's not as though Kurama expected to do this the easy way, not with Obito standing right in front of them. He slides into a ready stance, curling his claws, and breathes in the seething hatred Obito wears like a second cloak. It's like a lightning strike to his senses, lighting them up, and he soaks in the power, the press of it. Fine by me, he growls and hurls himself forward. Chapter 38, Laketic. Laketic or Elkadic, waiting in ambush, lying in wait for prey, especially of insects. From late Greek luptikos, from lucken to lie in wait, from lochos, luckus, ambush, plus, ecos, I say. Fucking stand still, damn it. Kurama snarls, taking another swipe with his claws. Like the maddening, frustrating little torpedoes, Obito bounces back with a showy windmilling of his arms, making Kurama miss completely even though it looks entirely accidental. There's a lot of distressed wailing going on, but Kurama hasn't landed so much as a single hit yet. The bastard hasn't even pulled out his kamami and Kurama already wants to pound him into the ground. Better than most at judging weak spots, Kakashi sweeps in from the left, kunai slashing down, but Obito trips over his own feet, falls on his ass and rolls out of the way, screeching as if in fear. The idiot act would be impressive if it weren't so damned aggravating, Kurama thinks, coming to a halt and gritting his teeth instead of trying to press Obito further. It's not as if they're managing to do anything as it is. Well, Naruto did always tell him he talked too much when he fought, and regardless of the fact that there was so much hypocrisy in that statement that it should have made Naruto turn blue and choke to death, maybe that's the right idea here. They're not managing to hit the bastard, and Kurama can't pull out all the stops without bringing the entire hideout down on top of them. It's a possibility, but definitely not plan of this time. Not with Kakashi in here with them. "You're a slippery bastard, aren't you?" he asks gruffly, coming to a halt in front of Obito as the man scrambles upright. "Learn that from your master." The masthead tilts even as Obito retreats several paces to keep both Kurama and Kakashi in view. "Master?" Obito parrots. "I don't have a master, I have a senpai. Kasame-senpai is really strong and brave. He said I should be an Akatsuki member, cause they is shorthand. Isn't he nice?" Sage, just that voice alone makes Kurama want to punch him in the throat. He takes a breath, wrestling his temper under control, and forces his voice above a growl as he says, "Sure you do. The way I count it, you've got 3 of them. But you'd only know about the one, wouldn't you?" Obito's head tilts back in the other direction, waving arms falling still. The ridiculously long sleeves flutter down to cover his hands, and he immediately brings them up again, waving quickly. "I'm really sorry, but I don't know what you mean. Some people say I'm a bit of an idiot, huh? Can you try explaining it slower?" "Only some." Kakashi mutters from where he's holding himself braced and ready, visible I worry. Kurama debates letting Obito kick his ass once, just for that, because he warned the bastard about underestimating Togi. It's Kakashi's own fault if he lets himself get fooled by a mask. Pointedly, Kurama ignores the snark, taking a step closer to Obito even as he calls his chakra up in a slow, steady trickle. One moment of complete shock or distraction is all he needs, and knowing what he does about Obito's backstory, that should be easy enough to provide. It would be a hell of a lot easier if Kakashi wasn't also standing right here, but Kurama can't exactly ask him politely to turn away and plug his ears. Getting past Obito without having him bring out his Sharingan, either of them, is worth all the questions Kurama's methods of doing so might raise. There's absolutely nothing Kurama wants less than to let this little Madara imposter steal his free will yet again. Such a nice old man, wasn't he? You'd hardly know he was a missing nin, Kurama taunts, keeping his tone light, and has to smirk a little at the way Obito goes still again. His mind is racing, trying to plan for when Obito does get serious, because that's not really something Kurama can rule out. He hopes that he can hit Obito hard and fast enough to take him out, or at least send him running, but there are no guarantees. There isn't a lot Obito wouldn't do to keep his plan intact at this point. Just the fact that he's here, talking about Kasame-senpai, means he decided there was a big enough threat for him to come out in the open and fill one of Akatsuki's vacancies. "There's a lot of missing nin around here," Obito says, cheerfully confused. "Do you mean Pain-sama? He's pretty old. The humor isn't anywhere close to enough to hide the way the malice surrounding him deepens. Kurama breathes it in like the smell of fine wine, can't be bothered to swallow the grin that comes. He's getting to Obito, pissing him off, and maybe that's not the best idea, but Kurama existed for centuries on hatred and rage before the Dan Uzumaki clan and their insane princess came along. A source as strong and steady as Obito is practically turning his head. "Personally, I was thinking older," he says easily, stepping forward again, and this time Obito slides back a pace. Still not preoccupied, even if he's wary. Been kicking around under here since he left Konoha the first time. Or rather, he was. Died so you could take his place like a good little puppet, didn't he? About time. There's no cute head tilt this time, no exaggerated gestures of confusion. Settled stillness creeping up instead, more of a tell than any before. Kurama wants to laugh, because there's no reasonable way he could know all of this, and Obito knows that as well. Only a little more, Kurama thinks, and he'll have an opening. He takes a step to the side, another, careful and telegraphed as he paces a slow circle around the Uchiha. No need to put him any more on the defensive yet. One easy way to do that, and maybe Kurama should feel guilty for it, but he remembers being dragged out of Kushina's soul, remembers those eyes in the darkness, and can't even begin to summon up that particular emotion. It's getting pretty hard to hit you, he says, and tries to keep it pleasant, but there's a rumbling growl beneath the words that turns them furious and hungry. We are going to need to take drastic measures pretty soon. I'm thinking I should bring the roof down. Maybe a dotonjutsu or two. Compress the rock. Who knows? Someone down here might end up buried alive. Across the eerie stillness of the lab, Kurama can hear Kakashi's breath catch, can see him falter out of the corner of his eye. He's not the only one. Obito twitches like he stopped himself from looking over at the last moment, and the rise of his chest isn't quite as steady as it was a moment ago. No old man to pull you out this time, Madara, Kurama hisses, half a testing step forward, and Obito's head jerks back towards him, but he doesn't otherwise move. Perfect. No missing nin to give you back something you lost, he says, quiet, like it's a secret. Or to put that seal right on your heart. A tiny falter. It's not even a step back, just a shift of weight, but it's enough. Swirling chakra condenses at the tip of Kurama's finger, purple and black and spinning like a hurricane, and he slams more chakra towards his feet as he leaps. Obito reacts, but it's slower than it should be, shocked, caught up in the past and secrets and all the things a stranger shouldn't know, and the miniature Bichdama flies right at his chest. And passes through. His momentum too great to stop, Kurama can't do anything to get out of the way as Obito reappears behind him, whirling around even before his body is fully materialized. There's a spark, a flash of heat, but it's enough of a warning for Kurama to grab for his power, wrap himself in it as the fire hits him. Kurama, he is Kakashi shout, and there's a crackle, a furious clatter like 1,000 birds chirping. Kurama hits the ground and spins, his chakra eating up the flames around him, and is just in time to see the idiot hurl himself headlong at Obito, Raikiri reaving one hand. Sage damn it. Doesn't he idiot have any other jutsus? Kurama made a point of mentioning Obito's weakness as Toby. Intangibility, but an inability to attack while he's using it. Kakashi is doing a good job keeping him on the defensive, but it can't last long. At some point Obito is going to get fed up with his Toby act and counterattack, and right now Kakashi isn't strong enough to face him. Whatever use he can get out of his Mangekyo, it won't be enough to stop Obito before Kakashi kills himself with chakra exhaustion. Taking a breath, Kurama goes low, skidding across the smooth stone and rising to his feet right underneath Obito as he phases through Kakashi and solidifies again. There's no time for anything fancy, but Kurama doesn't need it. One hard burst of chakra, wreathed with the fire that's second nature to him, fueled by as much anger and frustration as he can put into the blow, and it connects. Obito's head snatched back as he's caught under the chin, and he goes flying. That's for Kushina, Kurama says, cracking his knuckles as he straightens, and suddenly Kakashi is entirely focused on him, attention snapping away from Obito as he pushes himself up off the floor. Both of them are watching him, which is not the greatest, but maybe the time for keeping who and what he is a secret has passed. Against Obito, once he gets serious, Kurama's not going to have much of a choice anyway. Kurama, what are you talking about? Kakashi asks, slowly and carefully, even as he reaches up to push his Hataide out of the way. The Kyuubi killed Kushina. The words send a flicker of guilt through him, not so much for Kushina's sake, because he never knew her as anything but a jailer, an adversary, but for Naruto's, and for the fact that he grew up without ever knowing his mother, has at this point never even seen her before. Still, Kurama's hardly the only culprit here. Yeah, not quite, he growls, watching Obito whine and flail to his feet, though that mask doesn't move from where it's staring at him. Who do you think pulled him out of her? The seals didn't break during the birth. He took advantage while they were weakened, and he was the one to turn the Kyuubi on Konoha. Kakashi takes a step forward, then stops, his entire body freezing statue still. A sound is wrenched from his throat, low and harsh and pulled from somewhere deep inside of him, and he presses a hand over his face, takes a breath that rattles audibly, and then lets it drop. That's why Minato-sensei had to sacrifice himself. Why Kushina died, he demands, and the words break halfway through, though with all of Obito's malice in the air Kurama can't tell if it's with grief or anger. You? That masked face glances in Kakashi's direction for a brief moment, turns away from Kurama to look at the copynen as he hunches forward under the sudden weight of revelations, and Kurama moves. More chakra, balanced and spinning, small enough not to kill them all in a cave-in but strong enough to blast through flesh, and he hurls it forward like a shuriken, aiming to decapitate. A warping spiral eats it out of the darkened air, and Obito says very sharply, "You shouldn't know about that." No more Toby voice, no more flailing. A guttural tone with an edge of fury, laced with contempt, and that's all the warning Kurama gets. Obito whirls, snatching a gunbai out of nothingness as he turns, and hurls it. Kurama leaps over the battle fan, twisting with his claws bared as he comes down, but Obito turns with him, yanks the gunbai back by its chain to grab the handle. Kurama's claws slam into the spirit tree wood but don't so much as scratch it, not that he expects them to. He's seen this same fan block one of Naruto's Bachdama without taking any noticeable damage. Even in a human body, though, Kurama isn't actually human. His chakra is different, his mind is different, and he has a very, very long time using purely natural chakra behind him. Not ninja techniques, not what anyone in this world is taught, not something even Uchiha Obito can match. With a whirl of speed, Kurama sweeps past the man, starting low and rising as he calls his fire without any hand signs or the constraint of a jutsu, unformed and raw. It erupts like a geyser of flame around him, around Obito, as hungry as Amaterasu's black flames, and dark cloth catches like tinder. There's no pause, no hesitation. Obito dumps his burning robe as he passes through the blaze, snapping back into this dimension as he flings the gunbai again. It slams into the ground where Kurama was standing as he throws himself aside and rolls, coming back to his feet as another figure leaks out of the shredding smoke. Kakashi runs right up the taut chain, perfectly balanced, and leaps, tense winning. Obito jerks back, releasing the gunbai in favor of Kamui, but Kakashi doesn't let up. He turns when Obito phases through him, keeps attacking in a blur of speed and lightning dodges every time Obito tries to re-enter this dimension, and it gives Kurama time to get his feet back under him. He slides in as Kakashi drops to the side, and Obito snarls in frustration. The air twists, spins, and a flurry of shuriken propelled at impossible speeds rain down. The first one cuts deep, scoring the meat of his bicep, but Kurama drags the cloak of his chakra around him and shoves through the deadly rain, eyes on the Uchiha. In the same moment, Kakashi twists away from his previous course, leaping back in with a kunai in hand as Kurama grabs for Obito's throat, and they only just miss hitting each other as Obito vanishes completely into his Kamui dimension. There is nothing, Kurama thinks furiously, as absolutely fucking frustrating as an opponent you can't hit. Stay and fight. Kakashi asks, pulling up short before he can stab Kurama in the face. His eyes sweep the area around them, appropriately paranoid, but a quick, veiled glance at Kurama says very, very clearly that he hasn't forgotten what Kurama knows but shouldn't. Fuck no, Kurama growls and heads for the door in the wall at a run. Obito will probably ambush them the second there's an opening, but anything that gets them closer to the Jedmaz is an advantage right now. All the power of the oldest Bijou doesn't mean a thing when they may as well be fighting a damn ghost. 3 quick hand signs from Kakashi make the air around them explode into thick, choking mist, heavy enough to dim the lights to almost nothing. For a moment Kurama thinks about protesting the resulting lack of visibility, but then he remembers the particulars of this jutsu. The mist is filled with chakra, and if Obito emerges anywhere in it, Kakashi will sense him. Unless he's intangible, of course, and fails to disturb the mist. Really, if Kurama could lay a hand on the bastard, he'd gouge that fucking eye right out of his head. They are barely 10 feet from the doorway when Kakashi hisses out a curse and lunges sideways, bowling Kurama over the gunbai slices through the air. They roll and come back to their feet to find Obito between them, gunbai in hand, and Kurama takes the hit because there's no way to avoid it. He slams into the cave wall, head cracking painfully against the stone, but shoves away from it, lunging for Obito with a Bachdama whirling to life in his palm. His hand slips through, can't touch, and Kakashi's fireball passes him from the other side. Obito just stands there, malice blazing like a trapped sun, and another warping spiral in the air, a shift, and fire blooms. It blazes out, twisting along the path of Obito's Kamui, and Kurama grabs Kakashi by the back of his flak jacket and leaps clear as the mist is violently burned away. It itches at him, surrendering ground even momentarily, but he sets his teeth, swallows a snarl of pure fury, and drags them both deeper into the muffling darkness. I hope, Kakashi says as he straightens, faintly winded, that you have some way to actually hit him. Kurama hesitates, wavers, but against Obito using Kamami it's not like there's a choice. This could go on until he and Kakashi have burned through every last bit of their chakra while Obito just dodges and offers up lazy counters, waiting for them to tire. Kurama's reserves are vast and it'll take a while, but against Kamami he has no doubt it will happen eventually. With the others fighting, they just don't have the time. I don't, he says and lifts his head, catching the red black of Kakashi's open eye and holding his gaze. But you do. Kakashi catches his meaning instantly and his eye goes wide. He stiffens, shifts his weight like he's about to take a step back, but catches himself before the sound of a careless footfall can give them away. Then his gaze narrows sharply, mind running all the implications in a rush, and he takes a breath and nods. More secrets is what he asks, voice dry with an edge of bite. Not for much longer, apparently, Kurama counters, huffing, and if he has to scrape broken pieces of copying up off the floor when this fight is over he's going to be very displeased. Can you do it? Once, maybe. Kakashi takes a deep breath. Twice if we are desperate. Kurama thinks of Obito waiting by the door, the Jedmaz above them. Thinks of Biengaki, of Shisui and Itachi, Han and Risha, Itachi and Jiraiya. For a hit-and-run mission, this is turning into a miniature war. Believe me, we are desperate, he says gruffly. Obito hasn't quite pulled out all the stops yet, hasn't really tried to kill them. In all likelihood, he's waiting for Zetsu to finish with the others or Kasame to appear. Fighting Obito alone is hard enough, add in another person and it'll be impossible. Even before Obito became the Jubi Jinchuriki in the 4-4, he was able to face Naruto, Guy, and Kakashi without suffering more than a scratch before Kakashi's Kamui came into play. One of us. Me, it's the best choice. Kurama can survive a lot more than a regular human, and if things go wrong and it takes a while to get him back out, he at least won't die of thirst or starvation in the meantime. Just keep hitting him, and that'll give me all the openings I need. Kakashi nods, then pauses. His gaze flickers past Kurama, towards the door, and then slides back. He steels himself visibly and says he's using that eye. Kurama hesitates. For all that the truth seems to be spinning out in strands and streamers, little bits weaving into a whole, this is one secret he doesn't have the luxury to tell. Not right now, with Obito waiting in the mist clearing. Not in the middle of a fight when there's absolutely no way Kakashi can take it well. The pieces are there, waiting to be picked up, and... Kurama pauses, eyes narrowing as a through strikes him full on. They are doing this the wrong way. Obito can't know what they're here for, even if he's been to Konoha recently, picking up rumors and spying on the Hokage, even if he's listened in on the situation in Kuri. Kurama made sure his plan stayed just between the Jinchuriki and their immediate allies. No one else is aware they are going after the Jedmaz. Obito probably thinks they are here to rescue Bei. Using Kakashi's Mangekyo to toss himself into the Kanui dimension with no certain way to come back is stupid. Trying to beat Obito right now is stupid. This is still a hit-and-run attack, even if they were ambushed halfway to the goal. Obito is a threat, and a massive one, but Kakashi doesn't have the necessary chakra reserves to use Kamui against him, and that means they can't beat him. They can distract him, though. Ignoring Kakashi's wary attention, Kurama lifts his head, squinting through the dissipating mist to see the ceiling above them. The Jedmaz is one level up, and unless Kurama's sense of direction is failing him, it's almost directly above the door Obito is lurking by. Perfect. How likely are you to collapse into a ball of angst and issues if I break the cave? Kurama asks. There's a long moment of silence. Kakashi side-eyes him very warily, but gamely reaches for a kunai. I think I can hold off on that until we're outside. You have a plan that doesn't leave one of us probably stranded in an alternate dimension. Kurama bares his teeth, and it's almost a grin. Time to stop thinking quite so much like Naruto. Kurama can't wear idiot anywhere near as well as his Jinchuriki could. Devious fox bastard really suits him so much better. Now this is interesting, or Okaimori thinks, smirking as he watches his former teammate try to unbury himself from a pile of hissing vipers. Movement catches his eye, just a flash and not quite fast enough to worry him, and he leaps to the side as a taunt slices through the air. One whirling sweep, a twist of his hand, and blades of wind drive the little Uchiha back, surprisingly steady in his grace for such a young boy. My, he purrs, ducking underneath a spinning ball of lava that slams into the tree beside him. Konoha must have such high opinions of our operation, sending the Uchiha's greatest prodigy after us. Oi, bastard. Stop being creepy. Jiraiya snaps, and a surge of flame crisps Orochimaru's snakes without mercy. He sidesteps Jiraiya's lunge, familiar with his former teammates' moves even after 7 years as a missing nin, but he knows the threat that Jiraiya poses all too well and reluctantly abandons his quest to get a reaction from the boy. He turns instead, blocking a punch with one arm, twisting away from a hard kick, leaping lightly over the sweep of a foot and flipping in the air as he comes down behind Jiraiya. A hand sign, a flare of chakra, and Jiraiya's handful of kunai slam into an earthen wall. Somewhere in the forest, Kakuzu screams, for once more pain than fury, and Orochimaru strangles an irritated sigh, all too aware of what pain will say if he lets the fool die when they are supposed to be partners. He has little interest in the Jinchuriki, though their abilities he can't copy or recreate, and facing them doesn't serve Orochimaru in any way. He wants to see Itachi's eyes, wants to see how the genius's Sharingan must be different from any other. And, barring that, it's always entertaining to drive Jiraiya into a fit of rage through frustration alone. The entertainment of staying here is well worth the possible punishment if Kakuzu dies. Decided, Orochimaru lets the Dotenjutsu drop back into the earth without using it as cover to retreat. Itachi is stalking forward, tant in hand and Sharingan spinning, and Orochimaru can't fight a smirk, doesn't even try. Oh? All that power just to face me? How flattering. Deliberately he feeds more chakra into the air around him, doubles down on the abrasive, unsettling edge to his power that's a legacy of his now-vanished clan, and is impressed despite himself when Itachi doesn't even falter. Even Kopin in Kakashi froze when hit with that power. But not this boy. How interesting. Another blow from Itachi's tant, blurred with speed, and Orochimaru laughs wickedly, drawing Kusanagi. It comes easily to his hand, fits his grip so well, and when he turns it so the edge of his blade meets the flat of the Uchihas, it shears right through the metal as if it's fine cloth. Instantly he presses his advantage, lunging close, but Itachi hurls the stump of the sword in his face and ducks, and a spray of senbon fly over his head as Jiraiya presses back. Orochimaru blocks a kick, sidesteps a punch, returns a knife-hand strike only to have it caught. A hard wrench on his captured hand and he gives ground, retreats and leaves Jiraiya with nothing but an empty cloak in his hand. It earns him a curse that makes him laugh, dark and amused, but while his distracted Itachi whirls in behind him, hand striking like the snakes Orochimaru loves so much. It's textbook perfect, Orochimaru thinks, surrendering his advance in favor of testing the genius everyone says outclasses even him. But there's none of the restraint the phrase implies, none of the limitations. Itachi adapts, advances, fits what he knows to the situation, and those eyes let him take advantage of even the smallest opening. For the first time in many, many years, Orochimaru can feel himself losing. It would be more infuriating if it weren't a curiosity, if it didn't prove a theory Orochimaru has been curious about since the first time he'd seen the Uchiha prodigy. He laughs, sidesteps a kick that's so perfect it could decorate taijutsu instruction manuals, and says, "They were right about you, little boy. What potential you have, just as I did once. Are you curious about what you'll become? Do you want to know the limits of that beautiful power you wield?" Cool, steady as meat is, and it's a true disappointment when Orochimaru has to drop his gaze or risk getting trapped in a genjutsu. He can't afford such an opening. It makes him remember, though, years ago now, he'd watched the boy practice. A child then, but incredible. "You used to watch me train," Itachi says, and Orochimaru can't help looking back at his face in faint surprise. He hadn't known the boy had noticed him. Red and black eyes meet his, unwavering, and Itachi draws a kunai. Orochimaru flicks a glance at it, remembering the kunai trap, the empty room, 24 kunai in the air and headed for Itachi on all sides. He'd thought it was some kind of idiocy in an overconfident boy. Instead, it was grace in motion, perfect control of every limb and all surroundings. Had he forgotten that? No power at all, no Sharingan, hardly any more chakra than a genin might use. Genius indeed, and the thought itches at him oddly, somewhere very deep and distant in the back of his mind. Curiosity, he defends lazily, twisting Kusanagi in an easy lope. No real reason to be defensive, but he feels the edges of it even so. Did you expect me to ignore a prodigy, Uchiha Itachi? Those pinwheel eyes don't waver. You were going to save me, that time, if I was in danger. Orochimaru's grip tightens on the hilt. Not quite annoyance, but close. Close enough to count, certainly. Much has changed, and that has no bearing any longer, he points out, and pretends he doesn't feel the absence of the hetaid on his brow. He's still not used to the lack after so many years wearing it, that's all. Power offers no temptation for you, boy. What about glory? Or are you the incorruptible paragon of your clan, as so many seem to think? Something almost dark slides across Itachi's face before it's buried again. Itachi doesn't answer, but lunges, kunai leading. It's sloppy, if only a little, and Orochimaru feels a flicker of disappointment at having so clearly gotten under the boy's skin even as he swings. Kusanagi takes off his head, and with a whirl of smoke, the clone explodes into a flock of screeching crows. Orochimaru leaps back, swearing, but it's not far enough. All he can see is inky feathers, obscuring wings, hiding any movement around him. Footsteps thud against the ground, too light for an 11-year-old, and he throws himself to the side in a burst of speed. Jiraiya's jutsu scorches across his cheek, leaving the smell of burned hair behind as he puts distance between them, and sheer instinct has him bringing Kusanagi up just in time to deflect two kunai aimed at his throat. A twist, a step, another burst of fire avoided, and Orochimaru decides that maybe this is indeed the best time to see if Kakuzu requires assistance. He dodges, swift in his retreat. The earth shudders violently under his feet, throwing him completely off balance, and in the distance a plume of what's either dust or smoke rises. Not from Kakuzu's direction, but behind them, from the base. Ah. Of course gallant Jiraiya and brave little Itachi would volunteer to play bait. When he manages to get his feet under him, Jiraiya is on one side, Itachi on his other. Leaving so soon, bastard. Jiraiya demands, dark eyes full of old hurt and deep-seated anger in equal measure. No hate, and Orochimaru knows very well what hate looks like on Jiraiya, but he still can't pick it out. Always the fool, this man. So naively hopeful. So disgustingly kind. Orochimaru had seen him once, caught between three much older, bigger bullies. Not Jiraiya's bullies, because he was popular, friendly. Orochimaru's tormentors, despised for their pettiness and inferiority, their childish cruelty. And Jiraiya had faced them, yelled at them, defended Orochimaru even where there was no need, when the matter never touched him directly, when they were older and won, because they outnumbered and outclassed him. Orochimaru doesn't understand. Maybe once he did, but sentiment. Foolish, weak, useless sentiment. You don't get to run away this time, Orochimaru, Jiraiya says, implacable. Itachi doesn't speak, just watches him with those fascinating eyes. Not from this. Well. Orochimaru's fingers tighten on the hilt of his jian. Suddenly boredom doesn't look all that terrible in comparison to the frustration of this. Chapter 39, Incommode. Incommode incendi, to inconvenience or discomfort, disturb, trouble, to impede or hinder. From French incommoda or Latin incommoda, from in not plus commodus, convenient, dot. Shisui presses himself back against a ridge of bone, trying very, very hard not to think about how they are currently crouched inside of a giant skeletal skull. He's already going to have plenty of nightmares about today as it is. There's no need to invite more. I hate plants, he says fervently, closing his eyes and trying to catch his breath. I hate plants so much. From where he's pressed right up against Chisui's side, Tens makes a quiet noise of agreement, peering cautiously around the edge of an eye socket to check for movement. This one in particular I'd gladly set on fire, he mutters, touching the dented edge of his hatayate. Too close for comfort, Shisui thinks, and can't fight a scowl. An inch over and Zetsu would have taken out Tenz's eye. The creature is dangerous and slippery, and even Tenz's Mokiden can't get a reliable sense for where he is. Apparently not spotting anything outside, Tenz lets out a tired breath and sinks down to sit again, tilting his head back against the bone behind them. At least, he says, more to himself than anything, we are not facing Orochimaru. Shisui's fingers tighten on the hilt of his kunai, and it takes effort not to grit his teeth. Tenz doesn't talk about his nightmares, never mentions just what it is that brings him shuddering awake in the darkness with his face a mask of horror despite his eerie silence, and Shisui has never asked him. Even so, he's more than able to guess from what little snatches of cries he's heard, and that alone is enough to make him want to use Kodor Matsukami on the snake bastard and compel him to jump off a cliff. Preferably into a volcano. There's that, he agrees, lightening his tone until it's back to cheerful, with no hint of the thoughts beneath. Tenz flicks him a sideways glance that says he isn't fooled, but that's fine. Shisui wasn't expecting him to be. He peers around the other boy, glancing out at the boneyard around them, but can't spot any sign of their opponent, either. This guy is a plant, right? Something like that, Tenz agrees, a little wary was he studies Shisui. Shisui would be offended, except Tenz has just as many insane ideas as he does, he just manages to look more serious pulling them off, so no one notices. Really? Like that time in Udikia, that was all Tenz, but since everyone was dressed like a cheap prostitute, all the fingers were automatically pointed at Shisui. How is that fair? Corralling his wayward thoughts, Shisui glances over at his partner in crime. I know Kurama didn't exactly give us a lot of information in between all the brooding and growling, but how far do you think you'd get using Mokiden against him? You know I can't sense him reliably, Tenz retorts, bristling a little. Shisui, if I could, don't you think I would have by now? Really, the lack of faith in his brilliance is criminal. Shisui scoffs, grabbing the hand Tenz is waving expressively and dragging it back down. Not to sense him, he corrects. But do you think you could pin him in place, or even just slow him down for a second? He keeps sliding back into the ground every time I get close, but if you can buy me even a fraction of a second, I can hit him with something devastating. Tenz's eyes widen and surprise shifts into determination. We'll have to draw him out, he says, which Shisui takes as confirmation that he can do it, or will at least give it a try. Like that will be hard, Shisui scoffs. All we have to do is stop hiding. Ready? Taking a breath, Tenz nods. He brushes his long hair out of his face, closes his eyes for a moment, and then opens them and rises to his feet. One gloved hand is offered up, and Shisui takes it without hesitation, their armor-covered knuckles clicking together as Tenz pulls him to his feet. If we die horribly, I'm blaming you, Tenz says, sounding almost cheerful as he draws his tant. Hey. Shisui complains. If you fail to control the sentient plant with your magic plight jetsu, I think you should be the one to take the blame, jerk. Tenz's scowl smile used to be scary. Shisui wonders what it says about his sanity that it's now mostly just an endearing quirk. Your plan, your fault. All my victory, bastard, Shisui retorts, gripping just a little tighter around Tenz's long fingers before he lets go. When we win, I'm taking all the credit, just for that. Tenz opens his mouth to answer, but his eyes go wide. Not needing any more of a hint than that, Shisui lunges forward, grabbing him around the waist, and activates a shunshin. In a whirl of confusing motion, they are suddenly on top of the skull, spinning leaves around them, but Shisui can see vines stabbing upwards through the empty eye sockets like deadly hands and jumps again. The air blows with speed, howling in his ears for a fraction of a moment before they touch down hard. Instantly, Tenz licks away, hands coming up in a familiar sign around his sword hilt, and Shisui spins in the opposite direction, fire already building as he shakes the necessary signs. Flames blaze blue-white, all of Shisui's chakra shoved into them, and the smell of burning greenery fills the air. There's a snarl, full of anger more than pain, and as the smoke sweeps away in the rising wind, Zetsu emerges, stalking forward. One hand is already turning to branches, the ends in dagger-sharp points, and Shisui has a flash of those stabbing deep. He takes a breath, drawing his own blade, and grabs a length of ninja wire with his other hand, just in case. There's no need to talk, no need to draw Zetsu's attention to what they are planning. Shisui takes another breath, feeds chakra into the wire, and lets his Sharingan spin back to life. Everything gains crystalline clarity, an edge of predictability that Shisui has never quite managed to adjust to, and he moves with all the speed he can gather. A blur around behind Zetsu, a sweeping sword stroke to drive him back, and in the same moment Shisui flings his other hand out, curling the wire. The waded and arcs around, fire already sparking down its length, and the twist to it means not even Zetsu can dodge fast enough to escape it fully. He jerks back, too slow, and in the same moment Tenz cries, now. Shisui doesn't hesitate. He lunges, shoving as much raw chakra as he can into his tant, and doesn't let himself slow as he collides squarely with Zetsu. There's a tearing crunch, a sickening squelch, and with the barest shove backwards the creature collapses. Shisui staggers back a step, grimacing, and tries not to look at the massive hole blown in the creature's torso. There's thick white ichor on his blade, gross and dripping, and he shakes it off as best he can. Burn the body, Tenz advises tiredly, stepping up to his side. His face is slightly pale, and Shisui can't help but wonder how much effort it took to hold Zetsu back even for a moment. I don't think we should take any chances with what he can and can't do. Good idea, Shisui agrees and concentrates for a split second. Fire sparks along the ninja wire still holding Zetsu, and half a beat later flesh catches. With a blue-white blaze the flame spread, devouring the body quickly, and with a cry of alarm, Tens lunges, tackling Shisui out of the path of a massive sword that comes streaking down at his head. Long-honed instincts keep Shisui moving, and even as they roll and come upright again he sweeps Tens off his feet and leaps back up on top of the vine-shut skull, the shunshin swirl of leaves dispersing around them as they land. With a low, rumbling chuckle, Hoshigaki Kasame wrenches his sword out of the ground and slings it up over one shoulder, grinning up at them through pointed teeth. Well now. Looks like he underestimated you, didn't he? No worries, kids. I'm not about to make the same mistake. Joy, Shisui mutters, carefully releasing his hold on Tens. The other boy slides back to his feet, bracing himself on the coved bone with a bit of chakra, and spares just enough thought to send a withering glance at Shisui. A prince's carry. I'm only an inch shorter than you. I was in a hurry. Shisui squawks, outraged. I'm sorry that my automatic reflex offended your delicate sensibilities, Tens. Should I politely ask the mass-murdering terrorist if we can go back down and try that again? Tens sniffs, pointedly looking away. Just don't let it happen again. I'm your senior, both in age and ranking. You keep forgetting that and you shouldn't. Kasame laughs at them. Of course he does. Come on, kids, he mocks. I won't bite. Unless you like that kind of thing. Shisui wrinkles his nose. I wouldn't go for Zabruza, so I definitely wouldn't go for you, he retorts. My sexual preference is not fish. That's hurtful. Kasame protests, looking wounded. I can't help the way I look. Shisui tenses, kicking him in the ankle. You're here to beat him, not sleep with him. Let's go. Go in. Shisui defends, leaping lightly off their perch and dropping down to face the former Kurinin and his chakra-eating sword. Shisui isn't exactly weak where taijutsu or kenjutsu are concerned, and his pain tolerance is impressive even among Korea A and BU, but is a little doubtful about his ability to hit Kasame hard enough and enough times to actually do much damage. Of course, that turns out to only be half their problem, because just as his feet hit the ground Zetsu groans and sits up, the hole in his body filling with that same white ichor. It hardens into flesh or something like it, and the creature pushes to his feet, turning to give Tens a wide-mouthed grin. Don't think you're going to get away with that again, kid, he threatens. I've got your measure now. With a muttered curse, Tens leaps down, landing in a crouch next to Shisui. Rock, paper, scissors, he suggests, wearily wry as he pushes upright again. And winner gets who, exactly? Shisui wants to know. Because our choices are sentient plant monster and walking shark. I don't know about you, but I'm not excited for either one of those. Point, Tens concedes, hands coming together in a seal again. Try it out my way and trade if we have to. Why not, he agrees, and there's a burst of chakra. A thick beam of solid wood hurtles out of the ground and slams straight into Kasame's ribcage, throwing him back. In the same moment Shisui triggers a shunshin, leaping forward in a blur that's too fast for even the Sharingan to register well. The afterimage, solidified with a touch of chakra and will, goes the other direction, lunging straight at Zetsu. Its sword drives deep even as Zetsu spins to grab it, and Shisui takes the opening, swinging hard. His chakra-reinforced blade cuts into Zetsu's neck, but before it can cleave all the way through the creature is gone, vanished back into the earth. With a curse, Shisui sheathes his sword, flips in the air, and comes down in a low crouch, eyes scanning the battlefield. Tens is thoroughly occupied trying to trap Kasame in his chakra-suppressing wood, so there's no way to predict where Zetsu will surface next, and Shisui isn't a sensor. Kurama would be pretty freaking useful right about now. There's a rumble, a tremble in the earth, and Shisui leaps automatically, a burst of chakra carrying him high. In the same moment the ground ruptures like an avalanche in reverse, stone and soil blasted into the air with more force than Shisui can fathom. He changes courses instantly, snatching Tens out of the path of falling stones and Kasame's sword alike, then hurling them both behind the cover of a massive scapula halfway buried in the ground. As soon as they are steady, Shisui throws himself over Tens's upper body, trying to shield his head and neck from anything that might get through as things crash and tumble around them. It sounds like the world is falling apart, and Shisui can't do anything but hang on and pray that Kakashi and Kurama both survived. Silence falls slowly, full of the lightning patter of small stones clattering down, and Shisui slowly leans back, wary. He needn't have worried, though. He sees with one glance around them, there's a solid wooden dome over the heads, just starting to retract, and he laughs before he can help it. I thought I was supposed to be the fast one, he protests, and relief makes the words brighter than they really should be. Clever, though. Thanks. Tens gives him a smile as Shisui pulls him to his feet, straightening his face guard as he looks around through the choking dust. What are the odds that Kasame and Zetsu both just died tragically without any effort from us? Shisui snorts. Yeah, no way their luck is that good. Slim to none. Odds that the captain and Kurama were the cause of that little eruption. The look Tens gives him is both dry and eloquent, and Shisui laughs. Yeah, sane. Come on, let's go get jumped by insane terrorists. I hate this mission, Tens says almost wonderingly, but he follows Shisui out into the dust even sir. I really hate this mission so much. Chasing a rogue Jinchuriki with rabid mother bear tendencies was bad enough. I never signed up to face Sharkmen and walking Venus flytracks. It was in the fine print of the A&BU contract, Shisui tells him without sympathy. I know the captain offered to get you out last year. That makes this your own fault for still being here. Tens makes a face at him. Momentary insanity is his pretty terrible defense. Besides, Kakashi-senpai was still in it. I wasn't about to leave him alone. It takes effort for Shisui not to roll his eyes. Kakashi-senpai this, Kakashi-senpai that. Shisui will be the first to admit that Kakashi is pretty great, but Tens's adoration is a little aggravating for some reason. Whatever, he huffs, scanning the scattered boulders for any sign of life. Can you sense anything? Tens gives him a curious look, but shakes the snake seal and takes a breath, eyes falling closed. It's not a true sensing technique, Shisui knows. Tens has lectured him on this often enough, but Mokiden has a resonance with natural chakra that most other stars don't. Especially when one of their opponents is partially a plant. Then, without warning, Tens's eyes fly open. He grabs Shisui's arm and orders, Shisui, get us down there. They both went after Kakashi and Kurama. Damn it. Shisui loops an arm around Tens's waist and asks, is that tunnel still clear? A moment of concentration, a flare of chakra, and Tens huffs in quiet satisfaction. It is now. That's good enough for Shisui. He takes a breath, aims them towards the center of the mass of rubble, and moves. I'm starting to have second thoughts about this idea, Kakashi says on the tail end of a coughing fit, waving dust away from his face. Fantastic, Kurama gratches, putting a touch of chakra into it as he shoves a boulder away from their tiny dirt-made cave. This is the perfect time to mention it. Good job, Hatake. You're definitely a genius. I didn't think you would miss, Kakashi protests mildly, pulling himself up and out of the press of rocks. Really, how hard is it to hit one human-sized target? Kurama scoffs. I'd like to see you do better. Besides, I could have hit him, and you'd just never know it. That Dandiavis is a fucking menace. Kakashi makes a politely skeptical noise, but offers Kurama a hand up nonetheless. With a glare, Kurama ignores it, jumping up onto the rocks by himself. They shift dangerously under his feet for a moment before they steady, and he breathes out noiselessly in relief. Exploding Obito's past trauma or not, he really doesn't want to end up buried in a damn cave. Especially one that reeks of Uchiha. There's no sign of Obito, though, and it takes effort for Kurama not to let his eyes immediately stray to the newly formed hole in the ceiling. They need at least one more glimpse of Obito to sell the act the way Kurama wants to, though if he doesn't turn up within the next minute or two, Kurama's going to take what he can get. Anything. Kakashi asks him quietly, uncovered Sharingan scanning the cave around them for any sign of rippling air. Kurama thinks about protesting again, that he isn't a radio or something, but gives it up with a roll of his eyes. If he's learned anything by now, it's that Kakashi's stubbornness can't be compared to anyone else's but Naruto. How should I know, he demands. You're the one with the matching eye. The look Kakashi gives him says he very clearly is not about to drop the subject a second time now that they have some breathing room. About that, he starts, deceptively mild despite the faint narrowing of his eye. It's almost a relief when the air warps and a vortex spits Obito out right in front of them. Kurama doesn't pause, just lunges with another Bachdama twisting into being at his fingertips. Ducking beneath it, Obito whirls to follow, then kicks him in the back, and Kurama only just managed to flip over the blow at the last second. A turn, a swipe with his claws, and a shockwave ripples through the air to slam into the ground at Obito's feet, driving him back. Kurama doesn't think he's imagining the slight flinch the Uchiha gives when pebbles from the shattered ceiling clatter down on his shoulders. Stand still, he snarls, darting in, trying to get closer as the Bachdama gains power. One step back, a long leap, another step, almost, he thinks, somewhere between desperate and viciously satisfied. Almost, you bastard. A hail of shuriken drives him to the side, but instantly Kakashi is in his place, sword slicing through the air with deadly intent. He deflects a kunai, another, ducks and rolls under a blaze of fire, and throws himself down as Obito goes right through him. Not about to let up on their advantage, Kurama rises to counter, checks briefly to be sure that Kakashi is far enough away, and slams the Bachdama in his hand upward with all the force he can muster. Kamui whirls Obito away, and the tight knot of spinning chakra sails through the hole in the ceiling above. There's one moment for Kurama to feel vicious elation as he tracks its path, sees the statue right in the line of fire, and then Kakashi bowls him over. There's a cry, helpless and pained, and even as Kurama hits the ground the smell of hot blood blooms around him, spattering across dusty stone. Kakashi takes a shuddering breath, his eyes fixed on Kurama's face as color leaches from his skin. Kurama stares back, horror eating through his chest like acid, the metallic tang of Kakashi's blood on the back of his tongue, filling his mouth, but he can't move, can't think, can only remember a familiar body falling, golden hair and empty eyes and... With a jerk, the purple-scaled sword withdraws in another wash of crimson, and Kakashi makes a breathless, agonized sound as he collapses on top of Kurama. Kurama has a quarter of a second to feel the tremble of uneven breaths against his throat before that familiar sword is sweeping down again, and he wraps an arm around Kakashi and hurls them out of the way, rolling to the side. His entire arm is soaked, wet sticky hot with blood, and frantically Kurama tries to recall just how much blood a non-Jinchuriki human can lose before they die, how much skin Kasame's Dan sword shaves off with each pass. Kakashi's chakra is fading too, eaten up by his Sharingan, and it's an unwelcome reminder that before Naruto's trick with Jiraiya Kakashi had to use it, and use it up, against a bruiser. No damned wonder he can't manage more than once with Kamui in a desperate situation. Hey now, Kasame says, sounding disappointed as Kurama leaps back to his feet and steps fully in front of Kakashi, a low growl rumbling up from the bottom of his chest. If Konoha's infamous Kopinin can't even take more than one hit, I should get the satisfaction of putting his overinflated ego to rest. Kurama snarls, deep and powerful and furious, and lashes out, sending a warning shockwave at the former Kurinin that makes him stagger. Try it and I'll rip your damned face off, he threatens, then spins to catch a handful of branches as they stab down at him. A twist, a wrench, a heave, and Zetsu goes flying over his shoulder, colliding with Kasame. They both tumble back, and it's not much time, but it's enough. Like a hurricane, like a hammer, the full force of Kurama's chakra unfolds around him, doubles and redoubles and surges forward, heavy and hot and full of the malice that's his greatest affinity. Blooded off Obito's hate, edged with Kasame's slow-burning ender, reinforced by Zetsu's bitterness, it thunders across the wrecked cavern, shattering rocks and sending Kasame staggering. There's a blur somewhere behind him, familiar voices, but Kurama can't spare them the attention. He sweeps in, too fast to see, grabbing Kasame's wrist. The swordsman tries to get his blade up again. A hard wrench and something snaps in his arm, making him cry out, but he jerks around, tossing the sword to his other hand and trying again. Samahada flays Kurama's skin, shears it off in a wash of blood, but it heals as fast as it hurts. Kurama snarls, shoves forward until a burst of roots and branches drive him back, trying to swallow his chakra. He has enough to spare, for Zetsu and Samahada both, is ready to prove it with another wash of fire. A flight of kuno reinforced with chakra scatter across the shroud of his power, skid away like misdirected stars to bury themselves in rent earth, and Kurama takes it as a warning. Even as the air twists into a vortex, he summons his fire, shaping it without pause, without hand signs. It leaks for Obito as he emerges, meets another wave of fire as the Uchiha slides into intangibility. Kurama lunges anyway, fury bitter like ashes on his tongue, and turns to catch the blow the obito aims at his back as the man passes through him. Claws up, bad, scratching across dark cloth as they come down sharply, and the shockwave sends obito flying. He slams into the cave wall, and maybe it's the furthest thing from smart, but Kurama slams a bachdama into the ceiling directly above his head. Everything shakes, trembles, and there's a sudden surge of something that rests on Kurama's senses like the very edge of debilitating terror as the rocks start to fall. No time to waste. Kurama leaps for Kakashi, snatching him up in his arms as best he can, careful of his back as he leaps with all the force of his chakra. Clearing the edge of the gaping hole in the ceiling is simple, and he shifts his grip on the slack kopinen as best he can, hanging onto him with one hand as another bachdama whirls to life in the other. Kurama. Grain chakra shimmers, blurs, steadies, and Shisui throws himself in the way of another burst of dagger-pointed branches, Tense slashing down with a wave of fire. From beside him, Tense dives forward, his own Makiden rising in answer to Mitsetsu's, and the echo of them colliding is almost enough to drown out Shisui's voice when he shouts, "Grr!" Kurama couldn't ask for a better opening. He spins, hurling the bachdama at the already cracked and crated statue with all the force he can put behind it, and a wordless, guttural bellow of pure fury accompanies the sound of shattering stone. Chapter 40, Pacer. Pacer PA with macron Z, PZ, weight, a poise, a burden, a load, to poise or weigh. Middle English pays, from Old North French, from Latin pensum, consideration, importance, weight. Fucking hell. Shisui curses, almost a shriek, and leaps for the top of a protruding boulder. What the fuck is this stuff? Not quite as maneuverable with an unconscious Kakashi in his arms, Kurama stays where he is, but flares his chakra. It burns through the thick white is that spreading out across the cavern, and the smell that rises is almost enough to make him gag, somewhere between decaying flesh and rotting plant matter. The white Setsu clones that were trapped in the Jedmaz, he realizes with a grimace. Infinite Tsukiyomi's previous victims, their stasis shattered along with the stature, and Kurama wants to feel pity or relief for them, but all he has space for right now is a tension-tight knot of worry filling his chest to the brim. Aika is all he says, and it's true enough, if not entirely correct. Sakura had told Naruto once that Aika was the blood of the gods, and Kurama can't think of a better description for this mess. Not Kaguya's blood directly, but the blood of her twisted plans. Gone now, and not a moment too soon, honestly. Perched atop a pillar of wood, Tense makes a face, though his eyes are flickering over the rest of the cave, scanning for any sign of movement. I feel like we should take advantage of this brief opportunity to run. That's the best advice Kurama's heard in a long time. Make an exit, he orders, and when Shisui blinks at him he glares at the kid. Or I can do it and bring the rest of the cave down on our heads. The two gentlemen exchange glances for half a second before Tense gives a determined nod. Right, he says, bringing his hands together in a snake seal, and the post is standing on risers, even as earth rumbles and shifts above him. Is the captain going to bleed to death before we can stop again? Shisui asks, leaping lightly into the cleared space around Kurama. One eye is trained on the space where they last saw their opponents, half a second before the explosion, and Kurama can't blame him for his caution. He's got every sense straining, trying to find Obito at the very least, but there's nothing. Kamui, probably, he thinks in disgust. Unfortunately, there are more pressing things to worry about. Kakashi, for one, and Kurama has been trying not to think about the sheer volume of blood dripping hot and wet down his arm. Let's hurry instead of waiting around to find out, he bites out, getting an arm under Kakashi's knees and leaping for Tense's pillar. A touch of chakra gives him traction on the vertical surface, and he follows it up towards the slant of sunlight where Tense is pushing through to the outside world. At the very edge of the hole, his feet finally on solid ground, Kurama turns. Positive and negative chakra swirl together in his palm one more time, probably overkill, but even with the Judy's husk shattered into pieces is not taking any chances. Go, he snarls at Shisui and Tense and hurls the full-sized bachdama back the way they came. With a groaning rumble, the entire side of the mountain starts to cave in. Taking 3 long leaps towards the edge of the tree line, Kurama pauses for just a moment, looking back. It's with vicious satisfaction that he watches as the Judy's vessel, Kaguya's vessel, is buried beneath several hundred tons of rock and earth. If the goddess goes looking for a way back to Earth, she's sure as hell not going to find one there. And maybe that's not a guarantee that she never will, because she's damn creative and Zetsu is definitely not dead yet, but it's the best guarantee that Kurama can put on things. However things play out now, they're not going to end the way they did the first time around. Kurama-sama, a familiar voice calls, and with relief, Kurama turns to see a silvery shape wriggle out of the undergrowth. Right behind Momiji comes another fox, even larger than he is, but solid black except for the white tips on her 7 tails. Momiji, Kurama says, crouching down, and buries his free hand in the reynards the gruff. There you are. I thought you'd gotten caught or something. Momiji Haas is pressing flat against his skull in offense. Never, Kurama-sama. But I found Ran. Was she missing? Kurama asks with faint amusement, nodding to the vixen. She bounces a little in place, is up and tails fanned out, and gives him a happy fox grin. I don't go back to Mount Inari very often, she says, and her voice is incongruously light for her massive size, as big as a bear, and much broader across the chest proportionally than either Momiji or Fuji. I'm sure he thought that I was lost. It's very nice to meet you at last, Kurama-sama. Momiji has told me so much about you. Not to interrupt this charming little meet and greet, Shisui cuts in, but is the horizon supposed to be on fire? Kurama jerks his head up, twisting around as best he can without jostling Kakashi, and curses. The southern edge of the forest is burning, right next to where Rishi and Han was supposed to stage their distraction. Sage. I think Rishi lost his temper. We need to get over there. We can take you, Ren volunteers, and when Kurama glances at her in surprise, she shyly ducks her head, but offers, I'd be happy to help, Kurama-sama. Those people in the big den have always felt bad. I'm glad you're getting rid of them. To anyone sensitive to natural chakra, bad is probably an understatement. With Kakashi bleeding out in his arms, Kurama's not about to argue, so he nods and pushes to his feet. I need bandages, he tells the other 2 shinobi. Any you can spare, unless one of you is hiding a talent for medical ninjutsu. Instantly, they both reach for their pouches. Jirai-sama might know some, Ten's offers, mouth pulled tight as he watches Kurama lay Kakashi out on the ground. Shisui has his back to them, keeping watch on the approach, but the line of his shoulders is tense and worried. Given the fact that Kakashi isn't stirring even as Kurama peels shredded, blood-soaked cloth away from his flayed back, they are right to worry. Samahada is a vicious sword, shaving skin off more than cutting it, and between that, its chakra drain, and Kakashi's use of the Sharingan, the Kopinen is looking paler than his hair. He doesn't make so much as a sound when Kurama presses a wad of cloth against the long, white strap of skin flesh, trying not to hurt him but also trying to stop the bleeding. Shisui makes a short, sharp sound in his throat. Someone reported hearing that Tsunade-sama was seen near the Lightning Country border, he suggests. They know she can't stand blood, but flaying is a slow, painful form of execution, and Kakashi's back is currently missing half its skin. There's no way that Kurama knows of fixing that with a low-level medical ninjutsu. They need a medic nin at the very least, and Lightning Country's border is a hell of a lot closer than dragging themselves all the way back to Water Country. But Naruto and the rest of the kids are in Kuri on their own, and while Kurama trusts that Zabuza will do everything he can to keep them safe, against someone like Obita that isn't a hell of a lot of help. Even Kasame might be too much for the swordsman to handle right now. Kurama would be more than happy to just bolt back to them as fast as possible and get rid of that risk entirely. Kakashi took that blow for him, though. Kakashi pushed him out of the way, as stupid and foolish as the gesture was, and Kurama isn't about to let him die for it. Naruto taught him better than that. Help me get him up, he tells Tens instead of answering, and the teenager slides over to lift Kakashi's torso carefully, letting Kurama wrap more bandages around his chest to hold the makeshift pad in place. Movement, Shisui reports sharply, and Ren rises to her feet with a high, snarling growl, moving to stand next to him. Shisui flinches a little, she's eye level with him, massive and intimidating, and given the last time Konoha faced a giant fox, Kurama can't quite blame him, but doesn't move away, simply reaching for a coil of ninja wire. It's Han who emerges from the trees, though, supporting a limping, cursing Jiraiya who has a hand on the Jinchuriki's shoulders. Rishi is right behind him, looking incredibly unhappy and with half of his beard charred off, and Itachi is bringing up the rear, his face streaked with soot but looking otherwise untouched. Itachi, Shisui says with clear relief, leaping forward to meet his cousin. You're okay. Solemn, Itachi nods, dark eyes flickering over the older Jounin. I'm fine. Were you hurt? We saw the explosion. Not my fault. Shisui protests as though his pride has been winded by the mere implication. Talk to the trigger-happy twosome over there. A sharply indrawn breath says that Jiraiya at least has noticed Kakashi's state. The Toad Sage hobbles over, clearly favoring one knee, and crouches down with a wince to check Kakashi's pulse. Damn, kid, he mutters. He's not looking so hot. There's a faint huff of breath, a tightly contained groan. Always hot, Kakashi protests vaguely, not even opening his eyes. Kurama rolls his eyes, even as relief bubbles up in his chest. Yeah, he says, making it as patronizing as possible. Shut your damned mouth, Hatake. I don't know what the hell you were thinking. That was just about the stupidest thing I've ever seen someone do, and that's saying something. Millimeter, Kakashi opens his gray eye, peering up at Kurama as he secures the bandage over Kakashi's ribs and says with perfect mildness, automatic reflex. Cavens do that to me. Fuck. Kurama hadn't thought of that, hadn't paid attention to the parallels. Sage, damn it, he's acting as dumb as Naruto right now, but even Naruto wouldn't ignore a blaring signal like that. He takes a breath, pretending it doesn't shake a little, and growls. And now you're missing a third of your skin, he snaps, but keeps his motions gentle as he slides a finger beneath the wraps to make sure they are too tight. I could have healed myself, Hatake. I realize that. It would be lazy if not for the edge beneath the words, or the way Kakashi's fingers curl around his wrist, white-knuckled for half an instant before he controls the towel and pushes to his feet. One sideways glance and he adds without inflection, now. It takes effort not to curse aloud as Kurama follows him up, but he manages to trap the words behind his teeth and turns to Jiraiya. The rest of Akatsuki. Kakuzu is out of hearts. Again, Rishi offers with a pleased grunt, folding his arms over his chest. Slippery bastard staged a retreat before I could torch him, though. Yes, Hen says dryly, offering Jiraiya a hand back to his feet. We noticed that you missed. The massive wildfire was rather conspicuous. Partly my fault, Itachi puts in, and when Shisui opens his mouth he narrows his eyes in obvious warning. Orochimaru confronted us and we nearly managed to capture him, but Sasori arrived with his puppets and we had to retreat. Hen hums, sounding unhappy. B's close, he reports. Koku can feel Hen. But I don't think we can afford to face a united Akatsuki. Well, if their goal was taking out Akatsuki, they failed miserably. Thankfully, Kurama thinks with some amusement, their bar for success was set a lot lower. Now that the Jedmaz has been thoroughly shattered, Akatsuki is without any way of sealing the Bijou. Madara's grand plan is completely appended, and Obito's as well. They are ineffectual now, aimless, and once things are a little more settled, Kurama will be overjoyed to pick them off one at a time without the threat of sealing. Taking a breath, Kurama drags his thoughts back to the matter at hand. Akatsuki is, at the moment, still a threat. Obito's probably regrouping right now, but is not going to take the loss of the Jedmaz well. B is close enough for Koku to sense Gaki, and likely Nagato still has him wrapped up with chakra rods. They are short on time, a little battered, and need to get Kakashi help before he bleeds to death. This isn't the time for a confrontation, but maybe. Shisui, Kurama says, and the Uchiha twists away from where he's checking Itachi over and looks at him questioningly. Kurama gives him a smile that might have a few too many teeth to be polite, and asks, how are you at hit-and-run attacks? Shisui's eyes widen, then narrow sharply. Very good, he says, grinning back, and it looks dangerous. We are going after the Reikage brother. Might as well, Kurama agrees. Since we came all this way. I'll take you, Ren volunteers eagerly, then pauses, her ears folding back in embarrassment. Ah, if you don't mind, Kurama-sama. Kurama huffs a brief laugh, scratching behind one of her ears. Thanks, he says, and lets her dart a quick, shy lick at his wrist without pulling away. Come on, Uchiha, we've got a Jinchuriki to rescue. Shisui grimaces, but gamely follows Kurama as he twists his fingers in Ran's ruff and swings onto her back. Thank you, he tells her awkwardly, and Kurama rolls his eyes, grabs the teenager by the back of his flak jacket, and pulls him up as well. Relax, he orders. She might be black, but Ran's a Myobru, not a Nojutsun. You're as safe with her as you are with any kitsune. There's a difference. Shisui asks, then yelps as Momiji huffs and snaps his teeth at his bare toes. Hey. That's really not helping with the relaxing thing. Nojutsu are field foxes, Momiji informs him pointedly. Wild fox spirits not sworn to a service. They are more dangerous. Myobu are celestial fox spirits, like summons, with a purpose and a figure to serve. Itacha, at Shisui's knee, makes a quiet sound of interest. The Kyubi was a Nojutsu, then he asks. Momiji gives a yipping, delighted laugh, and Ran chuckles, amused. No, she says. Not in the least. Kyuba-sama has 9 tails, he's our god as much as any other. He's neither, because is greater than either title can encompass. Okay, folklore lesson is over, Kurama says hastily, giving Momiji a sharp look. The Reynard grins back at him, showing a flash of tongue before he snaps his teeth and sits down, wrapping his tails around himself. You'll start heading back. As best we can, Jiraiya agrees with a faint grimace, testing his leg. Hen snorts quietly, but meets Kurama's eye squarely. We'll be fine, he assures him. And if we are not, we'll inform you immediately. Go save Bei. We'll meet you back by the ship. Ao should still be waiting. Kurama can't help a quick glance at Kakashi, who's still standing, even if he does look like he really shouldn't be. Reading the question Kurama can't quite bring himself to ask, Kakashi crinkles his eye in a bullshit smile even as he pulls his hatae back down. Ma, Kurama, you should go. We have a conversation to get to later. Well, that's a cheerful thought to leave on. Kurama makes a face at him, orders, hang on, though he can't tell if it's for Shisui's sake or Kakashi's, and curls his fingers into Ran's dark fur. The vixen immediately gathers herself, and in a surge of sleek muscle and long legs she leaps forward, heading south. Can you smell them? Kurama asks, even as he stretches out his senses. Nagado isn't angry as much as he is driven, but there's a deeply buried thread of it in him that's just about as heady as Obido's. Ren yips in confirmation, launching herself over a river to the sound of Shisui's yelp. Kurama has to swallow a chuckle, despite the tension Kakashi's comment left him with. He wonders how long it will take for Shisui to realize she's only exaggerating her bounds and jumps to get a reaction out of him. A Myobu is still a kitsune, after all. They are approaching slowly, but I can find them, she says. It's the one with all the metal, I've seen him before. These are my woods, and I've been watching for a long time. With 7 tails, she has to have been a few more centuries and enough power, and Ran has every chance of reaching 9 tails. Not many foxes do, and if she staked out Moon Country as her own, it means she's on her way to becoming a god in her own right. Good, Kurama says gruffly, and pretends he doesn't see the way her ears prick up with joy and excitement. A lot of darkness has settled here. I'm glad that someone as strong as you is keeping an eye on it. Kurama-sama. Ren's next jump has an added wriggle of delight. Thank you. Why the sama? Shisui complains, clutching at the back of Kurama's shirt as they skirt a stand of burning trees and clear a wide fallen log. And no more wiggling, please. Ren grins, chattering gutturally in her amusement. Kurama-sama is Kurama-sama, she says cheerfully, and Kurama can't fight his own grin. Of course foxes would understand trickery and keeping secrets. Then her ears swivel and she twists around, skidding to a halt at the top of a small rise. They are down there. 9 of them, Kurama-sama. This close, Kurama doesn't need to stretch to feel Nagado's anger. Conan is pretty much invisible to him. She has devotion, not malice, at her core, but he doesn't need that particular ability to hear the mechanical thud of Nagado's water, or to feel the edge of Gaiki's chakra, fainter than it should be. We are going to have to run, he warns Ran and Shisui equally. I'll distract them, you flash in and grab Bei, and then Ren picks us up and we hightail it for the coast. If they are still chasing us by then, we'll keep going through Defrost country and try to make that connection to cross back to Kuri. Payne's range isn't all that great, though, so it shouldn't come to that. Great, so, 6 down. That only leaves us with all the rest to worry about chasing us, Shisui retorts, but he takes a breath, slides off Ren's back, and leaps up into the trees. The fire has filled the air with smoke, enough for decent cover, and in an instant Shisui's concealed enough that Kurama has a hard time picking him out even when he knows where to look. Kurama only hopes this goes better than the last I'll distract them plan. Really, though, he's got the easy part. Taking a breath, Kurama lets his chakra go, lets it flare out in a heavy, choking shroud, and feels Gaikia stir weakly. Nagata pauses, the sound of his walker disappearing between one beat and the next, and Kurama grins, full of enough teeth to make Zabuza proud. He hurls himself forward headlong, already calling up a surge of chakra, not a Bichdama, not yet, though he's more than happy to take out one of the parts if there's an opportunity. Wind instead this time, nice sharp blades of it wrapped up in a hurricane, and he snarls viciously as he bursts through the trees, right on top of the group. Conan shouts a warning, leaping in front of Nagata's walker even as the 6 paths shift forward to form a defense. Kurama doesn't even hesitate, he drops his death wind on them instantly, and it screams as it tears through trees and rips furrows in the earth. The hidden blades hit second, even as the Akatsuki members are still trying to find their footing, and it's sheer luck that the Naraka path takes the hardest hit. He stumbles back, faltering as deep rents slice into his robe and the dead flesh beneath, and the other paths move as one to defend. Conan and Nagata are falling back, and that's where B is, sprawled completely still across the walker, but Kurama doesn't let himself look. He meets the Deva Path's wave of gravity with a shockwave of his own, sweeps beneath an attempt to grab him by the Asura Path's metal arms, and kicks the animal path into the human path before summoning a wave of carefully controlled fire. Even as the Preda path moves to block it, there's a flash of green chakra. Too fast to see, Shisui flashes through the battleground, snatching B practically out of Nagata's lap, and vanishes back into the trees. That's Kurama's cue to leave before the paths manage to outmaneuver him. He drops beneath another of the Asura Path's weapons and slams a shockwave into the ground, buckling and shaking the earth and raising a cloud of dust, and then leaps up and away. A burst of chakra gives him speed and momentum as he throws himself back the way he came, branches blurring beneath his feet. Rishia's fire is closing in, near enough that Kurama can feel the heat of it in the air, and the smoke is even thicker than the dust he raised. Through it, a dark shape loans. With a quick bound, Ren leaps past him, and Kurama doesn't wait for her to stop. He grabs the hand Shisui stretches out, jumps, and lets the Uchiha pull him up behind him. B is slumped in front, bowed over Ren's neck, and Kurama had forgotten just what a big man he was, the largest of the Jinchuriki after Han. Hopefully carrying him won't tax Ren too heavily. Well, that didn't go as badly as it could have, Shisui says, sounding cheerful again as they skid down a rocky slope and race towards the horizon. E18. Kurama snorts, trying not to inhale too much smoke as he catches his breath. EA, he agrees dryly. Can you get any of those chakra rods out of him? He halfway expects Shisui to blanch or complain. Instead, the boy nods once, grimly, and asks he won't bleed to death from pulling them out. Kurama tests Gaikia's power, and while it's diminished, it's more than enough to keep his host alive. He's a Jinchuriki, remember. He'll be better once they're gone. There's no response beyond a soft grunt of effort and a sick-sucking sound, but a moment later one of the black rods goes flying into the forest. Gaikia's chakra doesn't exactly flood back, but Kurama judges that there's more of it than there was a moment ago. And with every rod pulled out, it bleeds back in, filling wounds, healing burns. Kurama feels his siblings' joy and relief echoing through their shared mindscape and closes his eyes with a faint smile. Hey, that was neat, Kasame says cheerfully as a warping spiral spits himself, Madara, and Zetsu out in the rubble that used to be Akatsuki's main base. Looking around, he tries to pick out any signs of things that survived, including the squad that attacked them. The Uchiha hums, the sound all but vibrating with suppressed anger, and reaches up. The mask clicks against reinforced gloves as it comes off, and Kasame tries to be subtle about staring at the face revealed. Younger than he had expected, back when the man recruited him, probably even younger than Kasame, though he hasn't had cause to ask. The scars are interesting, as are the distinctly different Sharingan eyes. The Jedmaz is destroyed, he says, apparently to Zetsu. I noticed the plant creature snaps back, bristling. His hands are clenched into fists, and there's fury and frustration in every line of his body. There has to be a way to repair it. The plan can't go forward without it. Because Kasame is watching, he sees the way the Uchiha's eyes narrow, the faint flicker of derision that crosses his face. It's gone in an instant, though, deeply buried, and he bends down to pick up a shard of stone. There's white goo clinging to one side, and he studies it for a moment, then tosses it away. We need to relocate, he says, glancing at Kasame, who raises his brows. Between the fire and the chakra, I wouldn't be surprised if Kumo sent squads to investigate. We don't need to relocate, we need to fix this, Zetsu hisses, stepping right into the Uchiha space. Find a way, but it has to be done. If you hadn't underestimated them to begin with, we wouldn't even have this problem. For a long, breathless moment Kasame almost thinks Zetsu is going to get warped away permanently. Red-black eyes narrow and that cold, heavy chakra gets even heavier. But then the Uchiha turns away, looking elsewhere, and says that redhead. He's the one who's been taking the Jinchuriki from the villagers. Yeah, Kasame says, figuring he may as well chip in. Orochimaru is their spy master, but that doesn't mean Kasame allows himself to be left out of the loop. And Uzumaki. Konoha's saying he's their last Jinchuriki's brother or something. The man turns sharply, staring at him for a long moment, and surprise looks strange on that controlled face. Uzumaki Kushina had a brother, he demands. The fact that he's an Uchiha means that he's more than likely from Konoha, Kasame realizes belatedly. And given his age, he likely knew the other Uzumaki as well. Apparently, he says, offering up a toothy grin. This one's not into letting villagers control him or any other Jinchuriki, though. I felt him free Igura, the Uchiha murmurs, almost to himself. And then just now, he's got enough raw strength to be an Uzumaki. That could cause a problem if he decides to be a nuisance. He knows too much. Things he should have no idea about. When aren't the Uzumaki a nuisance? Zetsu demands sourly. If that pig-headed princess hadn't sealed the Kyuubi inside herself to begin with, this world wouldn't even have Jinchuriki. The scarred corner of the Uchiha's mouth tips up, just a little, before he shakes his head and looks back at Kasame. There's no doubt he'll end up back in Konoha. Sarutobi is too crafty to allow him to keep wandering, especially with 9 Jinchuriki on his side. We are going to need to change our strategy if we still want to gather the Bijou. Kasame considers this for a moment. It's not the best idea, but it will certainly be unexpected, and Pain's chakra rods should be able to hold a Jinchuriki indefinitely. He chuckles, already anticipating the fights to come, and swings Samahada over his shoulder. But a plan, boss, he asks cheerfully, and is pleased to get another fake quarter smile. We go underground, he decides. No trace, no trail for the villagers to follow. There are several bases we can use across the continent. Then, a distraction for Konoha, and we take Uzumaki. I have several questions only he can answer, and you'll prove good bait for the Jinchuriki if they are truly fond of him. What kind of distraction? Kasame asks, interested. Those usually involve at least a little fighting, and it's been too peaceful lately. Well, not today, but for a long time before that, and it builds up. The Uchiha hesitates, but before he can answer the sound of footsteps makes him turn, gaze snapping to the shattered end of one of the surface passages, and he slides his mask back into place. A bare second later, a familiar figure steps delicately around fallen stones, and Orochimaru says slyly, if you don't object, Madara, I believe I may have a entertaining solution. Orochimaru's been with them for long enough that Kasame knows to be wary of anything that makes him look like that, though, admittedly, the snake Sannin looks quite a bit more ruffled than usual, and there are definite marks of a fight on him. The purple mask fixes on him for a long moment before the Uchiha crosses his arms over his chest. Enlighten us. That's clear displeasure on Orochimaru's face, the dislike of having to obey an order. Laughably easy to read in comparison to their leader's careful concealment of everything, and it makes Kasame chuckle to himself. Orochimaru ignores him pointedly, coming forward to join their little group. I've been studying the possibilities inherent in the Rinnegan, particularly its ability to revive the dead, he says grandly, as though this is news when Pain and Conan both watch him like hawks for any mention of tests or theories. He's not quite bold enough to badger them, but Kasame still wouldn't want to be in their shoes. Though it's definitely amusing from his. When no one takes the bait, Orochimaru casts a dark look at the three of them and continues, as if he'd meant to all along, I also managed to acquire the notes on Senjuto Kurama's Ida Tensei, though it is unfortunately incomplete, and breaks down quickly. That's not news, either. If Kasame is frank, it's probably one of the main reasons the man was recruited in the first place. He taps an idle finger against Samahada's hilt, waiting, and takes just a little bit of pleasure in the glare Orochimaru gives him. The scientist huffs, then says as if they are trying his patience, the Rinne Tensei can revive the deceased, no matter how long dead. However, the chakra required to both rebuild the body and summon the soul is immense, and not even an Uzumaki would survive for long. Your point, the Uchiha asks, and Kasame is kind of ordered how he can project infinite patience and deadly irritation at the same time. Even Orikimori seems to notice, because his eyes flicker over the man, then slide away, and he finishes with slightly more haste than normal. I propose a combination of the two techniques. Ido Tensei to recreate the body and return to soul, and Rinne Tensei to bind them in life. A control tag on the resurrected should be enough to keep them firmly on our side, and I can't think of a better way to distract Konoha than finding themselves set against their beloved lost ones. By the last word, he's smirking, sharp and hungry, as much for chaos as he is for knowledge, unless Kasame is reading him very wrong. It will only work on a handful, but that should be more than enough to put the village on edge and have them jumping at shadows. The Uchiha stares at him, still and silent, and then chuckles humorously. Uzumaki seemed close to the copy nen, he says, darkly idle. Distract one and it might work to unsettle the other. And I know exactly who to use. Chapter 41, Agretnia. Agretnia grip n, vigil, a period of purposeful sleeplessness, an occasion for devotional watching, or an observance, persistent loss of sleep, insomnia, sleeplessness. Thought to be from Greek for sleeplessness. Foreigners in Konoha aren't exactly rare, but they aren't usually this common. Tucked away in the corner of the ramen stand, Iruka absently drags his chopsticks in lazy circles through the broth, watching from his peripheral vision as tight knots of unfamiliar shinobi pass, more of them than is seen at one time since Konoha last hosted the Chunan exams. It's not as if they are loitering, or even acting suspicious. He might even go so far as to say they are on their best behavior, but just the fact of their presence itches at him. Judging by the increase in twitchiness in every Konoha shinobi he's come across, Iruka isn't the only one to feel that way. We've been invaded, a lazy voice says, and the stool next to him scrapes faintly as it's pulled out. You shouldn't joke about that, Iruka approves, but has been jolted out of his reverie enough to set his chopsticks aside, half turning to look at his companion with a frown. I heard you were hurt. Should you be walking around? Gunma waves a careless hand, sharp eyes fixed on a trio of kumonin lingering in front of a trinket stand, just a bump on the head, Iruka. Hana got me all fixed up. But that's a mighty deep frown to be wearing while eating ramen. Something on your mind? Iruka knows better than to believe that particular light-hearted tone, especially when coupled with an expression like a wolfhound just waiting for the leash to slip. Unfortunately, Gunma's hardly the only shinobi in Konoha with a grudge against one of the groups present, and that's one headache Iruka is more than happy to leave in the Hokat's hands. His class of children is bad enough, and they don't come with 3 wars worth of resentment, mission-based grudges, economic competition, and clan feuds that stretch back well before the village was founded. Are you allowed to talk about it? Your mission, he asks, and then has to clamp his mouth shut to keep from demanding more immediately. Gunma just looks at him for a moment, hazel eyes uncomfortably sharp, and then smiles a little, crooked and wry. Yeah, he says, waving a friendly hand at Tucha, who waves back. Uzumaki Kurama's been pardoned, and they are planning to head back here as soon as a mission up north is done. I don't think the Hokage will string me up for letting a few things spill. Carefully not mentioned is all the other cage currently in the village, but Iruka knows very well just how big Gunma is on loyalty, and how much of it is given to Konoha as a whole. He'd hardly start to bow to other cage now. Besides, Gunma's allegiance is hardly what's on Iruka's mind right now. He twists his hands together in his lap, staring down at the uneaten bowl in front of him, and tries not to think of the times he's seen Naruto in this stall. Tries not to think about all the times he could have come in, sat down next to the boy, and just smiled at him. Maybe then. Naruto, he blurts before he can let darker thoughts distract him. I heard you fought Kurama. Did you? Was Naruto there? There's a sudden, suspicious lack of cooking sounds from the kitchen area. Tucha doesn't quite lean around the edge of his workspace and stare at them, but with 2 shinobi present he might as well be doing just that. Gunma's eyes flicker towards the chef, then back to Iruka, and he pulls the senbon from his mouth. Thought you weren't a fan of the kid, he says, utterly mild, even though his gaze is intent. It takes effort for Iruka not to flinch. He's my student, he retorts. And he was kidnapped by a madman. Nah, Gunma interrupts, something softening in his eyes as he leans back in his chair. Kurama's not a madman. Not in the least. Just family. He smiles a little, fond and wistful, and twists his senbon through his fingers. He's a lot like Kushina, really. It's kinda nice. I didn't think Naruto would end up knowing anything about her, but I think Kurama will tell him. Kid looks happy either way. It's a little startling, sometimes, to realize that while Iruka was a scared little boy during the Kyuubi's attack, Gunma was already a Takuja. Already a bodyguard, fighting to give the Yondain time to reseal the base. Gunma knew the Yondain, knew Uzumaki Kushina, and his connection with Naruto is even deeper than Iruka's, for all that Gunma isn't a part of Naruto's life. With that in mind, Iruka hesitates, not quite knowing how to phrase what he wants to know, and finally manages, "You knew her, but you're not." Thankfully, Gunma seems to understand what he's getting at. The Takuto's smile pulls to the side, even more crooked now, and he tilts one shoulder in a half-hearted shrug. Couldn't. No one with a connection to Minato was allowed near him, in case it tipped other villagers off as to who he was. Course, then would got out to the civilians what Naruto was, and that was useless. Still an order, though. Did what I could from behind a mask, but don't think for a second that I believe Minato and Kushina won't kick my ass in the afterlife for not doing more. Damn good reason to stay alive right now. Iruka's heard the rumors about Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, saw them together a few times when he was a child. It's not inconceivable that Naruto is theirs, especially given the way he shares the Yondain's calling, and with as many enemies as Minato made, Iruka can understand the attempt to hide Naruto. He nods, twisting his fingers absently, and drags himself back on task. "So you saw him?" "Naruto?" Gunma hums contemplatively, looking from him to Tucha's silent workspace and back again. A glance at the street outside shows it mostly clear for the moment, and he calls quietly, "Join us, Tucha-san." Standing hunched over like that can't be good for your back. With a faintly sheepish chuckle, Tucha steps out from behind the partition, wiping his hands on a rag. Sorry, he apologizes quickly. "I don't hear a lot of news here. Forgive an old man for eavesdropping." Easily, Gunma waves that away. "Yeah, I saw him," he answers Iruka. Seemed happy enough to climb all over Kurama like a monkey, and he hadn't been hurt. Kurama loves him. Hell, Kurama adores him. He was grumpy and testy, but the minute he picked Naruto up he was happy, too. Which pokes a few rather large holes in the report Iruka glanced over, claiming Gunma and Kurama fought, but given what Gunma is currently saying, Iruka isn't about to bring it up. He is shinobi training too, after all. Instead, he sighs in faint relief, rubbing his scar as he ducks his head, feeling a little like he's going to flirt away. Naruto is fine. Naruto is safe and coming back to Konoha, and Kurama isn't going to hurt him. And the other children, he asks, because there's absolutely no way he can stop himself. Fierce is Gunma's assessment, coupled with a smile that's back to being worn. 2 little girls and another boy. The girls were about ready to come after me before Kurama got there. They are all fine. His grin takes on a teasing edge, and he adds, "I'd put good odds on them ending up in your class sooner rather than later, Iruka. Brace yourself." Tucha laughs and Iruka groans, burying his face in his hands. More Narutos are not what he needs. Though possibly he's not as opposed as he might have been a month ago. Apparently absence really does increase fondness. "Jen," a familiar voice says worriedly, and the hanging are brushed aside. Iruka looks up to see Raid step in, as immediately going to his partner. "I thought you were getting takeout. Do I need to help you hide the bodies?" Gunma laughs like that's not a legitimate concern with him, accepting the hand Raid offers and letting the big man pull him to his feet. "Sorry, Rai, I got distracted." Talking, he adds exasperatedly, seeing the way Raid's frown doesn't abate. "No dead Kumo Nin, I promise." With a tired sigh, Raid leans into Gunma's side, curling an arm around him. "I'm very surprised no one's died yet," he admits, eyes flickering towards the street, where a tight clump of Sunachunan are hurrying past. There have been too many world wars for anyone to be happy about shinobi from this many villages all crammed into an enclosed space. With a low hum of agreement, Gunma closes his eyes. "Lots of bad memories," he says mildly. "All the generations but the youngest have lost someone in the fighting. Makes me wonder how long until the next war happens. We're about due, if history is any marker." "Don't be depressing, Gunma," Iruka chides, though the thought sits like lead in his stomach. He thinks of Ino, of Sakura, of Kiba and Naruto and all the other bright, happy 6-year-olds in his class forced to graduate as fast as possible, sent out to battlefields with little chance of ever coming back, and has to swallow down his nausea. Shinobi don't live long lives, it's part and parcel of the job, but to have them cut that short. Iruka can't even stand the thought of it. Some good food will cheer you up, Tucha says, determinedly upbeat as he steps away from the counter. The usual, I take it. Yes, please, Raid agrees, flicking a worried look down at Gunma. With an extra egg on the shoe, if it's no trouble. With a soft snort, Gunma rolls his eyes, though he doesn't move away from Raid's hold. You're a sap. And you're all tense, Raid retorts. Any tenser and you're going to snap. If you kill a squad of Kumo Nin and have to go on the run, I'm holding it over your head forever. But you'd come with me. Gunma grins at him, dirty enough that Iruka kind of wants to cover his eyes and plug his ears, even if they aren't actually doing anything. It's one of Gunma's talents. And that would be what makes you a sap. Raid heaves a long-suffering sigh, though he can't quite hide his smile as he leans down to kiss Gunma on the forehead. Yes, fine, I'm a sap. But I'd rather be one in Konoha rather than on the run as a missing nin, so let's get our food, go home, and not think about work for a night. Stop. Iruka protests, even as Gunma opens his mouth. That's more than enough information, you're in public. Gunma laughs, which was more or less Iruka's goal, and reaches over to ruffle Iruka's ponytail. Sorry, Iruka, I forgot there were virgin eyes present. Ignoring Iruka's mortified squawks of protest, he starts digging for his wallet and asks cheerfully, so when is Anko going to make an honest man out of you? Or at the very least make a man out of you? Iruka doesn't need a mirror to know that his ears are very, very red right now. How do you even know these things, he protests. And that's private, thank you. Ray chuckles. He's an evil genius where gossip is concerned, he says, and when Gunma raises a brow at him he just smiles. You know it's true, General. Even Kakashi admitted to it, so it probably is, Gunma agrees easily, apparently unconcerned with the label. He trades a handful of bills for the bag that Tucha passes over, then waves to Iruka and turns away. Keep your chin up, Iruka. This isn't the end. Might even be a decent beginning with enough work. Iruka blinks, caught off guard by the sudden shift in tone, and can't think of a single thing to say to that. With a fond smile, Raid pats him on the shoulder, repeats, evil genius, and follows Gunma out into the street. By now, Kurama spent a lot of time traveling in a multitude of ways. Most of it's been on foot, but through Naruto he's encountered enough variety to know that anything traveling by water is very much not his cup of tea. He doesn't get seasick, the way a very unhappy attacher seems to be verging on, but is a creature of fire and wind. The deserts of Suna and even the forests of Konoha suit him far better than the open ocean, especially when he's been dropped squarely in the middle of it. The size of the ship isn't helping much, either. Being trapped in a space this small is giving Kurama unhappy flashbacks to 100 years spent chained up and stuck in a tiny cell, barely able to spread his tails out. Of course, Kurama could probably head above deck if he wanted more room. The ship is small, but Ao's crew is even smaller, and it's not as if there isn't space for him to stand by the rail. But Kakashi is in the one tiny private room, sprawled out on his stomach and sliding in and out of consciousness. Jiraiya knows enough minor medical ninjutsu to burn away infection when it sets in, but not enough to actually fix in. As the closest thing they have to a sensor, Kurama's taken it upon himself to keep an eye on the copy nin, just in case he takes a turn for the worst before they can find Tsunade. It's stupid, Kurama thinks, stretching his legs out as much as the confined space will allow and wishing futilely for some sort of window. It was Kakashi's own choice, dumb as it might have been, to take Kasame's blow. He shouldn't feel obligated to watch over the man now. Except he does, because he was the one who brought the cave down on top of them, who led them into that trap, who dragged Kakashi and Obito's shared trauma out and rubbed it in their faces. He may not have physically forced Kakashi to jump in front of that hit for him, but emotionally, well. Emotionally there's no other way to view it. Your bedside manner seems stuck at Grumpy, a drowsy voice says, making him glance over in faint surprise. One grey eye is fixed on him, sharper than it has been since Kurama first climbed down here and settled into his watch. There's no fading haze of fever, and Kurama thinks, probably a little ungraciously, that the idiot's finally recovered from dragging his bleeding carcass all the way back to the ship without accepting help while Ran, Shisui, and Kurama led Sazori and Conan on a merry chase across Moon Country. Awake? Kurama asks, not deigning to acknowledge Kakashi's statement. Or are you going to start babbling about blue pugs again? His visible eye crinkles. In my defense, that was a legitimate memory, not a hallucination. Kurama blinks, feeling his brows climb, and can't contain a huff of amusement. I bet Shiba loved that, gave Pakken all the grief. There's a pause, strangely heavy, and when Kurama looks back at the bed, Kakashi has his head turned to stare at him fully. The mask is still pulled up, and his attire pulled down, but his expression is intent enough that his face may as well be bare. See, he says, and despite his expression his tone is falsely, perfectly mild. You keep doing that. Unease coals in Kurama's gut, cold and snake-like, and he sinks back a little further in his chair. Doing what, he asks, and there's a testy edge to it that he can't fully curb. Cornered foxes bite the hardest, and human body or no, Kurama's feeling rather trapped at the moment. With a muffled grunt of effort, Kakashi levers himself up on his elbows, even though doing so makes his face go about 4 shades paler. Before Kurama can swear at him for being so fucking stupid, he pens Kurama with a sharp look. My dogs aren't named in the bingo book, and I only introduce them to my teammates. So how is it that you know Shiba? Fuck. Still, it's easy to see that Kakashi isn't done. The Kopinin stares at Kurama for another moment, and when no easy answer is forthcoming, he nods like Kurama's given something away. He takes a breath and concludes without inflection, Toby is over there. Kurama eyes him a little warily, but at this point there's really no use denying it. Yeah, he confirms quietly. Kakashi's breath rattles in his lungs as he exhales, his eyes slipping closed. He bows his head into the curve of his braced arms, hiding himself for just a moment as his shoulder tremble. Inhale, exhale, inhale again, and he twitches in a tiny nod. Yet again, Kurama has absolutely no idea what to say or do. The first time, Kakashi learned all of this in the middle of a war, with no time to dwell, to linger and obsesses. Right now he's already had almost a full day to do just that. There's no distraction in sight, nothing but fever dreams to divert his attention if they can't keep infection away, and Kurama isn't about to hope for something like that. I take it, Kakashi says lully, dragging Kurama out of his thoughts, that this has something to do with why your siblings all have the same names as the Bijou. Kurama breathes out, slow and careful, and tries not to calculate just how much force he'll need to give a Bichdama to tear through the ship's hull for a quick getaway. It might, he allows, and finds he can't look at Kakashi's bent head anymore. Safer to focus on the claws curled in his lap, the hands with their familiar foreign scars. And really, damn Kakashi for actually remembering a throwaway line to a scared little girl. Why does the man have to be a genius? He thinks, just for a moment, of getting up and walking out. It's not as if Kakashi can chase him in his current state, and Kurama doesn't particularly want anyone to find out why he knows what he does. That just complicates things. Except Kurama said what he did in the hideout knowing there was no way it could pass unnoticed. He accepted then that getting to Obita meant letting Kakashi in on some part of his secret, and is still willing to accept that price for accomplishing what he did. The Jedmaz is shattered, and Kaguya's way to Earth just got a hell of a lot more complicated. For that, Kurama is more than willing to make a few concessions. With a huff of frustration, Kurama leans forward in his seat, dragging his hands through his hair and trying to shove it out of his face as he gets his thoughts in order. There's so much. Too much, really, now that he's trying to lay it out. He almost wants to say I don't know where to start, but that's a cheap cop-out. You ever thought about whether the Bijou could be tamed, he asks instead, tilting his head just enough to look at Kakashi without moving from his hunch. Sporadic eye contact will definitely be easier for a story like this. Kakashi eyes him a little warily, but looks like he's considering the question all the same. From what I've seen the last few days, probably, he finally allows. Kurama swallows, and putting it into words is hard. Actually speaking those words is harder. Good. Because everything starts with a little boy who was stupid enough to believe that he could make friends with a monster. And the fucking hilarious part. It worked. He took a creature that was centuries old, who'd only known hate and fear for a long, long time, and reminded him about love. And when the world went to shit, he trusted that a monster could be a hero and died so that the monster could come back in time and stop everything before it happened. There's a long, endless minute of silence, broken only by the creak of the ship and the ocean outside. Kakashi is watching him, but Kurama can't meet his gaze, scrubs a hand over his face so that he doesn't have to think about doing so. Then, "Define shit," Kakashi says, a thread of entirely inappropriate amusement in his voice. It's startling enough that Kurama barks out a laugh before he can stop himself, sitting up a little and looking at the kopinen. Ancient evil goddess got mad at humans using chakra and wanted to take it all for herself, so she started killing anyone with a functioning chakra system and any bloodlines that could possibly produce them, which was all of them. Then she took the bodies, used the chakra systems like puppet strings, and made M into her army. Got to the point where you could count how many shinobi were left on one hand and how many humans were left on two. All right, shit is appropriate, Kakashi allows. A pause as he studies Kurama, and he says carefully, "You don't look much like a Bisha." "Human body," Kurama counters, waving a hand. His claws catch the light, and he has to grimace. "Well, mostly. The idiot knew a human mind couldn't survive a trip back, so he sacrificed himself. I'm a learning." Kakashi's eye crinkles, just a little. Zabuza certainly didn't seem to object. "Keep your damn nose out of that," Kurama retorts, rolling his eyes. "Unless piranha teeth turn you on." With a snort, Kakashi twists carefully, levering himself up. He braces a shoulder against the wall and asks, clipped and nearly desperate, "Obito is a deluded asshole," Kurama concludes, and when Kakashi gives him a look he huffs. "Fuck off, it's true. He's trying to create that perfect world I told you about," with a moan. "I haven't lied about anything. The first time around, he got some sense beat into him and stopped being an ass eventually. Not sure if we can manage it this time." Kakashi's head bows a little, his eye closing, and he nods briefly. "Then what you said was true?" he asked quietly. "He's the one who killed Minato and Kushina." Kurama nods, watching him closely for any sign of a breakdown. There's another stretch of uncomfortable silence, thick and weighted. Kakashi breathes out raggedly, rubbing a hand over his face. "Who saved him?" "Uchiha Madara," Kurama huffs, and there's a name that deserves to be spat out like something nasty. "Leached off the Jedmaz like a parasite to stay alive all these years. He put some kind of seal on Obito's heart to keep the bastard from betraying him, but I don't know exactly what it does, or how far its influence extends." Without looking up, Kakashi nods. "You're the Kyuubi," he says, and it's so quiet Kurama can hardly hear it. "The foxes, why you took Naruto first, you're the Kyuubi no Kitsune." Kurama could deny it, avoid the question, turn it back on how Naruto changed him. He doesn't. "I didn't grab Naruto because of my past self. I grabbed him because his family and his mine, and I wasn't about to let him keep suffering like he was." Kakashi makes a sound, far too broken to be called a laugh. "Out," he says, and it's fractured around the edges. Kurama doesn't wait for him to ask twice. He rises from his chair, reaching for the door, and pauses with his hand on the latch. "Nothing's changed," he says, tries, but it doesn't come out with the certainty he planned it to. "All I want is Naruto safe and Akatsuki gone. If I have to do that alone, I will. But that stupid kid. He taught me a lot about having friends and how strong it can make you." Kakashi doesn't answer. Kurama takes one more quick glance at his half-slumped figure before he turns, stepping out the door and pulling it gently shut behind him. Skulking on the deck sounds like a damned good option right about now. Kakashi's hands are shaking, and he knows that if he looks at them there will be blood covering them, the same as the night that he killed Rin, the same as so many nights after. Rusted red and thick and clinging, drying tacky and stiff on his fingers and across his palms. No way to wash it off so that it won't come back, no way to get rid of it. Obito? No. He can't think about Obito right now. The Kyuubi no Kitsune just sat across from him, laughed with him, talked to him. The monster that destroyed Konoha 6 years ago, that was directly responsible for Minato and Kushina dying, looked at him with hurt red eyes and smiled with such helpless fondness when he talked about the boy who sent him back. The biggest monster Kakashi has ever faced showed more care and love for Naruto than Kakashi himself has ever managed. Box up the monster, wipe off the blood, paste on a smile, and no one will ever know anything's happened. Do it in reverse and the monster is suddenly all that's left. But what do you do when the monster is a better person than you've ever managed to be?